2451 True Death. 4. In the total 20 trillion years so far, he also theorized new skills, abilities, and killing techniques in the face of overwhelming authorities like the indefatigable dynamis of extremity that could transform into anything. He stipulated how far he could expand decreta of dimensions, and just what each of them could accomplish together. Or if he converged them to form a dynamis of extremity. He also stipulated the natural laws and fundamental natural laws and what could be birthed with their convergence. He made immeasurable gains as when he left this space and took these trillions of years worth of experiences and computations. Who knew what result they could bring? At 30 trillion years, Noah had fully decided on the path he would follow, as he would choose to allow nothingness to permeate across his soul, with the end result being that he wouldn't be entirely extinguished and he would instead rise to be stronger than ever. His soul continued to experience the vicissitudes of time in a region outside the scope of time, repeating the same calculations and reinforcing the same knowledge as after the passing of 50 trillion years. In his perspective, he was ready to undertake his grand ordeal. The absence of everything was deafening as Noah felt the dread of emptiness that had been trying to pierce into his soul this whole time. After countless calculations, he was extremely determined, as with a thought, his robust defense around his soul instantly faded as he didn't even wait for the emptiness to rush in, with him spreading his soul outwards to meet the emptiness as gradually he began to lose sensation and recognition of large swaths of his soul. He was becoming a part of utter oblivion and nothingness, as not a shred of fear could be seen. His soul was akin to a vast sea that was slowly swallowed up by darkness, reducing until barely a cluster the size of a grain of rice remained, like the last blazing light in the midst of immense darkness that sought to snuff it out of existence, and the engulfing waves of darkness rolled in to completely cover the last shred of Noah's soul as everything was permeated with emptiness. Emptiness, nothingness is death, true death. His body and origin had long since taken the maddening emptiness, and while transforming under the grandeur of the crimson extremity panacea, now, the soul had taken it in all at once, while the light of the crimson extremity panacea still burned with its purpose. All three aspects of existence were now filled with emptiness, as for those who wanted to live while surrounded by such a thing, their soul had to wake from this emptiness out of its own volition. No outside help could do it. The soul was akin to the spark, it was required to move the origin and the body. If the soul didn't wake, the other aspects of existence would begin to break down and turn completely into nothingness soon after. At such a juncture of death where sentience was not there, all that remained were the basal responses of the origin, body, and soul, the response of preservation in life for any living concept. If they couldn't usher in anything for their survival, they would perish. There was utmost silence as no reaction occurred, while emptiness fully settled into every part of what used to be Noah Osmont. Thereafter, a minuscule twitch was seen on one of the fingers of his hands, as thereafter, nothing. Then, a slow pulse released from his origin is thereafter, nothing. No matter how profound their basal responses were to preserve themselves, the spark had to come from the soul, and at such a juncture, the countless probabilities that Noah had stipulated came into place. The reason why he allowed emptiness to permeate into his soul, it was because he was confident of his success after trillions of years, and the only reason for this was nothing other than the nature of his soul, nothing other than the culprit who pushed Noah over the cliff when he was indecisive on what to do. This culprit knew this innately because its nature was the core of Noah's soul. It was deeply entrenched in him that even if he couldn't feel any essences or authorities, he should still be able to feel what made up his soul. And even after he came to this realization trillions of years ago, Noah had not called it forth, as he knew he had to first attain the infusion of complete emptiness. And so at this juncture, what made up his soul began to hum in the face of complete extinction. The humming was immeasurable, as it was akin to an ancient celestial fiend waking from oblivion, a variegated light erupting out as quintessence blared, the culprit that had set Noah on this path and the one that made up the very nature of his soul. Quintessence shouted out with glory, as it was akin to the lighting up of countless cellular flames, his body and origin instantly burning with utmost brightness in the area of complete darkness, and in the midst of this astonishing brilliance, the eyelids of an entirely new existence flung open, akin to the force of trillions of singularities being born. The dreadful area of darkness blazed as it wasn't pushed away, waves of it intermixed with this astonishing brilliance and becoming one as in this new stage of life of the being known as Noah Osmont, a prompt shining with halcyon obsidian ecratures blared before his open eyes. You aspects of existence have been exposed to the vacuous hyperversal authority. You have touched minuscule threads of the vacuous hyperversal authority and integrated them into your being. Vacuous hyperversal authority. It was termed that by the adjudicator of dissolution, as she didn't speak of what it was freely, it was what some existences who had attained extremity would at times arouse or simply have it. The ability and capability to live and even possibly prosper outside of the scope of space and time itself, vacuous, hyperversal, authority, 2452. The unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation. You have touched minuscule threads of the vacuous hyperversal authority and incorporated them into your being. This prompt blared before Noah with obsidian gold grandeur as his aspects of existence felt the potent streams of emptiness surging all around. The authority that allowed beings to survive outside the scope of space, time, and reality itself was termed vacuous hyperversal authority, as at this moment, Noah had managed to incorporate it into his existence. Something that was only possible for beings who had achieved extremity, or truly special apex ionic lifeforms. Noah's eyes were calm and deep as they gazed at this transformation, his gaze seeming like that of an ancient lifeform that had lived for far too long. His eyes carried deep traces of vicissitudes as he seemed to know everything that was occurring, his hand rising before his eyes as he saw multicolored waves of radiance in addition to utmost emptiness coursing through him. This current transformation came through with a variety of factors, where he still felt the essence of the crimson extremity panacea and its wonders, as well as something else entirely. The scope of reality and non-reality becomes thinner under your eyes. You were drenched with traces of Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authority during your transformation. Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authority. Noah heard such a term as his newly elevated soul very quickly traced the source of such an authority as he followed it to his Avalon dimensional chassis, and the visage of the adjudicator of dissolution who was releasing liquefied waves of the aura of extremity unto him. Such an authority was termed hyperversal extremity authority, and this being even had hers at Tier 3. This type of authority was different from the vacuous hyperversal authority that existed outside the scope of reality. It seemed that existences who expanded a concept all the way to extremity attained hyperversal extremity authority. And from these beings, those destined would also attain the vacuous hyperversal authority that allowed them to survive and thrive in non-reality, the authority of the crimson extremity panacea, vacuous hyperversal authority, and streams of liquefied Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authority mixed together to forge an unprecedented foundation. Thump, the beat of his heart returned even grander than ever. All the pristine sources of essence within his body cycled in fantastical ways as throughout it, 81 points of light began to bloom like pronounced singularities. 81 extremity meridian seeds have begun to bloom within your aspects of existence, not just within his body, origin, or soul, but throughout all of these aspects. Extremity meridian seeds to ensure successful apexification bloomed, and even as they did so, the extremity meridian seeds within your body have had their nature altered as they transform into 81 hyperversal extremity meridian seeds. WAA, an unprecedented rise in grandeur and glory as Noah knew just how crucial the word hyperversal was. For his extremity meridian seeds to contain such a term, it was a boon whose wonders would only truly be known later. Inside his body, 81 singularities bloomed as they looked like multicolored seeds emanating immense waves of extremity. Along with such an action, your aspects of existence are establishing the unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation. The ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation contains within it wisps of the budding vacuous hyperversal authority. A glorious foundation was being established, the unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation. It was a mouthful, but it was the result of multiple factors coming together, and within it, there were traces of that vacuous hyperversal authority. Noah monitored the advancement of this transformation with aged eyes as the 81 hyperversal extremity meridian seeds within his aspects of existence released blinding lights that connected each of them to each other. The lines of connection coursed through his body and connected all parts of him together as his origin, body, and soul seemed to be anchored by these 82 hyperversal extremity meridian seeds. This in itself was utterly fantastical, but did we truly know of its full significance? A glimpse of this was about to be shown through another location as the instant Noah's eyes opened with his ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation being established. His clones underwent profound changes and transformations as well, and in the region of one particular clone, there were also answers. Above billowing stellar clouds overseeing a vast haven, the veiled figure of the adjudicator of dissolution was continuing to allow the flow of her liquefied pure aura of extremity onto the lifeless visage of the Avalon dimensional chassis when all of a sudden, an immense force of life erupted out from the clone adorned in purple robes. But it wasn't just a force of life, it carried with it a shocking trace of authority that caused the veiled esteemed extremity to express in a single word, impossible. her figure removed her hand as Noah's Avalon dimensional chassis opened its bright eyes, a fantastical transformation mimicking what was occurring with his main body beginning to take place as he locked his gaze with the veil of the existence that had emitted liquefied streams of the aura of extremity into him. He owed her immense gratitude as she was the reason his profound foundation was about to be utterly ridiculous, since what she emitted unto him was her Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authority. An authority that his body now carried a trace amount of due to his budding foundation. As her surprise could not be contained, her figure coming down to Noah's situated level as she spoke again, "What did you just do? Your existence is emanating something that is not in any way possible for you to be expressing, something that should be impossible for him." Noah's countenance was vivacious as he raised his hand and felt the minute changes occurring as he spoke out grandly, his voice carrying immense age and ancientness within it that wasn't there before. "Something I shouldn't have is it the hyperversal extremity authority?" He spoke freely, as it didn't seem like the words and tone of a junior speaking with an existence who was far older and more achieved than him. The illusory trillions of years Noah had experienced had impacts that were far too real, as it seemed like an entirely different person came out on the other side. 2453 The unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation. 2. His words caused further surprise for the being before him as she rose again. Hyperversal extremity authority. He didn't truly have it as much as his foundation was being built with it as the basis, with this authority being something that was still very far from Noah, or from him being able to actually mobilize it. The grandeur of Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authority blazed around Svetlana's body and focused on her eyes that came to gaze upon Noah freely. Her veiled brows rose as she saw something few others could see, her voice coming out knowingly at this moment in time as she saw 81 illusory dots of light on Noah's Avalon dimensional chassis, dots that were radiating the authority she was all too familiar with, paired with her knowledge and the fact that she observed this being obtaining the first extremity panacea. You forged your extremity meridian seeds from the crimson extremity panacea, and yet they carry with them a foundation of hyperversal extremity authority. Do you know exactly what that means? Her eyes peered through the veils of secrecy as Noah replied succinctly, "Enlighten me. Hyperversal extremity authority is what everyone seeks. When taking any concept towards extremity, one has to expand it towards new heights, and then resonate it with other concepts of extremity to further extrapolate its possibilities, and then either of two paths can be taken. Either absolve a single concept from all other concepts to finally take it to achieve extremity, or take the identity of the singular convergence of concepts and take that towards extremity. The moment a concept achieves extremity, one gains access to hyperversal extremity authority, WAA. A concept was expanded towards extremity as later it was resonated with other concepts of extremity to further show its possibilities. This was the convergence of concepts to become dynamis of extremity. And after one forged a myriad of dynamis of extremity, or even be talented enough to form absolute dynamis of extremity that were also termed seeds of extremity, they held a variety of choices on their hands. It all depends on their definition of extremity. If one believed in a singular definition of a concept, they could diverge it from all others and use all obtained authority to take it further than ever before taking this single concept alone towards extremity. Those who believe in the synchrony of their concepts as a whole could choose to take the whole cluster of concepts under one identity, the single identity of a dynamis being the thing to be taken towards extremity. Taking a dynamis towards extremity is unimaginably hard due to the myriad of identities that make it up, so most hyperversal extremities will take singular concepts to extremity so they can attain hyperversal extremity authority. Their tier will be low, but they will have attained that authority nonetheless. But your foundation's meridian seeds carry traces of hyperversal extremity authority at their core as your expansion of either clusters of concepts under a single identity of a dynamis or a single concept's expansion towards extremity. It means you will not face any issues whatever path you take. Taking a dynamis towards extremity was immensely hard, and this was why any being who was able to form an absolute dynamis of extremity was extremely special. They had an eventual guarantee to expand such a thing towards extremity. Your foundation is quite literally paving the way for you towards extremity, as it is based on an authority you should only gain after you achieve extremity. My interference should have not been enough to cause such a thing. Otherwise, we would be able to produce terrifying geniuses every time a scion absorbed an extremity panacea. Hyperversal extremity authority is not something you can simply incorporate into your being that easily. So, what did you do to allow it to incorporate into your extremity meridian seeds? She had unveiled much of the secrecy surrounding this shocking transformation, as even then, it should have not been a possibility. What could he have done to allow such an impossible change to take place? The most that her infusion of hyperversal extremity authority should have done is to stimulate his life force and aid in him taking his concepts towards higher boundary layers as they came across the authority they would attain if they reached extremity. So what exactly had he done towards such a question? Noah's answer was a simple one. And it was an answer that caused the existence who had achieved extremity and attained Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authority to gaze towards him without saying a word for a few seconds. Noah talked while gazing at the stellar clouds below with an expression of utmost grandness and majesty. For that, I simply had to expose my body, origin, and soul entirely to vacuous hyperversal authority. Boom, a shocking set of words that left the Tier 3 hyperversal extremity before him speechless. If you did that, you would have died. I did die, I died, but who decided I should stay dead? While bathed with vacuous hyperversal authority and your hyperversal extremity authority in conjunction with the crimson extremity panacea, the current results were ushered in. For that, I owe you a favor. He spoke of owing the Tier 3 hyperversal extremity before him a favor as if this was a grand thing for her. As if it was a pristine blessing for anyone to hold, and the adjudicator of dissolution stared back at him grandly as she asked amidst all this. Did you not attain that, since he was bathed in it, died, and yet somehow survived? Did he now have it? Had someone who had not even attained apexification achieved something never before done in the Ionic annals of extremity? Towards such a question, Noah's eyes were deep and filled with eons of age as he smiled devilishly. You are establishing a foundation that is paving the quickest path towards extremity. The establishment of the unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation is modifying your aspects of existence entirely. Your origin is changing its nature, your soul is changing its nature, your body is changing its nature. Noah observed the glorious changes calmly as at the same time his will moved of its own volition. He had made many gains in the time he had spent in the emptiness of time and space, but some of his biggest gains were what he computed and theorized in the trillions of illusory years he weathered through, and at this moment, he began to put the many theories into practice as first. It was the profundity he had managed to achieve in his boundaries that far exceeded the ninth boundary layer, BZZT, his will imposed its new understanding of quintessence, and utmost radiance flourished as, understanding of quintessence far exceeding the ninth boundary layer is being expressed. The 10th boundary layer is not achievable unless one's extremity meridians are enacted. Blaring brilliance erupted as profound changes occurred. Your hyperversal extremity meridian seeds take on the budding seed of quintessence. The moment that the hyperversal extremity meridian seeds bloom into hyperversal extremity meridians, the seed of quintessence will bloom into its 10th boundary layer. 2454 The unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation. 3. He had 81 hyperversal extremity meridian seeds. As the moment they bloomed into hyperversal extremity meridians, the seed of quintessence would bud into its 10th boundary layer. Normally, when beings underwent apexification, they had to choose one distinction, one concept of extremity to define themselves, as this would be taken to the 10th boundary layer. Now, Noah had quintessence ready to do so, but his gains over the trillions of illusory years he experienced didn't just stop here. He had theorized too many things, he had seen across the truth of too many of his concepts and possibilities, so his will moved once more. Understanding of loot far exceeding the 9th boundary layer is being expressed. The 10th boundary layer is not achievable unless one's extremity meridians are enacted. Your hyperversal extremity meridian seeds take on the budding seed of Lut. Lut came to a similar conclusion as every single boundary under Noah. Understanding of manodynamics far exceeding the 9th boundary layer is being expressed. Understanding of blood far exceeding the 9th boundary layer is understanding of Fantasia. Tens of prompts passed over his eyes multiple times over as his soup expressed some of its gains in the last few illusory countless of years, and while he enacted the seeds of 10th boundary layers for all of his boundaries, the transformation of his aspects of existence under his new foundation continued, and his involvement in it was calculative and heavy as he came to focus on his soul. As his foundation was being established, his Ionic soul values had entirely crossed the 22 million number as it now surged past 50 million. It had much more breadth, it could contain many more things. Even though at this moment, the absolute seed of one potent concept had made stupendous strides after its master was able to survive the emptiness it gave out, Noah's eyes flashed as he pulled up the prompts in regards to the wondrous absolute seed of extremity that had made what just occurred possible. The convergence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity has reached 75%. Ionic anti-mana has been changed to become miniature vacuous hyperversal domain. Ionic mana drain has been changed to become vacuous reality absorption. Yes, anti-mana became miniature vacuous hyperversal domain to truly represent what it stood for, while mana drain became vacuous reality absorption. He would absorb the very reality around him, including other beings' essence and soul values, permanently taking it to become his. Great strides were made, stupendous advancements took place, and yet, Noah truly wasn't done. His will now came to concentration on his origin after he sensed the expanded breadth of his soul, his origin that now pulsed with streams of vacuous hyperversal authority. An origin that could survive outside of the bounds of time and space, the first and second planes of extremity shone with ever-increasing radiance at such an elevation as they were more expanded and filled with quintillions more of their respective cosmos than before, at such a juncture. Noah wanted to put into practice another gain from the stipulations of countless of illusory years, his origin that was made up of dimensional realities, the 9-dimensional realities on his first plane of extremity that were minor planes, and the 9-dimensional realities on his second plane of extremity that were major planes. For his unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation, he had to very drastically define and alter this origin by taking it to another level entirely, and he knew exactly what to do as commands began to be expressed from his will. Elevate the concept of reality towards extremity, reality. It varied for different beings as it could be altered in fantastical ways depending on one's soul value. The strength of one's soul and the concepts they comprehended were crucial to the alteration of reality. Those capable of expanding the very concept of reality towards extremity were also stepping on a grand path that was one of the more arduous ones to actually take to extremity. Yet for Noah, a source of crimson 3 ionic pearl of extremity burned as it took such a concept across multiple boundaries layers until it arrived on the 9th, and even thereafter, Noah had already extrapolated what the very boundary layers of reality would look like as an instant later. Understanding of reality far exceeding the 9th boundary layer is being expressed. Your hyperversal extremity meridian seeds take on the budding seed of reality. Reality itself was ready to enter the 10th boundary layer. BZZT tendrils of multicolored grandeur wrapped around Noah after this action as in the infinite plane. The darkness he was encased in disappeared. Miniature vacuous hyperversal domain was turned off as the blaring and immense glow of his enacting foundation and seeds of concepts ready to reach the 10th boundary layer erupted from him. His visage looked otherworldly with all the essence surging around it, and at this moment Noah's concentration remained on his origin as he called up the newly enacted boundary of reality. He then called up the boundary of dimensions. He was about to take a drastic but calculated action for his origin which held dimensional realities. He took a deep breath that focused on cycling the boundaries of dimensions and reality around his origin. He was cycling dimensions and reality as he initiated on forming his second dynamis of extremity the instant he woke up from his countless computations. His soul had grown strong enough with the establishment of his basis as he could handle another seed that would undoubtedly be an absolute seed of extremity as well. He knew this with confidence as apart from dimensions and reality, place dreams into the mix. WAA. The old decreta of dreams expanded into a boundary was breathed in and cycled together with dimensions and reality across Noah's origin. It may have been hard or impossible to put these concepts together, but when they quite literally made up his origin, it was the most natural thing ever as at this moment, the minor and major planes of dreams in his first and second planes of extremity began to buzz with grandeur. 2455 The unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation. 4. The minor and major planes of dreams in his first and second planes of extremity began to buzz with grandeur, and they wouldn't be alone as it place Avalon into the mix. Noah's voice calculatively continued to ring out as he continued on a glorious path that no others could follow. One-dimensional reality after another began to light up thereafter as Noah took their sources and began to cycle them quintessentially, resonating already connected concepts that held the same identity. This should have been much more arduous than when he initially made the indefatigable dynamis of extremity, as its total number of boundaries would exceed 9, and Noah was having an easy time doing it as he had calculated and run countless simulations over the past trillions of illusory years about this and multiple other possible dynamis of extremity, how they would mix, how they would resonate, what product they could produce, and just what changes it would bring to his origin for him to be doing this. All of it was under his eyes as a fantastical chain reaction took place while the dream, Avalon, Nibelheim, Fantasia, Apollyon, Mirror, Prana, Elysium, and quantum dimensional realities resonated with pristine authority while their respective concepts were being cycled quintessentially with the concepts of dimensions and reality. The convergence of more than 9 concepts is occurring as your soul is being put under a great strain. his gaze was cold as he felt like he was being squeezed from all directions, but this was when an instant later a powerful burst of authority supported his origin and soul. The budding unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation reinforces your aspects of existence and supports the birth of an absolute seat of extremity, one of the boons of his foundation. It was in its name. Hyperversal Extremity Foundation IT was a foundation meant to lead one towards easily obtaining and utilizing hyperversal extremity authority, so it would support Noah's ridiculous endeavors like enacting an absolute dynamis of extremity exceeding 9 boundaries. The cycling boundary essences have extremely high affinity and similar origins. The concepts of dreams, Avalon, Nibelheim, Fantasia, Apollyon, Mirror, Prana, Elysium, and Quantum resonate with their respective dimensional realities in your origin, the forged unnamed dynamis of extremity becoming inextricably linked to your origin. The concepts of dimensions and reality mix harmoniously with the 9-dimensional realities, and their concepts as a profound convergence of extremely compatible concepts is occurring. Like a well-oiled machine, his origin thrummed, his soul bore the weight of the coming second unnamed absolute dynamis of extremity as its purpose was the growth and quintessence of his origin. Streams of authority from the dimensional realities circulated rapidly through his origin while the authority of dimensions and reality mixed in, all of it following a lemniscate path as a blaring configuration of authority clad in a stellar black gold light, radiant black gold. It seemed authoritative, regal, and filled with power. Another absolute seat of extremity has begun to be forged, yet another absolute seat of extremity, something that genius apex ionic lifeforms forged, something that was more commonly associated with existences that had reached extremity. Yet Noah had forged one as not too long after another absolute seat of extremity was born. A second unnamed dynamis of extremity has been born. The unique conditions and link of the concepts within the second unnamed dynamis of extremity have placed its rate of convergence at 25%. The features of dimensional string alteration and string theory manifestation have been born. His origin pulsed with utmost grandeur as fantastical changes began to take place, quintillions of unique dimensional cosmos beginning to erupt from singularities moving in string-like fashion and releasing pristine vibrations around them that caused the emergence of even more cosmic singularities. It was the advent of a glorious seat of extremity meant to advance the realm of the true emperor of quintessence, within the ionic haven of dissolution, in the depths of the abyssal sanctimonious lands on the periphery of the floating obelisks where most scions were. At this point in time, most had rushed towards the fissure opening up in the vein of dissolution, while some of the more prominent scions were grappling to obtain the golden extremity panaceas. Yet in the far back of the periphery, auras of immense potency and power were appearing, as some in particular were as stupendous as unrivaled scions like Ericsson or Atlas, yet they were far in the back, hidden in a thick veil that seemed to actually carry traces of vacuous hyperversal extremity authority. Why was this? Across the 7 ionic havens, where all inheritances and factions united in harmony while seeking extremity, was such a paradisiacal thought even a possibility? The answer was no. Everyone sought extremity in their own way, and if beings had souls, there would always be greed and conflict. Some beings in particular were greedy for the souls of others. When they made a move, they moved with utmost surety, as they would be veiled by an authority that could hide them even under the gaze of an adjudicator, and when they did make a move, they didn't move alone as above them. There were unknown tiers of hyperversal extremities backing their actions who would step in to stop the interference of any other extremities. The cluster of veiled entities in the periphery of the obelisks were such types of existence. At the very forefront, an exceedingly handsome man with a single central eye smiled with brutality and valor as he spoke while licking his lips. The hunt this time is for carefully selected mutated entities. The engineered entity Atlas was at the forefront as the extremity of destruction ordained, but strategies have changed. Another being has become our top target to devour, as he is known as Noah. Osmont, a scion of unknown origins who was actually combining an absolute seat of extremity at this moment. Ha, what do you all think? His voice dripped with power and destruction as those behind him felt enormous with their overly strong souls. Some responses coming out nonchalantly. We've consumed many mutated entities and acquired what was theirs before. This one won't be any different. With a budding absolute seat of extremity, yet he will be intriguing at least. 2456 The unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation, within the ionic haven of dissolution, in a region that was artificially rejecting the very fabric of reality, a swirling mass of vacuous hyperversal authority lay hidden with a simple red robe could be seen. Everything about him seemed simple, yet vacuous hyperversal authority freely flowed from his body and spread out to different directions. Even with his simplicity, one would come to notice that his eyes were Utterly timeless and filled with age, his pupils shining like collapsing suns as they gave off immense waves of destruction, he was an existence who strove to attain the very peak of destruction. And he did just that, as during the time when he attained hyperversal extremity authority of destruction, he saw even greater walls ahead of him, so his path altered and changed as he lived, as he propagated chaos and destruction. He was among the beings that made it so adjudicators were required. He was a being who moved free and unbound by constructed laws, and right now, he released streams of vacuous hyperversal authority that covered a group of his scions of destruction that went towards the extremity vein of dissolution, and also a group of elder scions of destruction that lay in wait across different parts of the ionic haven of dissolution. One elder scion in particular did not need to be covered by his vacuous hyperversal authority, as his body silently pulsed with such an authority himself. The hyperversal extremity of destruction gazed towards this being as he was his greatest accomplishment, a mutated entity. He had managed to unfurl the talents of his after apexification. He had actually managed to attain that. He would be his successor in the future to come, as his task now was to target an apex ionic lifeform suspected of having a mutated soul. A being who supported a newly rising lineage known as Lernians while not seeking any of the bounties across the haven of dissolution, a child named Aurelia. She was among the targets of the aboriginal lineages here, as others included Skoll of the Planeswalkers, who was a verified apex ionic lifeform with a mutated origin, Babadan of the Noblesse, who was suspected to have a mutated body urea, and Daphne of the Quasarian lineage. Apex ionic lifeforms that had established their meridian stably along with their mutations were extremely special, as his elder scions would benefit from their deaths or experimentations, and with this, he would bring about more chaos and destruction. His goal was to cause enough destruction to the extent that the majority of hyperversal extremities with their interests spread here would be tipped over the edge to enact another war that would be recorded in the ionic annals of extremity. He was here alone, but he was never truly alone. Chaos never moved alone, quite literally. Ha! The hyperversal extremity of destruction laughed as he thought of the Tier 3 hyperversal extremity of chaos. Even though she was more interested in the deadly beings outside of the scope of time and space, she would always come back to enjoy any chaos and destruction in these havens, and so, a sequence of destruction and chaos was initiated as multiple hunting hounds were released across the awakening haven of dissolution, before a billowing cloudy wall that endlessly rose up and down, extending for an unknown distance. As it was demarcating a wall between havens, the visage of Grand Primeval Silas was stern as he held onto the body of the dream-dimensional chassis that had turned lifeless moments ago. Race had caused him great shock as he saw it remain floating in space, where he couldn't help but come check its status, as after a mere second passed, boom, a heavy aura of an unimaginable authority instantly erupted out as it caused alarm bells to resound within Silas' soul, his figure releasing the hand he had on the shoulder of this being before him as his gaze was grim, and even filled with a trace of anger. He had felt alarm and even a sense of fear from a sudden aura that an existence who had not even attained apexification. He buried his anger to better understand the situation as Noah's clone fully opened its eyes, Silas noticing the abrupt change in this being who felt like an entirely different person. Sorry about that, I had to do a little reboot. Let's keep going. As his body throbbed with a dazzling new aura, he floated towards the wall demarcating the ionic haven of dissolution with other havens as towards its pulsing billowing clouds. His hand rose as an area parted, something that only apex ionic lifeforms or those that had achieved extremity could do. The reason why traversing the walls between havens required such beings, those who had attained hyperversal extremity authority could easily cross across, or apex ionic lifeforms who could utilize an authority of a dynamis of extremity. Now an existence that had not even achieved apexification erupted with such authority as he made it seem like even with his own efforts he could cross freely. Silas' gaze became even more stern as he re-evaluated this being once more, the being he had made an oath with, as he took him towards the ionic haven of penumbra to view one of the 81 armaments of extremity. A sense of apprehension began to rise within him. In the infinite plane, potent waves of extremity danced wildly as Noah's foundation was created with such a thing at its base, his successful enactment of a second absolute seed of extremity bringing about many changes, of which a large percentage were going towards his origin. But as it reached 25% convergence, this unnamed dynamis of extremity pulled on his origin as its grandeur of black gold spread out all around him. It asked to be given an identity, and as Noah felt its quality, as he saw the idea of dimensions and reality that made it in addition to all the particular dimensional realities, his eyes released a deep glow as he spoke out grandly, Alethean, HUUM, the Alethean dynamis of extremity, 2457, the unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation. 6. The Alethean dynamis of extremity. He spoke the identity of the dynamis of extremity as a black gold light illuminated everything on his body in origin. In his soul, a rune burned as the word, Alethean, was inscribed towards his very depths, seemingly like a budding seed that would grow into the most deep concept. Alethean, it was a word that more closely defines something as the unconcealed essence of truth, the unconcealed essence of reality in all the dimensions it encompasses. With it, Noah planned to revolutionize his origin, and it did just that as the moment it was conceived. One of the newly born features of dimensional string alteration, activated without Noah even lifting a finger. Dimensional string alteration, the nature of your origin will be passively influenced by the absolute. Alethean dynamis of extremity to become a bastion of progression and power. The method of progression will be the core of the Alethean dynamis of extremity itself, as the changes it brings are through its truth of infinitesimal vibrating Alethean strings of essence, even smaller than even quarks, to produce bursts of singularities at the most efficient cost and speed. Observing this passive process and increasing understanding in the vibrations of the Alethean strings and how they twist and turn to produce their reality-altering effects will further growth the rate of convergence at its current stage, and further proper this absolute seat of extremity to attain hyperversal extremity authority thereafter. This feature is the basis of growth for the origin of the true emperor of quintessence, as your ionic soul values will be passively drawn to power up the vibration of the Alethean strings, with very rare and few treasures of extremity also capable of powering up the movements of the Alethean strings. A description of wonder in very, very simple descriptions of strings and quarks. It was why his origin exploded massively with great power and why his aura continued to become extremely heavy. In his origin, the first and second planes of extremity vibrated as they became covered by an utterly gorgeous black gold light, a light carrying the light of an absolute dynamis of extremity as the dream, Avalon, Nibelheim, Fantasia, Apollyon, Mirror, Prana, Elysium, and quantum dimensional realities resonated and pulsed to release minute and extremely minuscule vibrating strings of light. They were extremely small, yet they seemed innumerable. As an instant later, the cosmos within each of the dimensional realities propagated so much so that in a matter of seconds, they were double what they were before. And this number only continued to rise explosively as the dimensional realities were expanded at an alarming degree. Minute changes also occurring along the way as the black gold essence of the Alethean dynamis of extremity wrapping around the countless strings of light that permeated across his origin. The first plane of extremity has been distinguished to become the first haven of extremity. The second plane of extremity has been distinguished to become the second haven of extremity. The first haven of extremity has exceeded previous limitations as all the dimensional realities within it are becoming major planes of existence. The second haven of extremity is coursing with potent essence of the Alethean dynamis of extremity as its dimensional realities are transforming into minor ionic havens. The third haven of extremity has begun to bud in conjunction with the other planes of extremity. A magnitude of changes occurred as first, the planes of extremity were elevated to become havens of extremity, with each one having its past dimensional realities become something even greater. This wasn't to mention that with the coverage of the expanse of black gold light, Noah's third haven of extremity began to be forged right after, and the alterations weren't done. The havens of extremity under Thebanor of the true emperor of quintessence are distinguished as Alethean havens of extremity. Alethean havens of extremity, grand in name and eminence, as what exactly did they stand for? Each Alethean haven of extremity is capable of passively taking the concepts of extremity that fabricate its makeup towards attaining hyperversal extremity authority in time. All other bound sources of extremity connected to the Alethean havens of extremity are afforded the same passive progression towards attaining hyperversal extremity authority. When 9 Alethean havens of extremity are completely forged, all sources of extremity bound to it will have achieved hyperversal extremity authority. Prior to achieving 9 Alethean havens of extremity, it is possible for the Alethean dynamis of extremity to achieve hyperversal extremity authority. His origin would take the concepts within it to passively gain hyperversal extremity authority so long as he continued to build more havens. He currently had just had the third Alethean haven of extremity begin its construction. As if he built 6 more, hyperversal extremity authority would be his, but as he felt the droves of soul values pouring into dimensional string alteration, to reform and rebuild the first 3 Alethean havens of extremity, he knew that this would be an extremely arduous task that required the supplementation of a great deal of loot, mountains and mountains of loot. The very meaning of dimensional string alteration pointed to this. These were the wonders happening to his origin, as in addition to the pristine black gold light of the Alethean dynamis of extremity, traces of the vacuous hyperversal authority were mixing in during such a time. In the same manner as they were mixing into his body and soul as his foundation neared its precipice, the ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation has intricately spread traces of vacuous hyperversal authority across your aspects of existence. Your aspects of existence are able to survive in regions outside the scope of space-time and reality itself with the current stage of your foundation. After achieving apexification, the ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation will allow for further changes, as in addition to being able to survive in regions filled with vacuous hyperversal authority, you may even be able to move around freely when you have achieved genuine hyperversal extremity authority. You can then thrive in regions made up of vacuous hyperversal authority, the capability to survive outside the scope of space-time and reality itself. And in addition to all this, such a foundation was a quintessential one, as one more notification came in to give a glimpse as to just how deep the changes and reforging of his aspects of existence are. Your body, origin, and soul are one under the grandeur of the unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation, as they can express an output of damage values equivalent to 1/10 of an apex ionic damage value. 2458 Reborn. Your body, origin, and soul are one under the grandeur of the unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation, as they can express an output of damage values equivalent to 1/10 of an apex ionic damage value. Such a prompt of utmost grandeur ascended while those in the surroundings began to wake from their stupor as they felt the progression of their boundaries towards extremity escalate monstrously. Those who had known Noah for longer than a few days only gazed forward with solidified trust and reverence, as off to the side, Barbados shook her head with a smile that showed a mix of emotions. This whole time, she had been able to continue calling him little fish without worries or incongruity. As that's what she was to him, not some powerful overlord, not some conqueror of massive plains and lineages. To her, he always continued to be little fish, but on this day when she gazed towards him after she closed her eyes for just minutes, he seemed too grand. It wasn't the aura of boundaries or dynamis of extremity that they felt that caused her to think this. Whatever change he just went through now, it seemed to have changed him at a fundamental level, as his eyes felt different. The air around him felt different, as even someone like her who had hugged him close countless times wondered if she would be able to do so freely once more. Whether she would even naturally be able to call him little fish again. This was because there was something Noah currently emanated due to the unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation that even he wasn't fully aware of yet. Something he would learn about in the near future, as it caused Barbados and others who gazed towards him to feel a sense of grandness of a being so pristine that they shouldn't be looking at him so closely. Even Aurelia and Orion were not exempt from this, as these apex ionic lifeforms felt a sensation they never expected to feel from a being who had not even undergone apexification yet. Even though it wasn't close, it almost felt like a shred of what they felt when they first stood before the adjudicator of dissolution after they became apex ionic lifeforms. A shred. But even this caused them alarm and disbelief, as they couldn't fathom what was happening before them. It didn't make sense. As for the being in question, he also didn't yet know, as he was focused on the last prompt that spoke of his output reaching 1/10 of an apex ionic damage value. 1/10 of an apex ionic damage value. A single apex ionic damage value was what an average existence who had just undergone apexification to define themselves and attained their first boundary at the 10th boundary layer held. An apex ionic damage value of 1. Depending on how many extremity meridians one forged, whether they held dynamis of extremity, their foundation, and a myriad of other factors, this value could be much greater than 1 simply after apexification. The boons of one's boundary layers and all the granted percentages to all ionic parameter values, any multipliers that their boundaries granted. All of it was collated to a single value that either made 1 or exceeded it. Noah held 1/10 of an apex ionic damage value before he was even close to undergoing apexification. He could release 1/10 of an attack of a genuine average apex ionic lifeform, and if multiple skills are stacked with multiple clones or reified sources of extremity and released simultaneously, his thoughts buzzed wildly as the possibilities were endless, and all of this was the initial step as his foundation settled. He gazed at his body and felt his soul, as even though their changes weren't as explosive as his origin, that gained the added benefit of an absolute dynamis of extremity. Geared directly towards it, the essence of this dynamis of extremity and traces of the vacuous hyperversal authority still permeated across his body and soul. Thump, each pulsing string-like vibration caused his body to thrum rhythmically as his heart beat like an ancient drum. Each string-like vibration caused his ionic soul values to explode upwards a few 100,000, as with the foundation going towards stabilization, his ionic soul values would soon exceed 100 million. This was his path, your body origin, and soul now hold the initial might of the unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation. You have attained the distinction of one who gazes upon hyperversal authority, WAA. The initial might of this foundation was what Noah had achieved. When he achieved apexification, his foundation would expand to even greater heights, as at that point in time, even more of its might would unfold, and when he achieved extremity. When he actually commanded hyperversal extremity authority, that would be the day for his enemies to weep and hide in the farthest reaches outside the very scope of reality. The profound changes around him gradually settled as what he was truly granted continued to show itself through prompts. You have attained an unrecorded quintessential hyperversal soul. You have attained an unrecorded quintessential hyperversal origin. You have attained an unrecorded quintessential hyperversal body. Your soul is tied to your foundation, with your quintessential hyperversal soul value currently equivalent to 1/10 of a single apex Ionic soul value. His Ionic soul values that reached 100 million were akin to 1/10 of an average apex Ionic lifeform who had just finished their apexification. And it was tabulated to be 1/10 of a quintessential hyperversal soul value. No longer was it an Ionic soul value, it was transforming to a quality that was even grander. And this wasn't all. Your life force is tied to your foundation, with your quintessential hyperversal vitality value currently equivalent to 1/3 of a single apex Ionic vitality value. An innate quintessential hyperversal barrier equivalent to 1/3 of a single apex Ionic defense value emanates from your body. 2459 Reborn. 2. There was the quintessential hyperversal vitality value that showed Noah's foundation was more geared towards defense, with his life force 3 times as much as his damage output. Around his stellar body, a transparent barrier that at times shone a multicolored grandeur manifested as the innate quintessential hyperversal barrier arrived to be. It made him seem untouchable and impenetrable, with those who could hurt him seeming very few. This was outwardly. Everything gazed glorious and magnificent outwardly, as the main point of glory remained within Noah's own aspects of existence, a dazzling set of prompts cementing the grandeur of the unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation. At this moment, your mana has gained qualities of your unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation and has been transformed into quintessential hyperversal mana, with a resistance against concepts of extremity granted that makes it harder for the reality-altering effects of concepts to work against you even if they have achieved extremity. The higher your absolute hyperversal authority resistance is, the more unfettered you can become against other beings and their hyperversal authority. Current absolute hyperversal authority resistance 5%. Hyperversal dignity. Dignity is something that those who have brought a concept towards extremity or those forging a connection with hyperversal authority attain. Obtaining it before bringing a concept to extremity while not yet having undergone apexification is an unrecorded achievement worthy of being placed in the Ionic annals of extremity. This value allows the soul to emanate a type of hyperversal haki that expresses one's dignity, with a higher value being capable of causing a suppressive effect on enemies to the extent that if they choose to act against you with their concepts, their convergence of essence to cast abilities or skills may fail, or if they do manage to act against you, the effectiveness of their reality-altering output will be greatly reduced. An extremely high hyperversal dignity stat will make it so that your enemies cannot even stand against you. Since you have only begun to grasp hyperversal dignity, much of its effects are unknown and cannot be fully expressed by you. The effects of hyperversal dignity can be expressed or not expressed at your will, with the methods of raising it not fully clear at this moment. Dignity, and a hyperversal dignity at that. It was the reason that when Noah's will passed over his vassals and those closest to him, they felt he was much too grand of a being purely from the pressure he gave off. This was the feeling his allies felt while gazing at him. As for those labeled his enemies, life was about to be very difficult for them. His will experienced blinding as he moved on to another newly introduced term, hyperversal mastery, a measurement of the competency with which one has towards hyperversal authority. The higher the value, the easier it is for one to take concepts towards the hyperversal state. When hyperversal mastery reaches a sufficient threshold, every concept that one touches will automatically be taken towards hyperversal extremity. Due to a very limited understanding and grasp of the value of hyperversal mastery, many of its uses and boons are still unknown. Glorious. Noah's eyes were vibrant as he saw such a wonder, his will intent on finding out much more about it and its remaining wonders, when suddenly, bzzzt, his body trembled and gushed with crimson gold radiance. Your lineage has been affected by the unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation. The lineage of quintessential Kainos Emperor is transforming into the lineage of the quintessential hyperversal Emperor. Thump, his blood churned as it was pumped through his heart and coursed across his vessels, traces of utmost majesty being added to it as the changes of his current foundation were thorough, and because his lineage was something he shared with a select few others. Amidst his people, Henry's body rose as blinding crimson gold light radiated from him, his jaws opening to release a bellow of ancient power and grandeur as his skin split and changed, his dark blue hair became stellar as his eyes released beams of ancient light, his body giving off an aura of invincibility akin to his father in the distance. Far away from this region, in the center of a massive cosmos that had millions of spiritual herbs releasing a treasured light of extremity. The figure of Amelia Osmond could be seen as she plucked quintessential singularity berries in a small basket, the mother of the true emperor of quintessence. She had no worries about her son and his capabilities as she lived freely, enjoying the work of farming utmost grandeur in the infinite plane. As at this moment, her figure trembled as she caused the spiritual herbs around her to pulse with reverence. Her power was contained as her figure became much younger, looking like a woman in her 20s as her beauty could put many others in the infinite plane to shame. Changes were occurring to those directly linked to Noah, as even Adelaide, who bore his soul, experienced a change in her very bloodline as all her aspects of existence felt grand changes. Every single one of them underwent a great change as it was akin to being reborn. Name, Noah Osmond. Realm, boundary expansion. Third Alethian haven of extremity. Lineage, quintessential hyperversal emperor. Titles, true emperor of quintessence. One who gazes upon hyperversal authority. Alethian, indefatigable, tyrannical emperor. Quintessential hyperversal mana value, infinite. Quintessential hyperversal vitality value, .33. Quintessential hyperversal soul value, .10, 100 million ionic soul values. Quintessential hyperversal defense value, .33. Quintessential hyperversal damage value, .10. Hyperversal dignity, .1. Hyperversal mastery, .1. Absolute hyperversal authority resistance, 5%. Dynamies of extremity, indefatigable, absolute, Alethian, absolute. Boundaries of extremity, quintessence, blood, mana dynamics, loot, reality, dimensions, genesis, apocalypse, prana, dreams, Avalon, 2460. The infinite hyperversal haven. Noah and those connected to him underwent great changes, but there was one more thing he was intricately connected to, something that his past dimensional realities were connected to. It was the vast dimensions that made up the infinite plane. It was the infinite plane itself. This too began to undergo profound changes. Hair as dark as night, skin shimmering with an obsidian stellar luster, while a black bodysuit covered her dazzling curves. Her beauty was a given, yet her face currently showed distaste and revulsion as he watched her prey like a hawk. She was Urieli of the noblesse lineage. She had the grandeur of the prognostic dynamies of extremity coursing over her eyes as it would tell her when the opportune time would come for her to strike against the Lernean commander leading their forces into her noblesse domains. Her lips arched in a smile of cruelty as she wanted this lesson to be fully cemented, and she knew the time neared for her to get what she wanted. As she waited patiently, beside her, the apex ionic noblesse known as Richard sighed as he watched this happen, wondering what the extent of the consequences would be. Around the same time, on another side of the ionic haven of dissolution, the visage of the Fantasia dimensional chassis opened its eyes as a vast blue sea manifested around it, prompts appearing before it similar to other prompts that Noah's clones were staring at as they woke. The Fantasia dimensional frame has been transformed into the Fantasia Alethian chassis, WAA. Waves of power coursed throughout its body as it began to give off the same majesty as his main body, Noah's will. Gazing through this clone as he waved his hand to cause the appearance of a golden singularity of light, a golden extremity panacea, obtaining one was entirely too easy from those erupting in the fissure that had spread out. And Noah took one for a particular purpose as at this moment, his Fantasia Alethian chassis turned towards the direction of the faraway Quasarian lands. He had finished devouring the Lernean domains as his son continued his incursion into the land of the noblesse, and Noah wasted no time as at this moment, the Fantasia Alethian chassis began to head towards the Quasarian lands with an extremity panacea in hand. In those domains, there was an entry pass known as Xiaomi. In those domains, there was the Mad Apex Emperor Caesar, SHA. The steps that the Fantasia Alethian chassis took were akin to a vast body of water shifting every time, Noah's visage giving off a terrific glow of power as he was crossing the Lernean domains rapidly. Every step seemed to twist space as a black gold light of the Alathian dynamis of extremity wrapped around this clone that borrowed the power of the entire Alathian havens to cross forward. Thus, a journey that may have taken a reverend a few hours at top speed to make, Noah would be able to complete it within the next few minutes as he passed through a myriad of different regions across the Ionic haven of dissolution. As for what reception awaited him in the Quasarian lands, this mattered not to him as he barreled forward, intent on obtaining more planes of existence as he saw how critical they were to the infinite plane. This was because at this moment, the assimilation of the Lernaean domains and the changes that had bloomed within Noah's origin culminated into a wondrous unfolding reality. In the infinite plane, the tower-like structuring of the massive 9 dimensions and the trillions of clusters of cosmos above them that seemed like the image of an ancient tree holding up countless pearls of light brightened up even more. And across it all a radiant black gold light erupted out as the light of the Alathian dynamis of extremity covered everything. In addition to this, the pristine aura afforded only to those who had reached the utmost peak of a concept leaked from Noah's foundation to surge across the connection shared between man and construct, and then, the sources of all recently devoured planes of existence are being utilized as fuel for the birth of special Alathian hyperversal planes in the infinite plane. Waves of sources sank into the 9 blinding layers that began to expand and proliferate rapidly, more prompts appearing as they did so. When the Alathian hyperversal planes expand to a sufficient breadth, the infinite plane will naturally become the infinite hyperversal haven. All past features of the limitless plane are experiencing major elevation. The reified enders of extremity are being transformed into hyperversal enders of extremity. Alathian hyperversal herbs and treasures can now be planted and formed within the expanding Alathian hyperversal planes. Items of utmost quality exceeding that of even apex Ionic relics can be forged in the hyperversal blacksmith's forge with materials forming across the infinite hyperversal haven. Pills of deep quality can be concocted in the hyperversal alchemy hall. The offensive and defensive features are undergoing a major transformation to match the infinite hyperversal haven. The reason for his need for more planes of existence, the reason for his need for conquest, it was to continue building up the majesty of the limitless plane that was now becoming the infinite hyperversal haven. Noah Osmont. Was beginning to form his own haven, not part of the 7 Ionic havens, and no doubt much smaller in scale and size right now, but it was still a haven that he built, and when he incorporated the domains of Quasarians, noblesse, and even the planeswalkers, he waited for what such an accomplishment would bring. The transformation of the infinite hyperversal haven he was in was just beginning while his unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation was nearing the end of its boons. His stats and power had been revolutionized greatly as now, it was time to display it fully as he moved unmatched to obtain everything that he wanted. He gazed at the people around him as he spoke while blinding surges of light flowed around freely. The space around you and the expanding Alathian hyperversal planes contain treasures exceeding Ionic treasures of extremity. Acclimate yourselves and work to procure these treasures that will elevate your boundaries and realms even further. 2461 The Infinite Hyperversal Haven. 2. Acclimate yourselves and work to procure these treasures that will elevate your boundaries and realms even further. His voice was magnetic as with the effect of hyperversal dignity. It felt like a celestial being was calmly giving a command to the masses that rewired him. He told them to go forth and obtain the bounty and wonder of the expanding infinite hyperversal haven as the souls of these beings before him surged. RAA, a terrifying cry came from an emperor penguin as it was the first to adhere to the command of its master, others moving soon after as they were being dismissed to seek out wondrous boons. For now, Maximilian bowed towards Noah's visage respectfully as he moved back with the past powerhouses of the Lernaean lineage. Only a few existences being left behind as Henry came before Noah while his main body still buzzed with the changes brought about through the quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage. Father Henry's dark blue hair now carried traces of gold as he seemed like a much younger version of Noah, gazing at his father and the dignity he gave off as Noah's hand came to land on his shoulder. Father and son looked at each other with understanding and care as Noah replied, I can reforge your realm into something I have in mind, but take some time to think about what realm you'd like to have yourself. Tell me after you've come to a decision. He had calculated countless things in the illusory trillions of years as the possibilities of realm reconstruction were many. Henry nodded at his father's words as he turned towards the expanding lights of singularities across the infinite hyperversal haven, turning into a streak of light towards them as his eyes were hazy with thoughts on what he wanted his realm to be. The only beings left behind in the immediate vicinity came to be the Ionic soul clones of Orion and Aurelia, who were utterly perplexed at everything that occurred. Noah turning his head towards Orion as he spoke grandly, you and the other Lernaean Apex ionic lifeforms will benefit greatly from the boons about to bloom in this infinite hyperversal haven. Let them know they simply need to bend the knee and all of these resources will be available to them. He spoke in such a manner towards an apex ionic lifeform, but it didn't feel wrong in any way with the pressure he released as Orion calmed from his shock and gazed at everything with a calculative gaze. At the same time, Noah's eyes turned towards an inquisitive Aurelia as he spoke, and you made a promise to me for the entry into my forge. Let us now fulfill it. Aurelia's eyes, which seemed to be lost in thought, blinked as she came to, nodding nonchalantly as to her. It also seemed she would get to ask her many questions about this being and how the things he was doing were possible. I don't know how much help I'll be in the elevation of your realm when you've already done this much. But I will keep to my words. I also have many questions. Her curvaceous figure was draped in halcyon attire as she innocently moved towards Noah, her eyes twinkling with interest on how a being who hadn't even undergone apexification could release the aura he was currently releasing. Beside her, Orion was still thinking contemplatively as soon after, his gaze turned towards the direction where Henry had disappeared to. Among the many things he thought about, there was the prominent sensation of a connection with the scion of Noah Osmont. Orion very quickly connecting the dots that what he lost all those years ago must have been obtained by him, the eyes he lost that allowed him to see much more. He wanted to hear of how they had been and how they ended up in his hands as he turned into a streak of light towards where little Henry had disappeared to. Oh! The time is actually coming. Euryale held a cruel smile as she had given a specific prompt to the authority of the prognostic dynamis of extremity. As soon as the aura of the apex ionic lifeform left the periphery of the main body of the Lernean commander, prognostic would alert her and she would make her move with confidence that nobody could save the Lernean commander with dark blue hair and those around him. And the authority of prognostic told her the distance between the aura of an apex ionic lifeform was getting further and further away as she prepared to make a move. Her hand coalescing terrifying tendrils of a lethal dynamis of extremity as just when she was about to move, she spat out with distaste as prognostic told her the expanded distance between the main body of her target and the apex ionic lifeform reduced greatly again. She stopped her movements as she waited once more. She was patient, she had a lot of time, she simply wanted to know that when she made her lethal move, it would succeed with utmost surety, past the floating silver and crimson obelisks within the abyssal sanctimonious lands, past the fissure that opened from the extremity vein of dissolution, RIR. The bellows of massive leviathans of dissolution could be heard as scions crossed the fissure and into the wondrous domain within. Their souls feeling an increased sense of pressure as they felt as if they stepped into a brand new plane. There were dozens of titanic leviathans of dissolution obscuring their views, but the scions could see a vast and endless heavenly space past the fissure as it didn't seem like there was a floor or ceiling in any direction. It glimmered black, white, and gold as tendrils of vein-like trees arched across the radiant space, shimmering with black, white, and gold, with these tendrils of veins having at their ends vibrant golden extremity panaceas. Some tendrils of veins in the far distance even held extremity panaceas that shone with an obsidian glint. This was only what they could see in the periphery, as it was also very prevalent on some of the beautifully branching veins that they had been plucked. It meant the leviathans of dissolution before them had long since eaten from the fruits of these lands as they had forged their stupendous foundations. Surviving against them was something only the truly powerful scions could do, or the cooperation of clusters of scions. Among the scions coming in, the leviathans of dissolution roared out and charged forward without waiting as they defended their territory. Scions like Ericsson, Iam, and Atlas already engaging with their enemies as at this moment. A draconic leviathan turned its majestic snake-like eyes towards a stellar existence that had not been targeted yet. BZZZT, the massive body of this leviathan known as the silver-striped Imugi moved. Its titanic body seeming like the size of a world compared to the restricted 2-meter size of most scions here. It barreled towards the form of the quintessential emperor of extremity as it seemed like an ancient beast was about to swallow an insignificant being whole. And yet when the silver-striped Imugi was about to near, its body came to a halt right before Noah's most pristine reified source of extremity. The pride and majesty of the dragon lineage burned in the silver-striped Imugi, and yet its pupils constricted in shock as the moment it neared and was about to act. The relatively small body of the being it targeted felt utterly massive and gave off waves of pristine dignity. A dignity that made even a leviathan that had forged its foundation stop as it felt like a primal beast was staring it down. Noah's will stared at this leviathan and the unfolding domain behind it as he made a move to ascertain something. His main body could release an output of 0.1 apex ionic damage value and defend against 0.33 with his innate barrier alone. Now his reified source of extremity could display the capabilities of his main body in a range of multiples, and the reified source of quintessence. Had the highest multiple amongst all of his reified sources of extremity, so just what level of power could he truly unleash at this moment in time? 2462 Humiliation. Silver striped Imugi. A massive serpentine dragon whose body alone towered akin to a world before the scions and the figures of all others. It had lived for an unknown number of years as it expanded its concepts towards extremity while surrounded by dissolution. It was wrapped within the extremity vein of dissolution itself for all of its life and restricted to this region where it found others similar to it, their purpose only being to get stronger until ultimately, they could devour the extremity panaceas that bloomed from the branches of dissolution. Its wool was refined by its dozens of concepts of extremity and further propelled towards the precipice after it swallowed an obsidian extremity panacea. Its scales shone with blinding silver and black grandeur as it was a ferocious beast from ancient times that should terrify others with its mere gaze alone, so why could it not proceed any further while staring at a single existence before it? Noah emanated a suffocating type of pressure towards any of those wishing to act against him, and this leviathan of dissolution couldn't bring itself to make a move as at such a juncture. Come on, Noah beckoned towards it, you can go ahead. An attack. Immense pride and anger of the dragon race rose from the depths of the silver-striped Imugi's soul at such words as the hesitation and pressure it felt dissipated. Its wings flared out as its chest expanded. A runic magic circle quickly becoming etched on its jaws as an instant later, condensed singularities filled with destructive waves of dissolution and other concepts manifested in large numbers. When near scions felt the pressure emanating from these condensed singularities, their gazes became stern as they could sense the deadly potency within a single one. A single one was equivalent to an attack that one of the more prominent scions from the major inheritances or 7 clans could unleash. Yet dozens of them formed as the angered and wounded pride of the silver-striped Imugi utilized more than 60% of its ionic soul values into this single move, barrage of extreme sorrow. The will of the silver-striped Imugi blared out as at a rapid pace, the condensed singularities of dissolution surged out towards the visage of Noah's quintessential emperor of extremity. At such a critical juncture, not a single move was made on his part. He calmly watched the surging points of singularities that quickly arrived before his visage, each one being 10 times larger than him as they all came from the colossal silver-striped Imugi, yet as the first one threatened to eclipse and erase him out of existence. A fantastical scene that caused many beings to pause occurred. Bzzzt, the buzzing singularity reached his body as he neither evaded nor made a move, not even lifting a finger as the moment it was about to reach him. A thin layer of light lit up that absolutely prevented anything from even landing on his skin, an innate quintessential hyperversal barrier. It caused the first cluster of essence that reached him to vibrate at a shocking rate as an instant later, the entire volatile mass of singularity broke down and turned into fine dust as if it was ground down to nothingness, and for the dozen other singularities that followed, puff, 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 at the moment of impact, each of them turned to dust as they couldn't even graze his stellar skin. Such a scene alarmed many, but none more than the silver-striped Imugi as the roused anger and pride faded as it remembered the sense of oppression it felt before. Crack, the runic magic circle before its jaws that was releasing the dense clusters of singularities actually broke and fizzled out at such a time as his ability actually failed to remain cast. A deep ominous sensation descended as the silver-striped Imugi heard the voice of the dazzling existence it had targeted. A worthy effort, a worthy effort. These 3 words caused the soul of the silver-striped Imugi to tremble as they seemed like the judgment of an executioner, and it truly was a worthy effort, but Noah affirmed that his barrier alone could block attacks equivalent to 3 quintessential hyperversal defense values. This was because his reified source of quintessence could display 9x the capabilities of his main body. His 1/3 defense value equivalent to an apex ionic damage value became 3 for the quintessential emperor of extremity, and his damage value of 1/10. He wanted to see the magnificence of an attack that would nearly reach the might of an average newly transformed apex ionic lifeform. And so with a tinge of sentimentality as he began on a new path with a wondrous set of damage and defense values. He uttered out calmly as he tapped with his finger, Fireball, Noah's reified source of quintessence stood near the forefront of the scions along with Erickson, Iam, Atlas, Lodovico, and other notable scions who faced their own deadly leviathans of dissolution, apart from the silver-striped Imugi eclipsing everything before him. There were other leviathans behind this one as well as the interweaving branches of dissolution holding hundreds of extremity panaceas, yet the moment he uttered the word Fireball, the sight of the Imugi who was hundreds of times larger than him changed. Its sight became obscured by a fiery crimson light, but it wasn't alone, the leviathans of dissolution behind it to its left and right The leviathans in the distance floating near dense clusters of extremity panaceas, each one was akin to the size of a world compared to the average science here is at this moment. They found their sight bathed with a crimson light while their surrounding reality instantly turned blazing. The Imugi was the closest to Noah as it heard the word this being uttered out that cemented its judgment. At the last moment, it wanted to say that this wasn't a ball of fire, as its silver-black scales melted along with the immolation of its aspects of existence. It had a single thought: the sta isa plane, bzzzt. What appeared with Noah's simple tap was an enormous circular fiery crimson singularity that covered the silver-striped Imugi within it along with 9 other massive leviathans of dissolution that were around or behind it, and none of them had even a nanosecond more to exist as their aspects of existence were burnt to declare nothingness. 0.9 quintessential hyperversal damage values being unleashed until each of them as the reified source of quintessence showed its grandeur. And the so-called fireball that caused nearby reality to melt and the science nearby to move away in shocked it remained floating and burning as it was akin to an unprecedented plane of flames. 2463 Humiliation. 2. Crackle. Immense heat and scalding waves spread as the cast fireball that was akin to a major sun plane of existence remained burning even after the leviathans within were burnt to nothingness. This conflagration of flames that seemed like a burning sun plane remained and would stay for the future to come as this reality was utterly changed due to the single attack that took a mere tap. The nearby reality turned hellish as magma-like stream of light formed on the surface of this sun plane. Blazing winds and heat beginning to emanate out in the distance as any nearby scions behind instinctively moved back. Their scalps tingled as they watched. Such a level of damage caused them to turn entirely somber as it was far above what any dynamis of extremity should do in the hands of an existence that hadn't undergone apexification. Far in the back, near the entry of the fissure leading into the extremity vein of dissolution, figures hidden in a unique veil appeared silently as they also gazed towards the shocking phenomenon. Among them, a humanoid existence with a single central eye blinked with scrutiny as he spoke out. This actually seems to be a tough one physically and with the output of his power, whether it's momentary or not. We also haven't collected enough information on his absolute dynamis of extremity, so a direct confrontation would not be ideal. Skylar, this may be a better match for you. As he spoke, he gazed towards a green-haired woman whose verdant hair didn't emanate life, but instead seemed extremely vile and poisonous. Her eyes shone with a beautiful verdant luster as her face carried itself with a deadly beauty, a black robe covering her curvy figure as she smiled kindly towards the words of the One-Eye's existence. Naturally, though once I make a move, we will all also move to the other targets. Divide and conquer amidst the chaos, take them away from any possible sources of support or reinforcement. Then not we shall all gather back here with even greater glory. Another voice emanated out as this time, it was from a dark-skinned man with a shining bald head adorned in a priest's robe, a large prayer bead in his hands as his eyes burned with righteousness. Bzzzt. The potent power of these beings buzzed as the verdant-haired woman named Skylar was the first to make a move. She was most ideal for beings who were excessively strong physically or held powerful concepts of extremity that weren't fully understood. This was because she held a mutated soul that granted her a reality-altering ability known as Ionic Soul Consecration Domain that allowed her to stake her soul and the soul of her target in a sacred soul battlefield outside of time where they would vie for supremacy. The one with the strongest soul would come out on top as they would attain the memories, talent, soul strength, and concepts of the defeated. Her ability was already deadly enough, but 300 years ago, she was able to defeat another mutated entity and devour aspects of their reality-altering ability. Her Ionic Soul Consecration being transformed as now, it could isolate the souls within the sacred soul battlefield from their concepts of extremity while affording her 10 times her normal soul value while battling with Ionic Soul Consecration. Her soul was already abundant enough after she devoured the strength and concepts of many beings, but she was given wings to expand even further with such a transformation. As terrifying would it be for one to be separated from their concepts entirely as they only had to rely on the nature and strength of their soul? A smile curved across her lips as her body shifted across space, her target set as she moved towards the direction of the quintessential Emperor of Extremity while activating Ionic Soul Consecration. She never had to use more than 50% of her Ionic Soul values before to pull an enemy in, and she didn't expect this time to be any different. Noah's mind was akin to a convergence of millions of thoughts as countless possibilities flitted across it every second, and seconds back, he felt Providence shining as he actually gained the knowledge that he would be targeted, with there being boundless possibilities if he played things out properly, not just from the leviathans of dissolution. Other scions, he felt like he had eyes in the back of his head as he smiled. he stopped expressing the effects of hyperversal dignity. He wanted to let whatever enemies there were to attack him as thereafter, they would be turned into loot, and he didn't have to wait long before he felt a piercing soul power try to connect to his soul right after the defeat of the silver-striped Amugi and multiple other leviathans. Oh, it felt ticklish as it couldn't even bypass his innate, quintessential hyperversal barrier, but it held a trace of uniqueness that tried to burrow in while ignoring set-up defenses. Interesting, Noah's blinding eyes released an ever brighter luster as he opened up his barrier and allowed this soul light in. Shuring, it managed to touch his pristine soul as he found a part of himself pulled towards a space where uniquely, time felt distorted. His interest was piqued as he followed the lull of the soul trying to pull him somewhere, coming to arrive at the set location even before this soul as he gazed around it. It was a small circular domain that at this moment was trembling. Noah's portion of soul contained within being so massive that the domain seemed like a stretched-out bubble, with Noah's figure being massive and towering past its boundaries as it nearly burst. He controlled his soul as his figure reduced, his power entirely contained within as he shrank until he became 2 meters in this circular domain that seemed like a small world with roiling green clouds beneath his feet. The being that had pulled him in here had yet to arrive herself, Noah sensing the changes around him as the authority of this region actually made it so that his connection to his authorities and concepts was very thin. He found this interesting as he waved his hands and pulled the soul of the being that had initiated this ability closer, allowing her soul to descend at a faster pace as a bright light bloomed not too far from him. 2464 Humiliation. 3. The light revealed the image of a venomous beautiful woman who whistled as soon as she arrived, a misconception forming in her mind as she gazed towards Noah and believed the two of them had arrived here at the same time. Sheesh. You're the first one to make me use up this much soul power just to bring you in. Did your absolute seat of extremity boost you this much? As she spoke, she took calm steps towards Noah as she seemed unhurried and without any fear. She even held great expectations as she laughed while continuing to speak, her eyes observing Noah, who was displayed in his human form along with his devilish looks. You must be feeling confused right now. Can't sense any of your boundaries or your budding dynamis of extremity? Can't even sense your body outside of here? No need to worry. I welcome you to my Ionic Soul Consecration domain. In here, we can spend days while barely a nanosecond passes outside. And I can take all the time I need to grind down your soul and obtain whatever mutation makes you unique. Noah's eyes squinted devilishly as he couldn't help but form a smile while he looked at this being who truly had no idea just who she had targeted. She saw his smile as she shook her head with a powerful light. Ah yes, the smile of confidence that I've seen on so many others before. You don't know the terror of my Ionic Soul Consecration domain until I've shown you a few times just how naked you are without your concepts of extremity. You see, in here, the only crucial thing is the nature of your soul. And in this space, the nature of my soul is the strongest. Boom. Wild waves of power erupted out with her words as the domain they were in trembled. Her hands rose as a verdant blade coalesced in her hands, her eyes cold as it struck down towards Noah's visage with a deadly killing intent. Yet before it could even near Noah waved his hand simply as the conjured verdant blade disappeared. Skylar blinked a few times as Noah's smile only became more devilish. You don't seem to understand just who you have brought into a critical piece of your soul. Noah's voice boomed out in all directions as the circular domain they were in trembled from its sheer might. The roiling green clouds seethed with terror at the mere strength of his words as the gaze of Skylar's soul changed. Her hands moved commandingly once more as she tried to use her control in the Ionic Soul Consecration domain, and yet it seemed none of the essence and authority in here was listening to her. Her ability, her wonder, she actually couldn't control it, as it could only mean the other soul in this space was so much greater that it was influencing everything here under its will. Her pupils trembled as in the next second, the small figure of the man who should have been contained in this domain began to enlarge. His size came to far surpass her small figure as he expanded into a titanic stature that felt like it couldn't be contained in this small domain, coming to even reach the edges of its boundary as his gaze then bore down towards her with utmost glory. Skylar felt a perilous sense of danger at such a phenomenon as immense fear rose up, realizing the nature of the soul of this being was far, far greater than any of them had imagined, so she instantly activated her safeguard that she had never before utilized. At the heavy cost of wounding her soul, she could cancel her Ionic Soul Consecration domain and separate herself from the target she was connected to. Yet the moment she tried this, nothing occurred. Thump, she was in her soul form, and yet she felt the illusory sensation of her heart beating fearfully. She stared at the massive visage of the being towering over her Ionic Soul Consecration domain as he gazed down towards her coldly. As if she was a mere rat or insect trapped in his grand design, name, BZZT, a single word, yet Skylar's soul faced tumultuous waves of oppression as she forgot everything about her pride and magnificence as she stammered out her words, Skylar. Skylar Blackvine, her soul trembled as she felt as if she was speaking in front of the revered apex ionic lifeforms of her clan. His exceedingly cold eyes flashed as he spoke again, affiliation, part of the hidden scions of the Avernus clan. Skylar spoke out hurriedly as her soul was thoroughly grasped by fear, and the crux of this domain, like a billowing ancient giant, he inquired authoritatively as Skylar replied while her verdant pupils trembled. A domain where the winning soul devours everything about the other person. As she said these words, she trembled. This was because in the next moment, a single word was uttered, then Noah's massive visage brought its hand down, the weight of the whole world crashing down towards Skylar, a domain where the nature of one's soul was the most important as they were cut off from their boundaries and dynamis. With his quintessential hyperversal soul, the enemy was only throwing themselves into oblivion by targeting him. Wait, a pleading cry was the only thing to come out, and it was thoroughly ignored as the visage of a massive hand smashed down. Why Skylar had released her attack. The other mutated entities targeting the prominent scions also moved, each one held their own unique might as they thundered down not just to clash with their chosen targets but also erupting to cause utmost chaos as they had the goal of isolating, dividing, and conquering. The one-eyed existence targeted the robed Atlas who was surrounded by plum petals, his figure blaring like a black pillar of light that Atlas instinctively felt it and turned around to clash with their forms shooting out towards the vines filled with extremity panaceas in the far distance. A similar scene occurred for most prominent scions as a violet beam of light crashed into Erickson, a transparent barrier radiant around him as his eyes rose up authoritatively while his dark hands waved down with dominance. 2465 Humiliation. 4. Chaos bloomed across this region as Iam, Lodovico, and many others were targeted by unknown combatants, the leviathans of dissolution that were still recovering from the shock of the massive blaring sunplane still burning before a certain someone also recovered as they used this chaos to fight back and flip this area utterly wild. Barely a nanosecond had passed since everything began, with Noah's figure only stopped lightly as not too long later, his eyes regained their full faculties. As he gazed at the prompts before him, you have come out as the victor from the Ionic Soul Consecration domain, everything of the defeated party is claimed by you, a type of golden soul mutationum embryo has been obtained. His eyes opened sharply, in his soul, a dazzling jewel-like singularity bloomed as it released pristine waves of authority that emanated change and transformation. His will focused on it as wondrous details bloomed soon after, golden soul mutationum embryo, an embryo holding the reality-altering trait of Ionic Soul Consecration domain. One can choose to devour it as depending on the strength of their soul, they may either obtain all of the trait or only parts of it. The mutationum embryo can also be utilized as fuel to empower already existing traits to express even greater reality-altering capabilities. Existing traits or reality-altering features linked to your soul that are capable of advancement, infinite mana. Unrecorded Ionic Quintessential Hyperversal Extremity Foundation, Infinite System. WAA, a short and simple description of utmost glory, a soul mutationum embryo that could be utilized in different ways to the extent that it could have been applied to a variety of reality-altering features or abilities under Noah. It wasn't just limited to traits as Noah could use it as fuel for even something as wondrous as the unrecorded Ionic Quintessential Hyperversal Extremity Foundation, after Noah read its details, he couldn't help but smile brilliantly as the memories from Skylar swirled across his mind. She was a hidden scion of the Avernus clan as it seemed among the inheritances at the very peak of power in the Ionic havens of extremity. There were of course those standing against others whether in the open or in the dark, and she was not alone as Noah's eyes perused the memories of all the beings she came with, each of them with their own unique identity as they were mutated entities or normal scions who had absorbed traces of a mutationum embryo. What was even more astounding was the path they took to get here, as this was a cluster of beings which branched off from elder scions holding might at the apex ionic lifeform level. Such beings currently spread out across the haven of dissolution as above all of them and working in tandem with this group currently, was none other than an existence that had achieved hyperversal extremity authority. And not just that, but they also held vacuous hyperversal authority as well. Noah couldn't help but lick his lips at such a vast cluster of possible loot. His eyes shone with a devilish glint as even when faced with the possibility of an intervention of a hyperversal extremity existence, he was unfettered and didn't even think of stepping back. His memories from Skylar were broken down as the profiles of multiple of her comrades appeared, his body flashing with indomitable might as He moved towards a certain direction soon after. The famous son of Haven, Atlas. To think you would form a dynamis of extremity without even the interference of treasures. What exactly are you hiding in your soul? A booming voice followed by Booking's pillars of black light smashed down as stellar black, gold, and white vines were ripped out, scintillating golden extremity panaceas thrown about and floating in space wondrously. Atlas' robe was drenched in a deeply pink light as he held his white sword in front of him, his eyes sharp as he stared at the one-eyed existence before him. He was actually someone that Atlas had heard of before from the reclusive and hidden giant known as the Avernus clan. The one-eyed hunter Azazel. What bolstered you to have crawled out of the hole in the depths of hell you normally hide in? Atlas' eyes were sharp as 150 years ago. Stories had spread about how scions from the Avernus clan and the barbarians of Extremity had come to a conflict. And there was outrage at the atrocities where Azazel wiped out entire squadrons of scions until apexionic lifeforms had to intervene, a small war breaking out between the two sides. He had moved in the shadows thereafter as not much was heard about him, but for him to appear here, Atlas had a calm expression as he pulled his sword close. His memories as a regressor didn't show much about this being, as he had only seen a few of the possibilities. He gazed towards the faraway blinding sun. Plain that a unique existence had cast in their current position, as he voiced out while hundreds of plum petals unfurled around him. I've heard that you are a mutated entity with something called absolute defense penetration. Azazel's voice rang out domineeringly as his hands conjured dozens of black pillars of light. His single eye squinted with bloodlust, as he was a being who could ignore the authorities of other beings' boundaries and to an extent even dynamis of extremity to entirely bypass their defenses and directly wound their souls. He was a straightforward and deadly combatant whose attacks had caught many off guard, with their deaths being cemented. His body bellowed with pillars of black light as he bellowed out, I come today with the glorious purpose of claiming nothing else other than your soul. Thereafter, I shall establish my foundation before participating in the culmination step of the extremity vein of dissolution, where even your elders of the plum sort of extremity, they shall all be falling under my AR-BZZZT. Before Azazel could finish his hand monologue, space warped as the appearance of the quintessential emperor of extremity appeared behind him, the arms of this pristine existence coming from both left and right as two radiant cherry-colored infinity symbols rotated and smashed towards each other, with Azazel at the center. His head was barely able to turn as his eyes showed unbelievable shock and a rising sense of dread, but the two hands with rotating infinity symbols came together without any interference, as akin to a pancake. The entire body of Azazel was flattened. Torrential waves of an absolute dynamis of extremity vibrated as an instant later the flattened being buzzed as everything about him was ground to dust. Atlas was silent as he contained his shock, because what had just happened wasn't even a fight, it was utter humiliation, and the being responsible seemed unfettered as his voice emanated out, another one down. The appearance of the reified source of quintessence uttered out with a devilish glint in its eyes as a message rose. A type of golden body mutation embryo has been obtained, a dazzling message that only caused his eyes to shine with a greedy light of greed, as without even gazing at Atlas, he turned towards another direction where the next mutated entity lay. 2466 No Mercy. Henry gazed at the fantastical scene of the expansion of utterly massive Alathian hyperversal planes that used to be small dimensions not too long ago. His sight focused on the lowest layer, which was the past dream dimension, as he saw rapidly proliferating sandy gold mountains that were as massive as cosmos, with some snaking across the land to be as stupendous ancient holy lands. They seemed like a mere glimpse of the titanic reality passages he at times saw in his father's Origin alone. With the unbreakable pillars of stanchions of glorious light, a sense of profundity was contained within as he watched this process, with his thoughts disorganized as he pondered about what to do for his own origin. There were a great deal of opportunities from his father, and if he grasped this one to forge something utterly unimaginable, while in his thoughts, he felt the booming aura of an apexionic lifeform behind him as the visage of Orion came to a stop a few meters from him. His own gaze was a mix of emotions, as this was an ancestor of the Lernaean lineage who was the very first true emperor of the past barren lands. Henry knew why he was here as he spoke calmly towards this being. Even though he should have been someone of much higher status than him, have you come to take back your eyes? He had lived for a truly short period of time, and yet he spoke to a being that had lived for billions of years freely, the tyranny of the quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage burning brightly inside him. Orion looked at this while shaking his head with a smile. You are not far from your father at all. No, I am not here to take back those eyes. After I lost my connection to them, I never tried to regain it, as without them, my vision only continued to expand. But they are still part of me. I wish to know how they have been used. I wish to know how they ended up in your hands." His voice was akin to that of an old man wishing to ease his heart as Henry turned towards him briefly before turning his gaze back to the expanding haven before him. His voice was light as he began slowly. "The last person to have them, however briefly it was a child known as Oppenheimer. A story began between an existence with an utterly young soul and one who had experienced too much age and time." Boom! A shocking battle. Ericsson's figure was indomitable as the probability of piercing through the barrier around him was still at zero, yet the force his enemy released was still enough to push his body back. With no injuries, his dominating visage ripped apart the black gold branching vein he had smashed into, his hand motioning towards the two golden extremity panaceas blooming from its stalk as they were propelled towards him, disappearing into his unique storage as soon as they neared him. He then licked his lips as he remained carefree, bending down to pull one of his beach slippers off of his right foot and grasping it in his hands. "Now you've gone and made me draw my weapon. Are you ready for what is to come?" He grasped the slipper in his hands with shocking dominance as his enemy was a tall humanoid whose entire body was made of pulsing neon lights. She felt the rising pressure in the surroundings as she scoffed, the robe she wore coming off as one could see a glistening automaton skin layered with dense neon lights, her hands forming into pulsing cannon-like weapons as her plump breasts were circular metal blessing that released a gleaming mechanical light. As she glared at Ericsson holding the slipper in his hands, anger rose in her heart as behind her back, the sound of an engine humming began to resound as hundreds of illusory drones appeared behind her. "I hate fools like you the most. Fools that have lived a life so good that they take nothing seriously." Each of the hundreds of drones in the skies gradually became real as they shone with a dangerous glint, the power they released matching an unequaled Reverend Emperor for every single one. It was like facing a few hundred unequaled Reverend Emperors in the form of neon death drones, yet Ericsson seemed unfettered. "Remember my name as you perish. I am the disciple of the great hyperversal extremity Mechanica. I fused my wounded soul with countless automatons until I gained an alteration capable of turning the bodies of my enemies into an army of automatons that are impervious to boundary essences." The fluorescent lights around her blared gorgeously as the hundreds of drones behind her pulsed while releasing pulsing missiles from their lower compartments ready to bombard everything here. Gazing at this scene, Ericsson scoffed as he raised the slipper in his hand, this simple object expanding and becoming enormous above him as a fantastical distorted probability was attached to it, yet the enemy before him continued. "I am the ruler of the innumerable drones of destruction. And I will have my retaliation against the clans that wiped out my whole inheritance because of their greed for our technology. You will just be the first. This, I swear in my name. For I am Sal Dash." BOM, her words first get to finish. From above, the splendid figure of the quintessential Emperor of Extremity had appeared as his hands held a sparkling cherry-colored spear of light, this spear smashing down from above as it pierced the head of the mechanical existence before Ericsson, facing no obstruction as the spear continued further down and separated the chest, waist, and eventually the entire body was split in two from top to bottom. Thereafter, BZZT, the essence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity buzzed as the two halves of the body and every trace of aspects of existence they held became wrapped in a light of destruction as they turned into dust. 2467 No Mercy. 2. A cherry-colored spear descended from nowhere and turned its target to dust soon after, a prompt rising before Noah's eyes soon after as the illusory drones in the surroundings faded. A type of golden origin mutationum embryo has been obtained, a welcomed prompt that came at the same time as Ericsson's voice echoed out in the distance. "You didn't have to steal a creature like that. I was curious about her mutation too." The slipper in his hands reduced in size as Noah's visage gazed towards him calmly while replying, "You all take too long and give them time to begin telling their histories and motivations. The motivations of these foes do not matter. Lesser side characters like them should only have a line or two before they perish." Noah's voice was resonant as he had already heard the brief histories of two of these mutated entities before they died. Even though they had been killed seconds in between, Noah still felt like it was taking too long as before any major changes occurred. He wanted to sweep all of them away and make them his loot. To accomplish such a thing quickly, his eyes shone as an ability that would aid him in doing just that was available, and it was one that he wanted to test out as well. It was string theory manifestation. The nature of reality has been a conundrum that many have tried to solve. This ability allows you to discern reality and its makeup through the lens of an infinite number of Alethean strings moving in harmony to form the very fabric of reality. Waves of vibrations being released that usher forth the movements of the very atoms and forces that make up nature in different dimensions. It is but a theory, but a manifestation of it makes it closer towards truth than a theory. Activating it will passively deplete your soul values as you enter a state where you can manipulate nature smoothly through the vibrations of strings and how they alter the different dimensions of reality. Greater understanding of this will increase the rate of convergence of the Alethean dynamies of extremity and even the formation of your Alethean havens of extremity, a feature that took the ninth boundary layer of dimensions and put it on steroids. The ninth boundary layer of dimensions gave Noah a peek at utilizing the string-like vibrations of nature and how different dimensions of reality came to be because of it. But the control gained from string theory manifestation was unimaginably greater, and now, he wanted to see just to what extent the different dimensions of reality could be manipulated with it. String theory manifestation, time seemed to slow down infinitely to the point that it came to a halt, with his quintessential emperor of extremity at the very center. A black gold light of utmost regality flourished around Noah and spread out. His eyes of singularities were closed as with his body at the center. He felt countless string-like vibrations emanating outwards and continuing to propagate towards the nearby reality. They spread far and wide as they came to cover Erickson. Noah's soul felt like it was interconnected to the countless vibrations of the Alethean strings as he was everywhere they passed. The vibrations passed through Erickson as Noah felt the transparent boundary around this being that held a staunch and unbreakable dominance of reality. Yet he knew that in this state, he could manipulate the string-like vibrations to break down this authority and reach the aspects of existence of this being. But this wasn't the current enemy. The Alethean strings continued to spread outwards as very quickly. They covered vast distances as Iam's figure and the one attacking her could be seen. Lodovico's visage and his attacker could be seen. Baratum of the Prometheus clan and his attacker could be felt as the countless strings-like vibrations reached them. Antoinette of the Scholars of Extremity with her wand thrust out and blaring with singularities could be seen as her attacker was a massive existence that had transformed into a reality-devouring gold ant. Noah felt all of this as with the countless string-like vibrations he felt. It was as if his will had reached all of these places. The makeup of reality was that of these strings and the vibrations they released. So if he used the dominance of the Alethean dynamies of extremity to simply impose his will through these materialized strings, thump, he felt the beat of his heart as with his eyes closed. He grasped the spear filled with the essence of the indefatigable dynamies of extremity and threw it in front of him. The spear was wrapped in the countless string-like vibrations as an instant later, it disappeared as if it melded and traversed through them, crossing vast distances like nothing as it warped across space to manifest once more from the strings right before the enemy that Iam faced. At the same time, Noah's right hand that had just released the spear thrust out with a fist, a massive black gold stellar illusory fist materializing and shooting out as it also melded in the string-like vibrations and instantly came to appear behind the enemy in front of Antoinette. Noah's left hand then tapped as a ray of severing light formed and shot out, carried by the string-like vibrations to instantly appear above the mutated entity that Lodovico faced. Thereafter, a sea of blue flames bloomed before him as they also spread out in different directions, being carried by the countless strings he could feel as they instantly appeared next to their targets, and in the nanosecond that followed, reality resumed as normal. Yet before multiple mutated entities, horrific attacks arrived at the same time as a burning cherry-colored spear annihilated reality around one entity. A massive black gold fist arrived to flatten another mutated entity. A severing ray of light pierced the head of another mutated entity who was just about to begin a speech, and then massive cerulean seas of flames descended from nowhere as their targets were immolated into nothingness a nanosecond after they were covered. Thump, Noah felt all this as before his luminous eyes. A type of golden soul mutationum embryo has been obtained. A type of golden soul mutationum embryo has. A type of golden body mutationum embryo. Radiant prompts rained down as the true emperor of quintessence eliminated all his foes at once without even an ounce of mercy. Tomorrow's working chapter titles: No Mercy. 3. Xiaomi I, Adui, 2468 Xiaomi I, within the Ionic haven of dissolution, closer towards the Quasarian lands where one of Noah's clones was making their way, the skies and the earth were inverted and twisted as broken landmass floated on top while a sky pulsing with tendrils of ruin and nullity vibrantly boomed in the bottom. Past such a region, dense clusters of planes of existence shining with obsidian light and pulsing with exaggerated grandeur of a hint of quasars could be seen. A great deal of modifications made on these planes to make them appear like so. Within the center of one of the more massive planes, towards the deepest reaches of the sacred Quasarian lands, the auras of power contained in this region were much denser than normal, as there were nearly 3 times as many apex ionic lifeforms as there were before. The reason for this was none other than the fact that the ionic inheritance of extremity known as singularity overseers had integrated themselves into the Quasarian lineage. The Light of the Seven was linked to the Planeswalkers, and the Genesis Institute of Extremity was connected to the Noblesse, with the Cult of Endless Shadows sharing an alliance with the Lernians. Many things were done for the start of a smooth relationship between the joining forces, as at this moment, two apex ionic lifeforms were moving across the central sacred Quasarian plane while one talked. This is the center of our power, as this plane holds a region of ionic quasar stalagmites. Treasures very conducive to our power, as we mine 1 million units every month, and they still continue to propagate. An apex ionic quasarian was speaking while adorned in a stellar obsidian robe. His dazzling obsidian skin made up of countless quasars shining with a powerful light as he introduced the structure of the quasarian lineage towards the leading elder of the Singularity Overseers. The being beside him adorned a vibrant purple robe on his fair body, dark hair just reaching his shoulders as his visage showed boundless grace and beauty. He nodded lightly while they continued to tour around the Quasarian domains. Eventually, they crossed a region where the apex ionic lifeform from the Singularity Overseers raised his brows while pointing towards a certain area. Elder Buma, that veiled domain over there. You haven't said anything about it, yet it seems to hold an air of treasures exceeding any other locations we've been in. His gaze pierced across the many veils as he saw a hidden plane of existence. Grand Singularity Elder Zeitgeist, that's a sore point for our lineage. Elder Buma of the Quasarian lineage began slowly with a difficult look, showing slight hesitation as he continued soon after. The veiled plane is filled with countless treasures promoting life force and vitality, because within it, one of our most prized young scions lies. She was the brightest quasar to have been born in our whole lineage, with her aptitude in the boundary expansion realm being so terrifying that she was reaching 9th boundary layers in all the concepts she was curious about within decades. Yet, calamity struck as an unexplainable phenomenon occurred the first day she ventured out. She passed over a region filled with voidness and ruin, as an instant later, the whole dreadful sea of ruin in that region surged and poured into her endlessly. Tendrils and tendrils of ruin that could fill up tens of planes of existence surged into her and filled up every part of her soul. This source of chaos not letting up and continuing to surge into her as we had to forcefully move her body away and stop it from coming near here, with everything coming to a stop thereafter. After bringing her back into our lands, though, we found dense devastation coursing through her soul and vessels as it poisonously began to eat away at everything, her power and grandeur slowly fading to the point that it seemed all other concepts she had were eaten away, as the only thing to remain in her aspects of existence was ruin. Ruin that just continued to kill her day by day, as at this point, we don't think she has more than 100 years left. We've tried all avenues to cure her, but alas, his expression was one of pity as he shook his head at what could have been. Grand Singularity Elder Zeitgeist's brows rose with interest at such a story as he spoke coolly, "Let's go see. I may be able to be of help," a request that caused Senior Boma of the Quasarian family to hesitate. He thought of the father of the dying girl in this veiled domain who didn't let anyone near this plane apart from him as to allow an outsider. Surely, Elder Boma won't deny help for something like this, as our forces are integrated to become one? Zeitgeist spoke with a sense of pressure as soon after. Buma nodded as he slowly flew towards the veiled plane, waving his hands to remove the restrictions that only he and the mad Reverend Emperor Caesar knew of, and soon after, they entered the veiled plane. Within it, dense waves of life force emanated out of a cosmic sea of treasure swayed gorgeously with multiple colors of light. In such a sea, the figures of Senior Buma and Zeitgeist very quickly locked onto the only existence here. Her life force was pulsing weakly as she swam in the cosmic sea of treasures, her gaze filled with countless thoughts as her body was radiant with an black light of trillions of quasars, yet on her body, one could see a sense of transparency as a dense network of vessels were seen with thick tendrils of ruin churning across these vessels constantly as they seemed heavily interconnected with her soul. Buma sighed when he saw this, yet Grand Singularity Senior Zeitgeist. His eyes opened in shock as an instant later, this shock turned into joy and excitement that he quickly repressed. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he smiled and spoke out in a voice that Senior Buma and the woman in the distance could hear. "I can cure her." 2469 Xiaomi. 2. I can cure her. BOM. Explosive words rang out as in the distance, the figure of Xiaomi turned and gazed towards them calmly. Buma became shocked as he voiced out hurriedly, "Truly? How can you say that with such confidence?" The only avenue we saw was to maybe have an esteemed extremity that had achieved extremity in ruin or something similar. "Is that, something like that? But I recognize her condition." Zeitgeist spoke freely as he floated closer towards Xiaomi. "Her condition is a blessing in disguise of a calamity, and my master, he will be able to entirely cure her." Yum Quasarian.do, you wanna be rid of this ailment? His body emanated grand authority as a purple glint shone in his eyes, affirming his thoughts when he arrived ever closer to this being before him. The transparent look of her body as it looked crystalline and glass-like, while all her veins, arteries, capillaries, and every single vessel could be seen with glass-like clarity. He had seen this before within one of the most prized extremity cultivation furnaces that his master used. Others may not be able to put things together, but Zeitgeist knew that what this being held was one of the extremely rare innate extremity foundations, the pellucid hyperversal foundation, glass-like vessels and a unique disposition. It held, hyperversal, in its name, as it was a shocking foundation that took a specific essence it was innately attracted to towards extremity at a very rapid pace, but it held a deadly drawback, as if one didn't contain it when they were exposed to the innate selected essence, they would perish before they even knew what they held. This was the case with the being before him, as ruin had interlinked itself with all of her aspects of existence, and of course it would do so when it was attracted to the pellucid hyperversal foundation. This girl knew nothing about it, even with her genius, as she wasn't able to properly take reins, her blessing becoming a misfortune, as now she was dying from the very source that would take her to extremity in a short period of time. Zeitgeist contained his excitement, as when it came to such beings, his master collected those similar to them, as in the past billions of years he had only obtained a single being with pellucid hyperversal foundation from one of his other disciples, and that being was now an elder brother of Zeitgeist who had already attained extremity and sat himself close to their master. His master collected unique beings like this for no other purpose than to use them as extremity cultivation furnaces with the only pellucid hyperversal foundation existence he had obtained, having a link to nullity, as his master had utilized her until he achieved extremity in nullity. Adding this as another concept, he attained hyperversal extremity authority, and the pellucid hyperversal foundation of that existence was pretty much used up after that, but she lived as there were still opportunities for her to reach extremity through normal means like all others after she lost her pellucid hyperversal foundation. And if he presented another being with a pellucid hyperversal foundation for his master to attain extremity in another field, I will join elder brother Kabul in also being granted extremity by Master. Good, his thoughts were hidden as he stared at the visage of the young woman who didn't even know what she had, seeing her beauty that even matched women who had undergone apexification. Yeah, Master would truly enjoy this gift. His ecstasy only rose as he spoke again, since this holder of the pellucid hyperversal foundation seemed shocked and unable to answer after his grand words of being able to cure her. Well, the ailment that has been plaguing you all these years will be cured. We just have to make a trip to the haven of Helios. He put on his most benevolent smile as the young woman before him gazed up, and in the next moment, no thanks. Shocking words that even caused Elder Buma beside them to blink in shock resounded out. Buma was taken aback as he came closer to Xiaomi while speaking out. Little Xiaomi, this is what your father and the whole Quasarian lineage has been looking for all this time. If there is a cure. The gaze of Zeitgeist didn't show a change of emotions at Xiaomi's words, as his eyes only flashed sharply. Xiaomi seemed to have a gentle nature as she turned her eyes that shone like weak singularities towards Elder Buma. Elder, my father had explicit rules that nobody other than you can enter into this domain. Why did you bring an outsider who wishes to usher me harm here? Boom, shocking words emanated from her as Elder Buma blinked in a stupor. Grand singularity. Elder Zeitgeist's eyes released beams of terrific light. Harm you? Such a thing, little Xiaomi. This is an elder of the Ionic inheritance of singularity overseers. We are joining ourselves to them as extremity sanctification unfolds in our haven. Buma spoke slowly as he tried to salvage this unfolding situation, yet Xiaomi weakly rose from her current position as she gazed at the powerful existences before her calmly, her eyes locking onto the figure of Zeitgeist as she replied while shaking her head. As much as he hides it, the light of greed and malice is too strong in his eyes. He is not offering me any salvation, he instead wants to take whatever I have left. One shocking word after another came out as Xiaomi spoke without fear while facing two apex ionic lifeforms. Zeitgeist's laugh rang out as he shook his head with a smile. How could I have any intentions to hurt a youngster of a soon-to-be branch of singularity overseers? I will just take you to be cured in the Ionic haven of Helios, as you will realize my intentions then. He was smiling, yet his words now contained a sense of coercion as they seemed like they had to be followed. At such a juncture, I would like to see just who dares to take my daughter away without my permission. Boom. Prevailing voice reverberated out as an astounding aura came in. Radiant stellar black gold light covered the edges of the trillions of quasars that made him. In his hands, and glorious golden haven albatross could be seen as his eyes held a sense of ferocity and power. It was none other than the mad apex Emperor Caesar. 2470 Xiaomi. 3. The mad apex Emperor Caesar arrived in the veiled domain with a golden haven albatross in hand. His gaze was wild as he looked towards Elder Boma with anger. While Boma himself became utterly happy as he voiced out, "You succeeded, apexification." He successfully weathered through it and became an apexionic lifeform. "I succeeded, and I come back to find my reason for everything about to be taken away with a being I do not know, a being that Xiaomi has voiced out she feels no goodwill towards." What is this little boom? His demeanor was relentless as towards his words. Grand Singularity Elder Zeitgeist lost his smile as he spoke calmly. "Junior Elder of the Quasarians, I have been polite and understanding so far. So I expect the same treatment from now on as our forces become integrated." His words released a light of undeniable authority as multiple dynamis of extremity buzzed hiddenly within his body. Yet even towards this low threat, "Fuck you and your treatment. Get the fuck out of this domain." His words were blunt as he appeared beside Xiaomi, the albatross in his hands fading as he erupted with dense life force and grandeur of his new advancement to surge into his daughter's body. Yet no change occurred as his words only caused Elder Boma to turn pale while Grand Singularity Elder Zeitgeist became utterly cold. "This is how you treat a savior who simply offered to save the life of your most talented scion? Humph, it's good to know the true nature of some of the Quasarians joining us." Zeitgeist spoke while moving out, his gaze showing anger that was slowly replaced with coldness as he disappeared. He didn't go too far away though, as his will permeated this region, his soul buzzing as he pulled out a communication medallion and sent his will into it. "Master, I have located a being with a pellucid hyperversal foundation inclined to ruin. Extricating her seems like it will be difficult, so I seek your advice to handle it smoothly." The message traversed across space and time, across the veils of the very havens. It went through extremely long distances to arrive in a location filled with dense hyperversal extremity authority of multiple concepts, along with the vacuous hyperversal authority as well. The entire region swirled with such potent grandeur of hyperversal extremity authority that even the most powerful apex ionic lifeforms would feel suffocated. In a small area of such space, dazzling preserved corpses of all shapes and sizes could be seen floating freely, many showing dull extremity meridians never to light up again as the number easily reached thousands, and that was just in this small region. Amidst all of this death, there was a single radiant lifeform who pulsed with the hyperversal extremity authority in the surroundings as it formed into a massive throne that he sat on, his eyes opening up at this moment as he received the message. His hair was steeped in darkness as his fair skin illuminated with a stellar glint. His figure gallant and strong as tendrils of authority covered it, another pellucid hyperversal foundation. And this one with a connection to ruin. Among the many hyperversal extremity authorities he had collected, ruin had yet to be one of them. The throne of authorities around him pulsed as one golden one flowed out before his eyes. It was destiny. It vibrated with information as he nodded soon after. "If it might be troublesome with merely apex ionic lifeforms, Kabul, go and assist your junior brother Zeitgeist in retrieving another pellucid hyperversal foundation for me." His last sentence boomed out as a command, this being actually sending a Tier 1 hyperversal extremity existence out to secure an innate foundation for him. He couldn't make a move himself at this moment as too many hyperversal extremities had their eyes on him. This was because he learned early on that on the path to extremity. Resources eventually thinned, there was ever expanding chaos. And all sources of essences and authorities simply changed from one form to another in these havens, to grow further and exceed all others in such an environment. One had to take from others. They had to devour everything around them to further elevate their grandeur, and this was his path. He was well known as the extremity of devouring, the hyperversal devourer. His command was heard as outside this domain of authority, a booming aura of a Tier 1 hyperversal extremity followed it and went towards the ionic haven of dissolution. Noah's Fantasia Alathian chassis arrived before the vast array of clusters of planes of existence as the endless blue sheen around him gradually warped until his skin shone with a stellar obsidian light. He had released a wide area of effect attack the first time he delved into the abyss of the abyssal sanctimonious lands, as a great deal of Quasarians, noblesse, and Lernians had died to him, their lineages being something assimilated into his quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage as he could easily pull out their forms. His skin now shone with a stellar obsidian radiance as if it was made up of countless quasars, seeming like an ancient cosmic lifeform as the air of grandeur and standing of an emperor still reigned freely. He received a great deal of information and knowledge on how to get into the heart of the Quasarian lineage as he made two deals with the mad apex Emperor Caesar. One was that he would save his daughter for the price of the cluster of planes of existence he now looked at, and the other was that the two of them would have a match within the coming year, as whoever came out on top would follow the other. Caesar didn't know what his fate would be before he was whisked away by the adjudicator of dissolution, as he had given Noah authority and the coordinates to enter the deepest sacred Quasarian lands, especially the hidden plane where he instructed him to enter when he had achieved the extremity panacea. As Noah neared, providence began to buzz within his body as he was wrapped by a clear light of authority, an authority akin to an elder of the Quasarian lineage that Caesar had handed off as he freely and without any hindrance headed towards the hidden domain that should hold a dying existence. 2471 Xiaomi. For Noah ignored anything else but the direct path into the sacred Quasarian lands as he traversed between the boundaries of multiple planes of existence, the wills of multiple beings waving across him as they left him alone. His soul felt the clustering of many other auras, even those of apexionic lifeforms, but he left them all alone and continued forward until he pierced into the depths of the Quasarian domains. His brows rose as outside of the veiled domain where his target should have been, the buzzing aura of a humanoid apexionic lifeform could be felt that didn't belong to the Quasarians. His eyes were sharp and shining with a light Noah was very familiar with, a light of greed. He also ignored this being even as his will locked onto him the moment he entered this region, his path continuing straight as he passed across many layers to finally enter the veiled domain where he needed to be. The sea of treasures promoting life force were strewn all around as the moment he arrived, the wills of three beings instantly locked onto him. A smile was etched on his lips as his face still looked the same in likeness to the one Caesar had seen before, with this being gazing towards him in shock. As an instant later, his eyes brightened with hopefulness as he was the first one to speak out. Did you succeed? Were you able to obtain one? Urgency could be felt in his voice as Noah came forward with a smile. Of course, though it seems that a lot of things are currently happening around here. Tension and wildness pulsed in the surroundings as in the next moment, the voice of the second Quasarian apexionic lifeform rose out. Caesar, what is this? And the Singularity Overseers are those we have just jumped on the ship of. For you to treat the Grand Singularity Elder overseeing operations here like that. The Quasarian Elder had a difficult look while Caesar ignored him. Noah's eyes perceptibly read the surrounding environment as his eyes and will came to lock onto the third being here. The one who would make his conquest of the Quasarian lands easy is simply curing her, granted this cluster of planes around them. His eyes locked with the figure of a delicate-looking existence whose skin shone with the stellar obsidian radiance of quasars. A simple sparkling black jeweled dress covered her moderate figure as stellar black hair cascaded past her shoulders like an endless cosmic river. Her eyes shone with a royal obsidian light as they seemed to be making a judgment on Noah at this moment, blinking like radiant quasars as she spoke out calmly soon after. We have to go. Go? Go where? And for what? Little Xiaomi, the elder beside Caesar and Xiaomi, was exasperated as he shook his head, while Caesar turned his somber eyes towards his daughter and asked, what do you sense? He trusted his daughter more than anything across all of reality. She was the bright shining star who eclipsed all of them before she inevitably fell, and her intuition was the one thing that remained outstanding. Xiaomi's eyes shone with a weakened light of wisdom as she spoke out calmly. The moment that Grand Singularity Elder saw me, his eyes blazed with a light of greed and malice. He must have noticed something we do not know, as his will still permeates the edges of this domain even now, intent on getting what he wants, whether by choice or by force. The longer we wait, the less choice we will have. Her voice was low as even Elder Buma held his tongue at this moment, trying to keep everything together while Caesar gripped his fists with his face hardening. Then let's go. The thing that can actually help you has also arrived. Caesar's dense waves of essence carefully wrapped around Xiaomi as he also went towards Noah, when at this moment, I'm afraid this isn't the right choice. Boom, a booming voice descended from all around as the Grand Singularity Elder Zeitgeist made a move. An intricate weaving of multiple dynamies of extremity bloomed as the power of a genuine apexionic lifeform erupted out, and it wasn't alone as in the short moments since Noah had entered the veiled domain, for other apexionic lifeforms not belonging to the Quasarians appeared. It was the reinforcements that Grand Singularity Elder Zeitgeist had called just in case. The gazes of those in the veiled domain turned somber as a heavy pressure constricted around the small plane, Elder Buma's face turning utterly distorted as he crushed a talisman in his hands, the auras of the Quasarian apexionic lifeforms hidden across these lands being called out as a conflict seemed imminent, the weaving of multiple dynamies of extremity intent on locking down space erupting out. Zeitgeist. Is this how the Singularity Overseers operate? We just joined hands. A conversation began between Buma and Zeitgeist as Noah tuned this out. He stared at the figure of Caesar and the radiant figure of Xiaomi that was actually ignoring what was happening around them and encompassing her gaze with Noah. In this intricate situation, Noah's providence buzzed as he found there was potentially much to gain, and so he moved to secure his boons as the auras of apex ionic lifeforms increased outside of the Veil 3D domain. The situation has turned rather grim in a short period of time. Are you still looking for a way out? His words were short as Caesar's gaze was ashen and filled with bubbling anger at the unfolding situation. He could finally cure his daughter, and now one apex ionic lifeform after another rose as they seemingly sat in opposition. Why? Why could they not leave him alone as Caesar? At such a juncture, Noah's voice rang out again. Are you still looking for a way out? His attention was forcibly brought onto the only other being apart from his daughter who maintained a calm expression at this moment, a being that had surprised him against unequaled reverend emperors in the abyssal sanctimonious lands. But he still hadn't undergone apexification, as how could he aid or free them out of this situation? Even Caesar himself had just entered the ranks of apex ionic lifeforms as he was the weakest of those in this stage currently. There was no logic to it, but as he saw the continued calmness of this being and no other pathways available, he drew closer to him as he asked grimly, "You can provide a way out of this?" "I can. The only thing I would require is the victory of the second bet we made." The decided victory of their second bet, the bet that said within a year they would have a match as the loser would become a vassal of the winner. Caesar knew this promise they had made very well as for it to be brought up now, but he considered it very seriously. After all, the life of his daughter was on the line and they had to act quickly before the apex ionic lifeforms outside made even more drastic moves. As he contemplated a weighty choice, he felt the hand of his daughter grasp his arm as she spoke calmly while gazing towards Noah. "Grant him the victory he speaks of, Father. Worse things than apex ionic lifeforms are coming." Her voice was weak, and yet it held utmost certainty as her words were enough to cause one's soul to tremble. Worse than apex ionic lifeforms. What did that imply? The only maddening thing was not knowing why a single glance from the Singularity Overseer Elder would cause such an advancement of events. Caesar gritted his teeth at such a reality as he spoke valiantly. "You have my word, Huum, a choice was made." And Noah's visage smiled as his chest shone with utmost luminosity, the feature of miniature pocket Alathian haven being activated as a multicolored rift instantly bloomed before him. He didn't even need to exchange any words or say anything at the appearance of a rift when the authority of multiple dynamis of extremity were in the surroundings encompassing down space, Caesar only grasping his daughter's body and turning into a stream of light towards it right away. "No!" A shocked bellow erupted out from Zeitgeist as his will fully descended, incredibly sensing the authority of a dynamis much higher than any of his suddenly surround the last being to enter this domain, the being who was somehow able to open a portal when all space was locked down, a dynamis from an existence that wasn't even an apex ionic lifeform. This being turned his head towards him with a devilish smile as the rift he called out entirely disappeared, his body beginning to turn into dazzling light soon after. In Noah's mind, there was always the question of whether he could fight apex ionic lifeforms. His power neared that of one that had just finished apexification. But the possible enemies in the surroundings were established apex ionic lifeforms who may have tens, hundreds, or even thousands of apex ionic damage values. The time to hunt apex ionic lifeforms would come, but he knew he wasn't quite there yet, so he released and dissipated the Fantasia Alathian chassis as soon as Caesar and Shami entered. One of the goals here being achieved right away, as the hiring of an apex ionic lifeform was all but guaranteed. 2472 Impending danger. Boom! Explosive auras clashed and boomed out as Zeitgeist watched the lifeform who had whisked away his master's possession disappear, his voice ringing out coldly even as Quasarian apex ionic lifeform came from all around. "Find them. Turn the entire haven upside down if you have to." His position as a Grand Singularity Elder was secured, and he also wanted to have good results as he was told that Hyperversal Extremity Cabal would be coming. He couldn't fail as losing the target at this time. It was already a critical mistake. Huum. Authorities exploded out as a hunt began from the sacred Quasarian lands, those leaving it being an inheritance of extremity known as Singularity Overseers, though even if they turned the havens upside down, how would they be able to find targets that weren't within it anymore? A type of golden soul mutationum embryo has been obtained, past the fissure of the extremity vein of dissolution. The prompts raging before Noah's eyes piled up as those nearby were subjected to a scene of shocking grandeur. It all seemed to occur at once as a cherry-colored spear eviscerated reality in one area, a massive black gold fist flattened in another area holding a mutated entity, and waves of massive cerulean seas of flames descended in multiple locations as their targets were immolated and turned to ash soon after. The Scions who were facing these attackers felt their hearts' palpitation as the damage output they were seeing was enough to make any of them feel a great sense of danger. and this feeling was utterly unique for many if not all of them, but there were still some who held their own heads high. Ericsson gazed at the fine dust of the mutated entity who had been boasting before he was turned into mere dust, as well as the stellar visage of the being responsible for his death. He then grasped the beach slipper in his right hand tighter as he spoke. "You've taken a lot of the spotlight, and rightly so with the power you're displaying." As he spoke, he turned around and gazed behind him where throngs of dense branches of veins floated, each of them seeming like snaking paths leading towards a treasured haven, as clusters of extremity panaceas could be seen further away along with the leviathans of dissolution not too far away. "I'll get serious as well. Where I can at the very least obtain the boons to ignite the formation of my dynamis of extremity quicker first." Ericsson of the Sema clan was about to get serious. Noah's visage was still perusing through his prompts as he only gave him a glance. The calm and laid-back demeanor of Ericsson faded as his sharp eyes looked further ahead. The space seemed stellar as it was filled with gold and black lights, the branches filled with dissolution, as a massive leviathan that seemed like a lizard spartoid stood solemnly directly ahead of this region, an obsidian extremity panacea right behind it, his beach attire fluttered madly as in his seriousness, his left hand flung out as the slipper on his left foot floated out to be grasped in his left hand. With two slippers in hand, he moved. BZZT, reality was distorted around him. A specific set of probabilities were altered as Ericsson's right hand holding the first slipper swung down, a pulse booming out as the slipper in his hand instantly enlarged to cast a long shadow across the far distances. It was akin to a slipper of a giant appearing as dense reality-altering authority cascaded down with it, smashing towards the varicella lizard spartoid from above while his left hand swung left to right, hung. A fearsome cry rang out as it also enlarged, the gigantic right slipper smashing down, arriving first as it was slightly bigger than the lizard spartoid, who bellowed out and blazed with green flames to stop it. With its focus on top, the left slipper arrived an instant later with an utterly heavy impact as large amounts of soul value were utilized to make sure that the probability of this particular attack passing the defenses of its targets and greatly wounding it were 90%. And so, boom, the varicella lizard spartoid was swatted from left to right, ripping apart dense venous branches along the way as in the spot it was just it. Ericsson's visage immediately appeared as he plucked the obsidian extremity panacea that used to have a guard, a choice he had made seconds ago, being carried out as his pearly white teeth could be seen, his jaws wide open as they instantly devoured the obsidian extremity panacea. Seeing the might Noah displayed in the scions that just targeted him and others, Ericsson knew he had to move with intent and power, and so he consumed an obsidian extremity panacea, his soul squeezing every ounce of its power as the likelihood that this panacea could grant him an extremity basis rivaling that of a crimson extremity panacea. He distorted and raised it to as much as 75%. His eyes looked tired and weary as he didn't stop there, gazing further ahead of him where in the distance, the dense branching veins seemed to be leading deeper into dissolution. Boundless riches undoubtedly waiting there. With his muscles beginning to roll around like tungsten as his basis was being forged, he moved out with fervor, two slippers in hand as they were ready to strike out towards any leviathan on his path. Even the laid back scion was putting in the work as the prominent scions from other inheritances and clans also moved in earnest. They each tried to shine brighter as they saw one particular being outshining all others here. What was more astounding in all this was the fact that deadly scions of destruction had just descended, and yet they were erased as quickly as they had come, with nobody paying heed or mind to them thereafter as they continued to delve deeper into the extremity vein of dissolution. Yet these beings were under the watch of someone who had seen everything that was occurring. A being who had veiled them in vacuous hyperversal authority that was shown how easily his scions were wiped out right before his eyes. 2473 Impending danger. 2. His red robe bellowed in surprise. The dense and viscous crimson hyperversal authority of destruction swirled around him like endless waves, his eyes blinking as he took in the reality of a particular group of scions of destruction being destroyed in a ridiculously short period of time, each one only receiving a single move as they were entirely outclassed. This squadron of mutated entities was among his strongest ones, and this was why they held the honor of delving into dissolution, and to be destroyed like so. This wouldn't have been much of a surprise if it had been an apex ionic lifeform having a hand in it, but it was an existence that had yet to even undergo apexification, and yet the output he released seemed to be near that of the weakest apex ionic lifeforms. Who are you, WAA? Amidst his surprise, one couldn't see any rage or anger, as instead, a wide smile arched on his lips as his crimson eyes held great interest. He knew preliminary data of this being from his observations as he had changed the main target for his science from Atlas and to this being who had managed to begin the convergence of an absolute seat of extremity. But even an absolute seat of extremity was not capable of this, not the power he displayed, this being far exceeded the boundaries of common sense as it caused the hyperversal extremity of destruction to bring his illusory image up before his eyes, a dense cluster of data rising up as destruction began to dance wildly. Noah Osmont, the true emperor of quintessence, is it? What do you have that I wasn't able to pull out from my science? The interest of a dangerous hyperversal extremity was fully focused on him as the end result of such a development was unknown, in a unique domain seemingly standing above the very havens of dissolution themselves. Billowing transparent stellar clouds rolled beneath his feet as Noah's Alathian chassis gazed towards the surprised adjudicator of dissolution who heard his affirmation of receiving that. Before she could ask any more questions though, Noah voiced out calmly, the scions of destruction with links to the Avernus clan have descended into the havens of dissolution. I've wiped out the first cluster of the ones who haven't undergone apexification, but their memories show that elder scions who are apexionic lifeforms should also be moving and targeting others in this haven. His words were light as he was speaking about the most casual thing, and yet they caused the dense authority around the adjudicator of dissolution to become even thicker and more suffocating as her masked figure rose to stare into the unknown. Beings like them are expected, and it is one of the reasons why I am here. I'll take care of it. Her masked visage held a terrifying light as dense authority erupted to spread out her desire intent on covering the vast havens as nothing would escape her reach. The single action caused dense hyperversal extremity authority to disperse wildly as very few beings could even sense it, but the will of another hyperversal extremity who was already observing everything while masked in vacuous hyperversal authority felt it, his eyes that were focusing on one particular being shifted as he tapped his chin thoughtfully, thinking of the forces he had dispersed across this haven. If the adjudicator of dissolution moved this fast, then they may not be able to accomplish anything. If that's the case, the billowing aura around the hyperversal extremity of destruction moved as his figure adorned in a red robe rose. I can simply go pay respects to the great adjudicator of dissolution. If anything happens while I hold her attention. His eyes were bright as his will surged out towards his elder scions, telling them to get ready to make their moves as soon as they located their targets, and then, his visage disappeared heading towards the most blatantly shining cluster of hyperversal extremity authority in the whole havens of dissolution. Thus, a sequence of choices which would go to create a shocking future began, around the same time, in the planar palisades of extremity where a certain infinite hyperversal haven was floating silently. In a corner of it, the figure of Orion who was floating next to Henry while listening to the story of his eyes could be seen. He signed heavily after he heard everything, contemplating on whether he was right or wrong to leave his eyes be as soon after, his head turned towards a certain direction within this magisterial hyperversal haven. There. The aura of a foreign apexionic lifeform bloomed as Orion recognized its signature to be that of a quasarian, his gaze becoming sharp as he turned into a stream of light to see why such an aura would be in here. It was, of course, the entry of the mad apex emperor Caesar and his daughter. Orion shot in that direction, but Henry trusted his father as he knew entry into this paradisiacal haven would only be granted to those his father allowed. Thus, he calmly remained staring at the expanding Alathian hyperversal plane of dreams as he thought about what his path should be, and thus, another set of choices were made. Back in the ionic haven of dissolution, Euryalus' eyes shone with utter brilliance as the authority of prognostic let her know that once more, the blazing aura of an apex ionic lifeform was leaving her prime target. Her soul blazed with brilliance as this was a chance she could not lose, and she mobilized more than 20% of her apex ionic soul values to flow into her most dreadful dynamis of extremity. Her objective was set as it would also include all those in the immediate surroundings of the young Lernaean commander, the main bodies of these beings also being included among those who would receive her wrath and be granted true death. Her authority buzzed as it began to move. At this time, the undeniable will of the adjudicator of dissolution was just about to cover the vast stretches of the ionic haven of dissolution, and it would have been able to observe the movements of an apex ionic lifeform about to throw a full-powered attack towards a group of beings who hadn't even undergone apexification. But just as quickly as the hyperversal extremity authority of the adjudicator of dissolution was about to descend, another authority blazed brightly as this action was stopped. Different beings, each making their own choices, and yet all these choices culminated towards a single path. An utterly cruel and baleful laugh could be heard as from a noblesse apexionic lifeform. An attack with unknown apexionic damage values bloomed. 2474 immeasurable rage. Choices. The choices of countless existences were what made the current reality. The choices of extremely powerful beings weighed a whole lot more than others in what reality unfolded. but no single being was free from bearing the consequences of their choices. In a corner of the ionic haven of dissolution, an apex ionic lifeform from the noblesse lineage made a choice as her body glimmered with immaculate radiance, the essence of a dynamis of extremity that wasn't entirely geared towards offense erupting out. It was a dynamis that was more so geared towards speed, as Urieli made the choice of surging with an authority that would reach her targets and their main bodies the fastest. The power of an apex ionic lifeform was already fast and dreadful, their foremost concept that defined them likely already overcoming the 10th boundary layer, as their other concepts were stably at such a stage, when such speed was paired with a dynamis of extremity that culminated multiple boundaries, velocious voidburn, extreme speed, speed obtained from the dynamis of the tenebrosis, taking the void of the noblesse and elevating it to a greater level with the addition of multiple complementary boundaries. Urieli was able to call forth such a fantastical dynamis of extremity as it focused on the speed and power of darkness. When one talked about speed, they would mention how something was traveling at the speed of light, or far faster than light. What wasn't normally mentioned was the speed of darkness. Darkness was the absence of light. When light left, there was only darkness that came just as fast. Darkness traveled at the same speed, if not faster than light, to those truly capable, and Urieli was capable. Speed far exceeded light. Her darkness erupted out and crossed great distances. Its target was a cluster of the clones of conquerors who had appeared victorious yet again within a noblesse plane of existence. Stellar blinking moons rotated in the surroundings as a silver glow of light permeated all around, the visage of Henry radiating light and grandeur as his eyes released a light of dominance over three noblesse reverend emperors. They lay before him in defeat as around him, the figure of the clone of the Emperor Penguin had its beak raised high with pride. To his left, Barbados' clone could be seen as she stood on the floating skull of a Gehenna phoenix which held the contained light of her legions within it. Further around them, the figures of Eowyn, Guinevere, Blue Slime, Tiamat, Kazuhiko, Athena, Lancelot, the Kraken, Anna, Halcyon, Oathkeeper. A great deal of those from the infinite hyperversal haven had their clones joining this conquest as they dominated one noblesse domain after another. None of them knew it, none of them felt it, nobody but one being in particular. He was the son of destiny. He was the progeny of the true emperor of quintessence. Destiny and providence burned fiercely in his origin, as he had also gained an elevation in his lineage of the quintessential hyperversal emperor. The portion of his will that was contained in this clone only began to sense immense danger as a thundering cry ripped out the reality not just above their heads, but the whole region of this plane and their immediate surroundings. Most of them didn't even know what hit them. The speed of their souls couldn't follow it, as the being to target them was much, much more powerful. Only the soul of the son of destiny was able to raise his head up as his eyes brightened up the most they ever had in his short life. The eyes of an apex ionic lifeform bursting from his sockets as he shockingly dispersed the aura and authority of these eyes over himself and those around him. This was because his destiny and providence told him a single thing from the endless burning rays of darkness that cascaded from the havens above them: death, not just the death of their clones, but what they were connected to as the essence that would rip them apart wasn't even 1/100th of the power which would remain to follow their sources and decimate their main bodies. It was a deadly and insightful move to kill. It didn't even pause on the dominance of the eyes of an apex ionic lifeform as it shredded through it and smashed down with spite and destruction. The time for all of this to occur was extremely short. The moment that Henry instinctively felt the immediate threat of true death, his soul moved as his main body in the infinite hyperversal haven roared out a single word carried the fastest across the very own lineage that made him. It was a call for help. Father. The word crossed across the lineage of the quintessential hyperversal emperor as truthfully, it wasn't even needed. This was because innately, the bloodline of the quintessential hyperversal emperor felt the great danger to a part of itself as Noah's main body a distance away that was about to begin a discussion with Aurelia blazed with startling brilliance and moved an instant after. And yet it didn't take even a fraction of a nanosecond before a booming sound ruptured out. Boom, velocious void burn. This was the ability Urieli had uttered out as unstoppable and extremely fast beams of pure burning voids of darkness instantly appeared from different locations within the infinite hyperversal haven, each one atop the heads of the main bodies of the beings around Henry as well as Henry himself. Above the figure of Barbados, who just so happened to be with Valentina. Above the figure of the Emperor Penguin that was standing before other spiritual beasts, above Kazuhiko who had been spending time with the Imperial Phoenix, a dreadful burning void of darkness that carried heavy apex ionic damage values flowered from different locations within the infinite hyperversal haven as the main bodies of all the advanced forces who were conquering the lands of the noblesse were affected. 2475 Immeasurable rage. 2. A void of dreadfully burning beams of darkness sapped down above the heads of multiple beings within the infinite hyperversal haven. The speed of the strike of an apex ionic lifeform was utterly dreadful, as one had to be at such a stage to even react to it, normally, typically, but the master of the affected haven was not typical, and the affected haven itself was not typical. The first entity to act during all of this was not even Noah himself, as the very infinite hyperversal haven mobilized its defensive maneuvers right away the moment that rays of burning darkness appeared. Dense and countless multicolored aegis shields of glorious illusory light bloomed above all the beings affected. Yet even this was still a reactionary action. The rays of burning darkness were much faster than the formation of the aegis, as above the head of Henry, who was targeted with the most precision, dense shields of illusory light tried to bloom an inch above his dark blue hair, as this was how quickly the rays of burning darkness had reached his position. They were an inch away as the proliferating illusory shields were crushed at a far faster rate than they formed. Henry's eyes burned as his soul was ablaze with power and glory, his devilishly young face bellowing out towards the burning rays of darkness an inch from him, as every ounce of his power formed barriers born of his boundary essence. It was a cry of survival and valor, but this alone wasn't enough to stand against an unstoppable power that at this moment seemed to be in the tens of apex ionic damage values, and this was dispersed over multiple areas in this haven. Henry's defenses, just like his clones, didn't last even an instant as they were shredded. And a ray of burning darkness crashed into his glorious visage, a moment that turned out to be exactly when his father appeared beside him, his eyes burning with power and rousing rage as he released a roar that seemed to resonate and vibrate with the very fabric of reality. Noah's main body instantly appeared before the darkly burning visage of his son. The ray of burning light that landed on Henry instantly spreading to every part of him, yet Noah had appeared within this same instant, as his body was already erupting out with a mixture of dense essence that held nothing other than vacuous hyperversal authority, HONG. A miniature vacuous hyperversal domain erupted around them, as the first move was to entirely isolate themselves outside the scope of essence, time, space. Everything. He didn't choose to fight against an essence with damage values he could not match, and directly unfolded a domain where essence itself was denied. At the same time, Noah wanted to cast vacuous reality absorption, which was upgraded from ionic mana drain. But the conditions to cast it were not met, as he could only wrap himself around the body of his burning son and breathe in the dreadfully burning essence of darkness with his own soul, while becoming entirely surrounded by hyperversal authority. An instant. At this stage, many things could happen in an instant. Wrapped in the light of nothingness, Noah's burning eyes felt the burning flames of darkness extinguished, his unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation burning brightly as the cherry-colored essence of indefatigable dynamis of extremity wrapped around his son. His body was charred black as towards its very depths he felt the blood of the lineage of the quintessential hyperversal emperor rouse and surge as thump. He felt a heartbeat. It was weak, but there was a heartbeat. A small portion of a soul remained after he shared any residual damage himself with Noah's body, currently charred black himself, even though he burned with utmost life force and a billowing, ever-rising rage. This was because he was there for his son, but the targets weren't only his son, BZZT. He released the miniature vacuous hyperversal domain as billowing anger coursed through his eyes, ready to face the devastation that was out there, while the immense life force of the quintessential hyperversal emperor coursed through the body of his barely alive son. Less than a nanosecond had passed, yet when the outside reality came into view again, the streaks of burning rays of darkness had all but faded. All they left was an immense aura of shock and desolation. They had achieved what they came to achieve, as during the time that Noah and Henry's barely living visage were wrapped up in the miniature vacuous hyperversal domain, even more shocking things had occurred outside of it. In the span of a nanosecond, while Noah conjured the miniature vacuous hyperversal domain, the infinite hyperversal haven felt the booming rage of its master, as well as its inherent protective features of the lifeforms within it, whereafter it saw that the blooming illusory shields of light were getting crushed one after another, with the burning rays of darkness reaching their targets. Even more dazzling aegis were conjured throughout the head, chest, and torso of all those in peril. Even if their upper bodies were destroyed, the infinite hyperversal haven wanted to at least preserve an aspect of their existence, as to form a fortifiable defense against tens of apex ionic damage value cascading from multiple sides. The dense essence of assimilated planes of existence that was going towards expanding the Alethian planes within it were all redirected to power up its defensive measures. The quick mobilization of even the reified enders of extremity would not be possible, as direct alteration of reality to assert its authority of defensive maneuvers through these aegis was the quickest possible option. The infinite hyperversal haven used what was considered its very life force on the line, and thus came the culmination that was the reality that Noah currently looked at. Even with the efforts of the infinite hyperversal haven, the attacks still reached their intended targets, as it was hard for them to survive. Where the emperor penguin used to be, reality pulsed with a baleful air, as what could be seen was only a small cluster of a residual soul that was preserved within dense clusters of illusory shields, and this soul was actually a trace of Noah's will mixed in with the emperor penguin due to their relationship as vassal and emperor. If this connection of a servant wasn't there, it was hard to say if even a smidge of the soul of the emperor penguin would have been preserved along with Noah's will. This was because Noah's soul and will wouldn't perish so long as the infinite hyperversal haven existed, so it was the last bastion of defense for those affected, as apart from the emperor penguin, all that could be seen where Barbados and Valentina were was burning dust along with dense clusters of shields protecting two barely pulsing pearls of soul light, Kazuhiko, Ioan, blue slime, Athena. Everywhere Noah looked, all he saw was dangerous deaths and destruction, as only slivers of the souls of these targeted beings remained. It seemed like they could be nurtured to go back to how they once were. But even this was filled with uncertainty. The infinite hyperversal haven already began such a process, as thick waves of life force from this very haven itself flowed and clustered around the barely preserved souls. At this devastating scene, Noah's soul and will buzzed as a sense of anger and rage that hadn't risen in his heart before, grasping his burnt son who had yet to come to. His soul and the will of the infinite hyperversal haven already traced where the burning rays of light came from. Quintessential hyperversal mana and soul values were used up freely, signals beginning to rise before Noah's eyes as infinite rage spilled out into the outside reality. Uncontained rage capable of warping reality is budding. The quintessential hyperversal soul has directed the rage towards a certain direction. The concept stemming from the seven deadly sin, wrath, is being elevated towards extremity. The unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation has called upon all mutationum embryos. The unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation has called upon the other bodies and reified sources of extremity to fuse into the main body, as the source of burning rays of darkness was traced. Unimaginable waves of rage erupted from the depths of the infinite hyperversal haven as its master warped towards the area of the trace, his other bodies returning as an unknown future bloomed. 2476 Immeasurable rage. 3. An event that occurred within the span of less than a nanosecond. It was so rapid that even other apex ionic lifeforms were forced to act as observers, where Orion and Aurelius clones only saw the radiant burning rays of darkness as they were descending on their targets. Their bodies instinctively moved towards their nearest location to try and lend any aid, this being the same case with the newly arriving Caesar. In his mind, an attack from the Singularity Overseers may have passed through. Although this theory was quickly erased when he saw the targeted attack that didn't involve him at all, yet even he still moved. But the burning rays of darkness were far faster than even light. Aurelia had cried out valiantly while moving towards where Anna was, and yet when she arrived there, the only thing left was a cluster of illusory shields conjured from the very infinite hyperversal haven itself, only containing a sliver of a soul protected within Noah's will. The recently dispersed forces of ancestral Lernians and Maximilian came out and gazed at the desolate scene in shock. The few-dimensional rulers not affected among the small legion that moved with Henry's clone came out to observe such a dreadful scene. None of them could do a single thing, as they could only observe helplessly. From this unfolding event, a few things could be discerned. One was that the helplessness of the apex ionic lifeforms to change anything with this attack here showed that the infinite hyperversal haven could react and shift far faster than them. After all of this happened within its fabric of reality. Second, it didn't fully settle in, but a reminder of just how drastic things could change for those who were weak thundered down as many of Noah's vassals cried out while going towards those they had formed bonds with. The longest dream and oldest dreamer cried out while going towards where Ioan used to be. Anna's father felt the faint light of his daughter's soul as he cried out in shock and sorrow, but all of this was overshadowed by the roar of immeasurable rage from the true emperor of quintessence. His body had already disappeared as his cry still resonated, warping across space and clasping onto the source of the burning rays of darkness with the help of the infinite hyperversal haven. He knew the source to be within the noblesse region where the clones of his son and others used to be. His bodies in the haven of dissolution linking with his, and the infinite hyperversal haven is under their eyes. The flow of the essence of a dynamis of extremity was extremely clear. From where his son's clone was, a shimmering light of darkness pointed towards a certain location, and he barreled towards it while burning with utmost rage, a rage that wasn't just directed towards the one responsible for this situation. A portion of this rage was directed towards himself. among the many things he had calculated in the illusory trillions of years outside the scope of space and time. The movements of his people were among them. He had already experienced apexionic soul totems and their power when Ophelia's clone was erased and they appeared above her main body. He had theorized the very real possibility that at some point in time, an apexionic lifeform may aim at himself or his people, even with the rules set in place and the watchful gaze of the adjudicator of dissolution. He came up with possible solutions to this, the most achievable ones being in the form of a unique boundary and another absolute dynamis of extremity. But he didn't embark on this right away after his transformation. Granted, it was only the span of minutes since the boons of the unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation were granted, as he was just testing them. But this was among many things he theorized that he had yet to implement. Never was there an expectation that an attack would come in such a short time span, but more than that, Noah had a portion of this rage directed to himself, as truthfully, he actually gave weight to the rules and power of others. He gave weight to the power of the adjudicator of dissolution after he basked in her grandeur of hyperversal extremity authority, and after her intervention of his own actions. A sense of complacency bloomed, however minuscule it was. Even if what just occurred was still unexpected, it was still something he missed. It was his responsibility as he bore its weight, and he would be the one to correct it. Thus, his rage unfurled as from different parts of the infinite hyperversal haven and ionic haven of dissolution, the different parts of his stretched out came to fuse with him. This was all to rectify the current situation and let loose the boiling rage that had long since reached a tipping point. Rage, anger, it was an emotion that all lifeforms felt many times in their lives, no matter how long or short, a vast majority of the time. Anger gave birth to absolutely nothing. It was commonly weak lifeforms feeling anger and unfairness as a lot of the time. They lived with it and bottled it as they didn't even have the power to release it. A select few gave in to this anger. When one gave into bubbling anger and rage, they would likely die an early death against those who brought forth this anger. There were then the rare few who utilized the burning anger into something that could actually produce results. Noah's immeasurable rage was reined in as he turned it calculative. He directed it towards a specific place as he put the rage to use. The boundary of wrath has reached the 9th boundary layer, and understanding of wrath far exceeding the 9th boundary layer is being expressed. The 10th boundary layer is not achievable unless one's extremity meridians are enacted. Your hyperversal extremity meridian seeds take on the budding seed of wrath. The rising aura of madness and rage around his body became even more intense as from a certain direction, an Alethian chassis shining with multicolored grandeur smashed into his main body. The quantum Alethian chassis has fused with your main body. The unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation is taking the reins of the fusion of all parts that make the quintessential hyperversal emperor. His body buzzed with heavy quintessential hyperversal soul values that would not be attainable before as a shocking transformation began. At the same time, Noah continued to turn his rage into a precise blade as it first swung at himself to correct the ever minuscule complacency that even made it a possibility for his son and people to be so heavily wounded to the extent their status was uncertain. The concept of the soul is being ushered towards extremity, the concept of the body is being ushered towards extremity, the concept of the origin is being ushered towards extremity, the concept of cloning is being ushered towards extremity. The tools to rectify even the possibility of what had just occurred to never occur again began to be forged. 2477 Immeasurable rage. 4. Clones, the body, the soul, the origin, how they were connected, how they were separated. Noah began by expanding these concepts as the theories he had were put into practice amidst his contained and directed rage, and this was only the beginning. The concept of reification is being ushered towards extremity. The concept of separation is being ushered towards extremity. The concept of unification is being ushered towards extremity. Lastly, a critical piece of the puzzle that was something Noah had forged for the purpose of having clones move with their own utility in lives in the past, a concept that was merely at the level of an insuperable nomological edict at the time of its conception. Anima. The concept of anima is being ushered towards extremity, a concept that made a distinction between the aspects of existence. Once clones were connected, and yet they were also separated. It was one of the many moving parts that would go towards granting something which would allow the destiny and fate of a clone or a reified form of oneself to never be reflected on the main body. A droning symphony of baleful drums only rose higher after he finished this action, his body smashing through the layers of space as the havens above the noblesse domains fissured and were ripped out, his two hands pulling apart the very fabric of reality as surging violent waves of wrath and quintessence blared out a sound akin to a horn that announced the start of a cataclysm reverberating out. It was the sound marking the fearsome arrival of the main body of the true Emperor of Quintessence in the Ionic haven of dissolution, and at his arrival, he saw a single scene that caused the wrath on his heart to blaze with utmost fervor. The source that caused all this was grasped and traced back to this location as when his will followed it. He saw the figures of two existences floating high in a region that began to be filled with tendrils of ruin and nullity. The source led back to the visage of a female noblesse expressing a sense of cruel beauty, where at the moment of his arrival her right hand was placed over her mouth that was cackling with a sense of profound satisfaction and malice. She was laughing. Vibrantly laughing after she released terribly fast burning rays of darkness towards existences that hadn't even touched apexification. She was laughing as the fate of many of his people lay uncertain for her actions. She was laughing as his son was charred black and nearly killed by her purposeful actions. When Noah saw this scene, his eyes turned dangerously sharp as the billowing wrath around him rose by another magnitude. His aura and booming roars of essence caused the eyes of the female noblesse and the male one beside her to stare towards his direction with their brows raised. The words of the female noblesse could be heard from afar as she blinked amidst her satisfied laughter. Is that another Lernean? No way, did they actually manage to trace my attack and send someone, and it's a tiny little thing that hasn't even undergone apexification? Ha, her glee was bountiful, her eyes smiled with joy and cruelty. Noah stepped out of the crack in space and floated towards her as his eyes became sharper than any time in history. His face utterly losing the expression of any emotions as the blaring light of quintessence blazed from them. It was a set of eyes that turned cold and cruel amidst their wrath as they set forth a judgment that would be achieved without a single doubt across all of reality. It was the judgment of death on this woman before him. Bzzzt, tendrils of authority danced all around him. And at this moment, from multiple different directions, Alathian chassis, quintessential clones of extremity, and reified sources of extremity arrived and turned into grandiose lights that fused into his body. The Fantasia Alathian chassis has fused with your main body. The Nibelheim Alathian chassis has fused with your main body. The reified source of mana dynamics has fused with your main body. His reified sources of extremity in the abyssal sanctimonious lands that were leading the Shadowlings, his bodies in the haven of dissolution and in the infinite hyperversal haven, all of them returned to him as his aura ignored all possible forms of reality and began climbing up to a shocking level. And in the midst of all this, all currently held body, origin, and soul mutationum embryos have been assimilated and fully devoured by the unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation. The unrecorded Ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation has taken a major step forward. Your quintessential hyperversal soul values have increased from 0.10 to 1, your quintessential hyperversal vitality values have increased from 0.33 to 3, your quintessential hyperversal defense values have increased from 0.33 to 3, your quintessential hyperversal damage values have increased from 0.10 to 1. Absolute hyperversal authority resistance has risen from 5% to 7.5%, hyperversal dignity has increased from 0.1 to 0.3, hyperversal mastery has increased from 0.1 to 0.3, OM. Essence surged around wildly as the enhancements of the body, origin, and soul mutationum embryos were all eaten up to elevate Noah's foundation. The results were astounding enough to grant him a form that was equivalent to a being who had freshly undergone apexification and became an apex ionic lifeform. The pressure he released was vibrant enough to be mistaken for an apex ionic lifeform. The pressure he released was vibrant enough to be mistaken for an apex ionic lifeform. With deep dignity and grandeur, he gazed towards the being behind all this as data about her rose before his eyes. Euryale of the noblesse. Too cowardly to even face them, you swung a blade to kill my people that haven't undergone apexification. As he spoke, more and more clusters of light that were different parts of him fused into his body, the gaze of Euryale sneering with sharpness at the blazing aura of power as the other apex ionic noblesse beside her frowned. Yet the voice of the true Emperor of Quintessence continued to thunder out as his billowing visage seemed like a roused ancient beast that made a proclamation. Your death will not be a quick one. Euryale blinked and laughed wildly at such words as her figure began to buzz with waves of power. Huh, my death? Me? Against a creature burning up the last of their soul to barely touch the cusp of an apex ionic lifeform? I would like to see a vile Lernean like you boom. Behind Noah's constantly enlarging and changing visage, the stellar form of the quintessential Emperor of Extremity that was at the forefront of the exploration of the extremity vein of dissolution with prominent scions appeared. Its eyes only consisted of the flaming singularities that were at this moment twisted with cruel rage and apathy, its form sinking into Noah as a blazing light rose to the skies and caused the sources of chaos in the surroundings to churn. A sufficient number of reified sources and clones have been fused into the main body. You have attained a version of your strongest self. Your state of mind has influenced this version of your strongest self. The advent of the wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor has been manifested. Crimson gold wings stretched out behind him with fervor. Two horns rose from his head as above it. A crown of multicolored flames appeared and blazed with shocking brilliance. Eyes that held vertical slits of pupils seeming like infinite singularities buzzed with grandeur as his face carried devilish coldness and apathy. His hair danced below his shoulders like vengeful snaking stellar realities as his form was adorned by a black, gold, and crimson armament that was still forming the potent essence of an absolute dynamis of extremity widely buzzing from it. Amidst this transformation, the daring prompt that even caused Euryalus' words to stop came. For the next minute, all quintessential hyperversal values are augmented by a factor of 25. One of the boons of the fusion of the myriad parts of himself was expressed. 1. 2478 The wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor. Atop the very havens of dissolution, towards the undeniable domain of the adjudicator of dissolution, a cloud of dense authority nearly as vibrant barreled towards it. It came at a time when the adjudicator of dissolution had just spread her authority to cover the vastness of the haven with the voice of an existence steeped in both hyperversal extremity authority and vacuous hyperversal authority buzzing out. Little old Destruction has come to pay his respects to the adjudicator of this haven. His words were reserved as one could see his smile as he said them, the visage of a red-robed devilishly handsome existence manifesting with his blazing authority as the veiled visage of the adjudicator of dissolution was momentarily forced to focus on him. Yet even as this being appeared, the figure of Noah's Alathian chassis erupted with immense waves of hockey as without even caring about the esteemed extremity arriving. His body shot out purposefully and warped across space as it sank into the depths of haven of dissolution. Sensing the rage in his voice, the veiled eyes of the adjudicator of dissolution flashed as they simply followed his figure, her will already sensing a violation of the very rules she was upholding in this haven. Oh, this scene was caught by the will of the hyperversal extremity of destruction as he was curious what type of being would be so freely around the adjudicator of this haven, so his will and Svetlana's will watched as the Alathian chassis pierced across the skies of the noblesse domains. They watched as this body fused into the main one, as much to the surprise of the hyperversal extremity of destruction. He recognized the visage of the quintessential emperor of extremity who killed his squadron of the scions of destruction in the extremity vein of dissolution actually fuse into this body as well. Thereafter, fantastical words that gave them the larger picture erupted out as this being actually went towards two apex ionic lifeforms with clear hostility. You Euryale of the noblesse. Too cowardly to even face them, you swung a blade to kill my people that haven't undergone apexification. Your death will not be a quick one. Shocking words that showed an existence who had yet to undergo apexification was actually pitting himself against apex ionic lifeforms. The eyes of the hyperversal extremity of destruction flashed with profound interest, while the veiled figure of the adjudicator of dissolution already discerned what had occurred. The coldness from her gaze, spreading far as her will already covered the plain where the dreadful essence of a dynamis of extremity pulsed along with the aura of death of many beings, under her watch. An apex ionic lifeform had shifted to erase lower lifeforms, as even now, one such being was seeking retribution on his own. One of his bodies was right there with her, and yet he hadn't gone to her to impose justice and rectify this mistake. He wished to take this on with his own hands, and yet was it even possible? He may have an absolute dynamis of extremity and even possibly attained a semblance or the starting point of that. But would this alone be enough to bridge the unbridgeable gap of the stage of apex ionic lifeforms? With this in mind, the adjudicator of dissolution didn't intervene right away as she watched to see how the situation would unfold. At the same time that this was occurring, a blinking light traversed across the territory above the domains of the noblesse as it permeated into the communication medallions of all noblesse apex ionic lifeforms. It was a light that stemmed from Richard, this being explaining to the noblesse apex ionic lifeforms what Euryale had done, as he was unsure of what the fallout would be. If the rest of the apex ionic lifeforms of the noblesse lineage were involved and knew what was happening, they would at least be able to seek a lesser punishment for Euryale when the adjudicator of dissolution intervened. Thus, a disorderly stage continued to be set, as one must not forget the reason why the hyperversal extremity of destruction went forward to grab the attention of the adjudicator of dissolution. It was also that his elder scions of destruction could finally make a move against their objectives that included apex ionic lifeforms from the Lerneans, Quasarians, Noblesse, and Planeswalkers. Among these targets, Aurelia of the Lernean lineage was among them, her main body still moving with Orion and other apex ionic lifeforms after they splintered from Roan. Along this procession of events, There was also the fact that from the Quasarian lineage, the apex ionic lifeforms of the ionic inheritance of extremity, the singularity overseers, were looking for the entity who had just taken away a lifeform holding an innate pellucid hyperversal foundation. Their apex ionic lifeforms were already spread out across the Quasarian domains as they were moving even further out to seek their target, and behind them, the hyperversal extremity of devouring had sent forth a tier 1 hyperversal extremity under him to ensure he received what was his. It was an completely confounding intersection of events as when all of it came together. For the next minute, all quintessential hyperversal values are augmented by a factor of 25. One of the benefits of the fusion of the myriad parts of himself was expressed as more followed. For the next minute, quintessential hyperversal soul values are granted a quasi-quality of the quintessential hyperversal mana values, no matter how many abilities you utilize, so long as their soul value requirement does not exceed 25 quintessential hyperversal soul values. They can be cast endlessly. Your maximum numerical soul value will not decrease for the next 1 minute. A truly ridiculous reality-altering authority came down, an authority originating from the state of fusion Noah currently boasted as it spelled utmost doom for his enemies. His quintessential hyperversal soul value was granted a quasi-quality of nothing other than infinite mana. But what did this truly mean? 2479 The wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor. 2. His soul value would not reduce for the next minute. To visualize this and all the changes the current state of fusion granted, Noah's stat panel quickly flashed before his eyes. Name, Noah Osmont. Realm, boundary expansion, 3rd Alethian haven of extremity, lineage, quintessential hyperversal emperor, titles, true emperor of quintessence, wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor, one who gazes upon hyperversal authority, Alethian, indefatigable, tyrannical emperor, quintessential hyperversal mana value, infinite, quintessential hyperversal vitality value, 375, quintessential hyperversal soul value, /1, /25, quintessential hyperversal defense value, 375, quintessential hyperversal damage value, 125, hyperversal dignity, 0.3, hyperversal mastery, 0.3, absolute hyperversal authority resistance, 7.5%, dynamis of extremity, indefatigable, absolute. Alethian, absolute, boundaries of extremity, quintessence, blood, mana dynamics, loot, reality, dimensions, anima, body, origin, soul, genesis, apocalypse, prana, dreams, Avalon. When he initially viewed his stat panel right after awakening as a hunter, the value of focus that represented mana held the dash symbol. Now, he saw a similar presentation for his quintessential hyperversal soul value as for the next minute, he could cast any abilities that required 25 soul values or below, freely as if he held an infinite number of such values. This was the quasi-quality of infinite mana that his soul values momentarily attained. It was a change that made him utterly terrifying, as the true scope of what it meant could only be ascertained when he began to run utterly wild. Then there was the augmented damage and defense values that were increased by a factor of 25. It granted Noah a quintessential hyperversal defense and vitality value of 75, along with an innate quintessential hyperversal barrier of 75. Now, something had to be made abundantly clear. After an existence underwent apexification, the vast majority of average lifeforms would normally be able to attain the very minimum of 1 apex ionic damage, vitality, and defense value, if it was powerful. Scions with dozens of consummate boundaries, unique existences who had formed dynamis of extremity even before apexification, or those who had established a type of extremity foundation would have a value much greater than 1. But an apex ionic value of 1 was the starting line, as it was in no way the average numerical power of apex ionic lifeforms. As they progressed past the 9th boundary layer of their concepts and forged dynamis of extremity while fortifying their foundations and realms, this value of 1 was quickly exceeded, as it was hard to determine the power of an apex ionic lifeform until they erupted out to display their might, or unless one had an inquisitive boundary or dynamis of extremity that could peer across veils of secrecy. Noah did not know what apex ionic values Uriah held, whether it was in the tens or hundreds. He did not know, yet to him, this didn't matter, because he held a state of fusion that allowed his quintessential hyperversal soul values to mimic his infinite mana. This state that calls forth one of your strongest states through fusion can only be activated once every 3 days. After the duration of the state of fusion has ended, you will enter your weakest state with all values weakened by half for the next day. The breadth of your soul at the time of fusion will determine the factor that your strength is multiplied by, as well as additional boons and restrictions. The limitation of 1 minute to maintain the fused state is nearly impossible to exceed. His visage was astounding as the flaming crown above him span with glory and madness, his body entirely becoming encased by an armament that could only be distinguished as the hyperversal demon emperor's armament. It pulsed with the grandeur of an absolute dynamis of extremity as Noah's innate quintessential hyperversal barrier fused into it to further expand its defenses. The armament extended to his hands as his fingers seemed encased in crimson, black, and gold crystalline claws that pulsed dangerously. A crimson aurora of wings stretched out behind him as his vertical slit-like pupils of singularities buzzed with intense pressure that finally caused the laughter from Uriah to cease. The visage of Richard beside her also became careful as even at such a juncture, Uriah still sneered while voicing out, "This is the state you've reached after sacrificing all of your soul? Pathetic, it is still below me." Boom, halfway through her words, beams of burning darkness erupted as this was a hardened apexionic lifeform who moved and killed with precision. Yet the being that came to collect today was no normal existence, apart from the utterly ridiculous fact that his quintessential hyperversal soul values were momentarily given the quasi-quality of infinite mana. He also had a level of access to an authority that very few others held. "I told you that your death will not be a quick one." Boom, towards her attack, Noah's visage blinked. He blinked, and the stretch of reality before him turned dark as miniature vacuous hyperversal domain was ushered forth. It unfolded at such a shocking pace and speed as it arrived before the floating figures of Uriah and Richard, his voice buzzing it one last time before this whole region had the targets within it negated of their connection to the very workings of space, time, and reality. It will also be a very, very painful one. 1 minute, it was a short period of time for some, but also an extremely long period of time for those truly powerful. Trillions of illusory years in a domain filled with vacuous hyperversal authority could be akin to a nanosecond in the outside reality. Noah's 1 minute of fusion worked with the timing of reality as this battle against an apexionic lifeform could very well be ended within the span of a few seconds, if not much less, so extended as he could overpower her. So extended as what he had achieved was enough. A rageful orchestra played in the background as with a resounding authority, the wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor bellowed out while plunging into the dark realm that covered everything before him with vacuous hyperversal authority. It was a shocking scene that caused the wills of two extremely potent beings to buzz as one gained affirmation, while the other spoke out freely, an existence yet to undergo apexification, and he has already achieved that? You've nurtured an intriguing entity, O adjudicator of dissolution. 2480 The wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor. 3. Vacuous hyperversal authority. Something that very few beings attained, as those who didn't have it had to survive purely based on their essences, with the dynamis of extremity being one of the few authorities that could handle the authority of nothingness and stop it from permeating into one's soul. Yet there was one truth that made those who had attained vacuous hyperversal authority so crucial. Even if one could survive in such a region outside the scope of time and reality, could they ever have an output of their essence? The moment they released any of their essence outside to release an ability or skill, it would be devoured by the authority of nothingness unless it was the essence of an absolute dynamis of extremity. BZZZT, burning cherry-colored light rose in the depths of darkness as to Noah's eyes. The space was as clear as day. To others, there was only endless darkness as they couldn't feel anything, yet his unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation could withstand vacuous hyperversal authority, while his absolute dynamis of extremity was the one authority that could freely isolate one from vacuous hyperversal authority even before Noah gained his foundation. It was one of the few methods of attacking here, and with the quasi-quality of infinite mana for his quintessential hyperversal soul, an endless cherry-colored sea bloomed behind Noah's visage. His figure moved across the dense space of nothingness as he floated ever closer towards his target, Uriah of the noblesse lineage, a name only looked at as a legend from the memories of the noblesse Noah had destroyed. Yet now, her dark hair buzzed as one could see a malevolent and shocked expression on her face. Layers of vibrant crimson-black illusory shields conjured around her as they covered her entirely. Not too far from her, the other apexionic noblesse Richard could be seen doing something similar as he cast protective layers of dynamis of extremity to prevent the area of nothingness from entering his aspects of existence. The both of them only had a singular goal while surrounded by vacuous hyperversal authority that they had only heard about. Noah drew closer to Uriah as the burning cherry flames around him cried out with rage. He drew inches away from her as she was crouched in a battle stance ready to move at any moment, preserving all of her essence and authority as she truly felt nothing around her. Even though Noah was right in front of her figure, she didn't feel anything about him as more layers of defenses wrapped around her, a malevolent gaze on her face as she bellowed out. Even in such a situation, sound could not be heard as Noah inferred from her lips, "Little rat, where are you? I know a domain like this is timed as when I get out. You're ripped to fucking pieces." Her lips repeated these words over and over again as even in this situation, she was confident in her own power. She knew her enemy was someone who hadn't even undergone apexification, no matter how they had access to momentarily lay out a region of vacuous hyperversal authority. So long as she persevered in this state, that would be it for him. This was what she believed anyway. Noah stared at her battle-ready visage right in front of him as while being like this who nearly killed his son, he would break her down until she sensed such terror herself. He would tear her apart piece by piece until this malicious expression on her face was entirely torn away. And so, he raised his hand and unfurled his fist as with the back of his hand that was wrapped in a scaled armament pulsing with indefatigable dynamies of extremity, he swung towards the left side of her face, a backhand filled with the authority of an indefatigable dynamies of extremity, a backhand carrying 25 quintessential hyperversal damage values. The impact was dreadful, and yet the layers of defenses Uriah laid out at least worked as they fluctuated, her figure feeling the impact only when it arrived. As thereafter, she moved quickly to strike where Noah's hands had been. Her hands had naturally moved while trying to release beams of burning darkness. But they were devoured by the emptiness around them as nothing reached Noah. Instead, Noah's swung right hand came down from the other side to smack her right cheek, his left hand forming into a fist that directly went towards her abdominal region. Boom. Heavy impacts boomed out as Uriah roared out silently, none of the damage reaching her as it seemed her apex ionic defense values were at the very minimum nearing 100, Noah's strikes pulsing with 25 quintessential hyperversal damage values shouldn't be reaching her, yet every single one ate up at her soul values as she had to both survive and expend her power in this realm of vacuous hyperversal authority, and also defend against an enemy she couldn't see. And this wasn't all hyperversal damage values. Apex ionic damage values, these different values held a distinction that even Noah himself had yet to fully grasp, as the latter value was much greater in its standing. Every time Noah struck, even though his damage values were 25, he saw the layers of defenses around Uriah fluctuating in a much greater effect as it felt like his damage values were much more penetrative, overpowering the apex ionic defense values Uriah conjured by an unknown percentage. It was the difference in quality. As truthfully, it may have been 30 or 35 damage values being delivered instead of the 25. Noah had to better analyze the differences between quintessential hyperversal damage values at a different time as now. His hands continued to smash down and release their cold anger on this foe before him. She couldn't see or feel him, and she could only react after being hit. She couldn't express any manifestation of her core. As for her, no matter how much more potent she was compared to him, she was a sitting duck unless she could withstand and freely move around in this realm filled with vacuous hyperversal authority. 2481 The Wrathful Quintessential Hyperversal Demon Emperor. For the cherry-colored flames behind Noah flowed into his fists. His figure was enlarged as a single smack of his hand covered Uriah's whole head, and a smash of his fist would have its impact felt with half of her whole body. He moved around her freely and began pummeling her from different directions, her expression buzzing and full of rage as she flailed around trying to hit back against an enemy she couldn't see or feel. It was a terrifying state. Boom. Her layers of defenses fluctuated and flickered as they absorbed tens of quintessential hyperversal damage value multiple times within an instant. The authority of vacuous hyperversal authority sneaking in with any open gaps, as this situation was truly the worst against someone that had no connection to it. One of the only ways to defend against it was to never allow oneself to be covered in its domain. Uriah bellowed out with fervor and anger at taking hits constantly, feeling her used up soul values continuing to drain as she spun her body with her fists and legs outstretched around her while they shone with the glint of multiple dynamies of extremity. At such a juncture, Noah's cold figure moved above her as he tapped out. BZZT, a singularity born of the essence of indefatigable dynamies of extremity, was born as it remained steady and ready. An instant later, an infinity rune carrying the black gold essence of the Alathian dynamies of extremity formed as it spun with infinite mass and density. Then, the surging cherry flames coalesced into a single region as three abilities, each boasting 25 quintessential hyperversal damage values, formed with utmost grandeur. Noah's left hand then pulsed dangerously as a black gold sword of flames instantly bloomed, his right hand conjuring a pulsing spear bearing the weight of the whole. infinite hyperversal haven. In addition to the flames of a dynamis of extremity, the singularity, infinity rune, coalesced cherry flames, and the black gold sword of flames in Noah's left hand simultaneously thundered down as their aim was to instantaneously deliver over 100 quintessential hyperversal damage values. To instantly shatter the barrier still trying to protect Urieli. At the same time, more manifestations of singularities, infinity runes, cherry-colored flames, and black gold swords of flames began to bloom around Urieli's figure, as even if they couldn't all be controlled to arrive simultaneously, it would be close, as what was about to happen now was a bombardment of abilities. Mana and soul values were used without reservations as the rage of the wrathful quintessential hyperversal Demon Emperor led to nothing other than spamming. The top 4 attacks arrived first as, boom, crack, a heavy set of damage values exploded out as the barrier around Urieli shattered, and before she could reform it as her head turned up while bellowing out. The spear in Noah's right hand was already an inch from her raised forehead, a spear burning with the flames of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity while also carrying the weight of the whole infinite hyperversal haven. It arrived first before any other spammed attacks as Noah coldly and with blazing wrath drove it into the head of Urieli. Skin, bones, and stellar brain matter shattered as the spear pierced her head and passed through the very center of her throat, continuing down and piercing her chest and buzzing with destruction as it crossed her abdominal region and came out on the other end. It was a horrific scene as at that same instant, the other bombardment of attack arrived while streams of vacuous hyperversal authority streamed towards her mutilated body. Grho, her mouth and neck were split apart as guttural sounds came, and yet her life force was abundant as an apex ionic lifeform as she shockingly grabbed onto the spear, mutilating her tightly, ferociously pushing it even deeper into her as she rose up to grasp the hand of the man holding it. She had actually maxed to grasp onto him while surrounded by nothingness, her bleeding eyes filled with anger and madness as she ushered all of her damage value to bombard the being she had grasped. Noah's innate quintessential hyperversal barrier fluctuated as the protective cherry flames around him burst, but this was all. The streams of vacuous hyperversal authority had sunk into different parts of her body during the bombardment that continued even now as Urieli was losing feeling in different parts of her. Her soul and other aspects of existence becoming jumbled. Noah's gaze was exceedingly cold as his left hand came down and grasped the tight grasp of Urieli's hand that had grasped onto his, unclasping her fingers as if they were steeled metalloids. Her eyes on her head that was split in two were still as ferocious as she choked on the heavy spear, the feeling of nothingness becoming ever present as crimson blood burst and trickled down into nothingness. Immense pain racked different parts of her body as her immense life force was making it even worse, where she could feel every single thing. Noah's bombardment of attacks stopped as he looked at the body of an apex ionic lifeform torn and shredded due to his actions. An apex ionic lifeform skewered by a spear through his hands. Streams of vacuous hyperversal authority had entered different parts of her as the moment this occurred. Her fate was sealed. At such a juncture, dazzling cherry-colored flames moved out with utmost control from Noah as they encased the splintered head region of Urieli that still had a spear piercing through it. The vacuous hyperversal authority in that area was isolated out as for the first time in what seemed like a million years to Urieli. She could see again. Her eyes that were staring in different directions due to her body being split left and right gazed forward with utmost fury as the light of the cherry-colored flames only allowed her to see the devilishly handsome face of the wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor. Forkind sea-houred, she slurred her words out as even at this juncture, she held many grievances as her personality didn't change. She knew that if this vacuous hyperversal authority around them wasn't there, this being wouldn't have been able to put her in this state. Yet he stared towards her coldly as he voiced out, "For trying to kill my son and my people, you shall experience trillions of years of pain before your soul faces nothingness." She heard simple words that caused her bloodied eyes to expand and blink, even more insanity and rage rising within them as she found out her attacks hadn't even managed to kill the young Lernean commander she targeted. Then what the hell was all this for? Guttural sounds erupted from her as she tried to gather the authority of her dynamis of extremity, but the vacuous hyperversal authority dispersing throughout other parts of her aspects of existence made it extremely hard to put anything together as she could only state with hate towards Noah, if what he said was true, then, my Berg just regret is that I dird and curl more Lerneans. Her torn tongue could barely formulate words as while feeling vacuous hyperversal authority infecting everything about her, she didn't despair as she even started cackling with rage, despondency, and madness. She stared towards the frigid visage of the wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor as even while pierced with a spear, She bellowed out and tried to surge towards him in a last-ditch effort, and the cherry-colored flames of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity disappeared. Everything around her turned into nothingness once more as her guttural roars and voice couldn't be heard anymore. Fuck, she cursed in her mind. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck that Lernean commander. Fuck his father. Fuck all of them to oblivion. For what seemed like forever, she cursed and continued cursing as the life force and soul of an apexionic lifeform that had undergone apexification was extremely strong. Even as her aspects of existence were permeating with nothingness, it would take a long time for them to be ground down and destroyed. Of course, this long time was not a real passage of time, as it was simply what she would experience as the passage of time. Off to the side, Noah could already see different parts of her body being eaten up by vacuous hyperversal authority as the source that made her. Noah wouldn't waste it to be thrown to void as his unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation pulled the different parts of her being devoured by nothingness into Noah. His frigid eyes then watched her be obliterated as he then turned towards the second apex ionic noblesse who was beside you, O'Reilly, the one who stood beside her as she assaulted his people. It was another apex ionic lifeform who would face his wrath as dense singularities. Infinity symbols and flames rose up while they burned with the light of an absolute dynamis of extremity. 2482 killing an apex ionic lifeform. Around the same time that Noah released the utterly expansive domain of miniature vacuous hyperversal domain, silver skies filled with floating islands of glaciers and freezing ice could be seen in what used to be the past region where planes of existence belonging to the ancestral Lerneans stood. The main bodies of Aurelia, Orion, and a few more apex ionic Lerneans who had joined them could be seen with troubled faces as Aurelia was speaking with a sharp tone. We need to make our way into the infinite plane and protect it with our main bodies. For an attack to reach there during such a critical time, worry was abundant on hers and Orion's faces as they already saw the tremendous potential and possibilities for all Lerneans within the infinite plane. Seeing the recent events, these apex ionic lifeforms were ready to bring their main bodies into the infinite plane as Orion and Aurelia still remembered Noah's words for the other apex ionic Lerneans. He wanted them to bend the knee in order to enter his lands and relish the benefits. As they were thinking about how to move, zap, the silver skies above them crackled as Aurelia's gaze instantly changed, a golden light of a dynamite of extremity erupting around her as a moment later. The skies were filled with an illusory blue palm smashing down towards them with utmost ferocity. A few hundred apex ionic damage values were contained in this strike as after Aurelia reacted, Orion's body also lit up with a milky white light along with the apex ionic lifeforms around them facing the surprise attack head-on as even then, their gazes heavily changed and turned ashen. This was because in the skies, tens of illusory blue hands manifested an instant after as their target seemed to be Aurelia at the very center of their group. It was the forces of the hyperversal extremity of destruction making a move to hunt their suspected mutated entities. The gazes of Aurelia and Orion's clone changed in the infinite hyperversal haven. This change very soon being picked up by the reality around them that was more observant than ever after what had just occurred. Their eyes turned more difficult by the second as a moment later, Noah's voice reverberated from all around them as his will that was left behind communicated with them. What happened? His voice was utterly cold as it emanated out, Aurelia gritting her teeth as she spat out with a sense of shock. We are being attacked by an apex ionic lifeform stronger than any we've met before. He shouldn't even be from this haven. The pressure and level of damage they were receiving was catastrophic as their main bodies were barely defending. Noah only listened to Aurelia's account briefly as before even a fraction of a second passed. His voice emanated out once more as bright balls of light floated towards Aurelia and Orion. Head to these coordinates and the lands of the noblesse. I can lend you aid there. The area where his main body was stuck dealing with two apex ionic lifeforms already. He couldn't move from his at this moment as less than 3 seconds had already passed from his 1 minute time where he could maintain his fusion. This was just how rapidly the attacks and communications could occur with existences as powerful as them who could even throw out attacks within the span of nanoseconds. A dreadful and powerful battle could be finished with a victor decided in less than the passage of a second. And yet to the powerful boundary expansion realm experts fighting, it may have seemed like the ordeal of a lifetime with hundreds of attacks exchanged. Aurelia's eyes snapped with a difficult light as it didn't seem right that they would listen and seek the aid of an existence who hadn't undergone apexification no matter how unique and powerful he was, but she didn't have time to think it over as her boundary of fortune warned her that this peril was the greatest one in her life, so she quickly ascertained the information released by Noah as the task for her, Orion, and the few apex ionic Lerneans following them was to protect against the heavy attacks being thrown their way while teleporting towards the coordinates of a location the noblesse domains. In the Quasarian lands, Grand Singularity Elder Zeitgeist had a cold countenance as he was receiving information from multiple sources, his heart feeling trepidation as he already knew hyperversal extremity Kabul was nearing. Over a dozen apex ionic elders of the Singularity Overseers were spreading outwards from this location to search for any signs of the perpetrator that arrived to snatch away the prize that belonged to the hyperversal devourer, the images of Caesar, Shami, and Most. Of all the unknown assailant that aided their escape were passed around to all apex ionic elders of the Singularity Overseers. The apex ionic Quasarians were pacified as he quickly took control and reigned in Quasarian Elder Buma. The power of an ionic inheritance of extremity being something others couldn't even fathom, especially one connected to the hyperversal extremity of devouring. As a few seconds trickled, information quickly flowed as he finally received something. Grand Singularity Elder, I sense heavy fluctuations of apex ionic lifeforms towards my direction. Looking at the local topology, it should be within the aboriginal domain of the noblesse who are now under the influence of the Genesis Institute of Extremity. The information buzzed in Zeitgeist's mind as his Kismet dynamis of extremity shone brightly. It told him that there was a high likelihood of what he saw to be there. So his countenance hardened as he commanded, converge upon this location. Monitor and only act if you confirm the targets. Kismet danced wildly in his heart, he could feel it. It further told him that his chance to perform an achievement that would be worthy of recognition of the hyperversal extremity of devouring was coming. He didn't want to miss it as he himself moved from the Quasarian lands to head towards the coordinates his subordinate specified. 2483 Killing an apex ionic lifeform. 2. The apex ionic Lernians and their attacker converged towards a single location. The apex ionic lifeforms from the Singularity Overseers also converged towards a location. All of it was connected to a single being. But this wasn't all, it was the noblesse domains. Naturally, those living in this region would be those to arrive first. Essence buzzed wildly as a few thousand miles away from the circle of darkness pulsing with vacuous hyperversal authority. The figures of over a dozen apex ionic lifeforms rose as the distinct obsidian skin of the noblesse could be seen. Each of them released brilliant grandeur, yet they were still eclipsed by two men and women who floated amongst them who weren't of the noblesse lineage. I'll have to thank Grand Genesis Elder Mei Ying for your help today. Explaining things to the adjudicator of dissolution will be that much easier with the aid of the Genesis Institute of Extremity. We shall discipline you royally after this to make sure such things don't happen again. A noblesse with a valiant visage adorned in a sleek crimson battle armor spoke with an ingratiating expression towards a pink-haired woman of utmost beauty. Her nose was sharp as her eyes were beautifully wide, one being inadvertently lost in them if they stared for too long. She wasn't just any Grand Elder who led the incursion into the Ionic haven of dissolution this time, but a powerful apex Ionic lifeform who was rumored to be close to grasping an absolute seat of extremity. She held multiple dynamis of extremity already, as she was infinitely close to fusing multiple concepts of extremity into a single absolute dynamis of extremity. Against common apex Ionic lifeforms, she was considered exceptional. Grand Genesis Elder Mei Ying nodded with a smile while her eyes released blinding radiance, moving ever closer to the coordinates they had received as she stared closely at the mass of darkness ahead of them. I came to help. But I'm not sure if we have made it in time. That seems eerily close to vacuous hyperversal authority. WAA, a dangerous authority was uttered from her as this was something she had felt an esteemed extremity freely control before. Her words caused the expressions of the apex Ionic noblesse to change as the leading one spoke in a heavy tone. Could the adjudicator of dissolution have already acted? Punishment for violating the investiture of extremity by killing lower lifeforms will never be death. Accepting isolation or an albatross at most, the investiture of extremity, the set of rules and regulations that all races in the havens of extremity followed after the extremity sanctification of the Ionic haven of Genesis. They knew these rules well, along with the results of violating them, as apex Ionic lifeforms were treated well when any violations were made. After all, they were the current and future weapons who would stand against the terrible enemies that could even bother. Hyperversal extremities, didn't the message you all received say that a lower lifeform had appeared before Richard and Urieli? A Lernian coming to seek revenge from those Urieli targeted and killed? Grand Genesis Elder Mei Ying spoke inquisitively while staring ahead as her words caused the minds of the apex Ionic lifeforms nearby to buzz. A lower lifeform. Did she truly imply that he was the one who may be responsible for the swirling mass of darkness ahead of them? For calling upon vacuous hyperversal authority, Lernians. Commander Vladik, it is always these rats we have been fighting with. An apex Ionic noblesse spoke with distaste while gazing towards their commander who stood beside Maying, Vladik, a famous apex Ionic lifeform of their lineage who sat at the leading seat of their council. His expression was cold as he went forward. It can't be a lower lifeform who is capable of this. If an apex Ionic Lernean gets involved to cause any harm to Euryale, his eyes shone with a dangerous glint that betrayed some of his emotions and showed a hidden connection this being held with Euryale that far surpassed merely a colleague of the same race. Her wild demeanor and unstable nature crossed through his eyes as billions of years of memories passed. She was a being who did what she wished as at certain times. Even those closest to her called her crazy, but he adored that craziness. He loved her wild and somewhat cruel nature as his position of power allowed her to run free all these years. If anything actually happened to her, much through the hands of Lerneans, no less, he would burn them all to the ground. All of them, let's go, he uttered out while moving ever closer to the swirling mass of darkness. Within the miniature vacuous hyperversal domain, Noah's gaze was cold as he stared at the masculine apex Ionic noblesse who held over a dozen blazing crimson-back flaming swords piercing his body from different directions. Each of them pulsed with both the Alathian and indefatigable dynamis of extremity as they burned brightly even while encircled by vacuous hyperversal authority. Any apex Ionic lifeforms who didn't have an absolute dynamis of extremity and actually managed to get stuck in Noah's miniature vacuous hyperversal domain when he was in his fused state, their fate would be abysmal. If he had his normal power, maybe they would outlast how long he could have it active, and he wouldn't be able to bypass their defenses of tens or hundreds of apex Ionic defense values so easily. But in his fused state as the wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor, his lives were up to him. He stared at them as to his left. Euryale kept up a ferocious expression while her aspects of existence were entirely invaded by vacuous hyperversal authority. Her body seemed dead and ready to turn to ash as the only thing keeping it together were illusory extremity meridians numbering 8 still pulsing weakly within her body. They contained the concepts she characterized herself with in abundance, as well as the sources of the dynamis of extremity she formed, yet even they were slowly turning gray as for her, there was no turning back. 2484 killing an apex Ionic lifeform. 3. Over 80% of Euryale's aspects of existence were already permeated with the authority of nothingness as she couldn't return from this even if she tried. Now, she just experienced pain outside the scope of time itself as she wallowed in her hatred. To his right, Richard held a regretful expression as his lips would occasionally voice out, I tried to stop her. 70% of his aspects of existence were already infected and about to fade away into nothingness as the vitality of an apex Ionic lifeform held strong. His 7 extremity meridians pulsing weakly as half of them had already turned gray. They would die here, but Noah did not feel content. He felt like even though they were experiencing the passage of countless illusory years, it was still not enough. His wrath wanted to do more. His eyes buzzed as an instant later, a path bloomed as he chose it. He would do more than just kill them, he would also send a message. Hung. His figure moved as each of his hands wrapped around the husks of the necks of Euryale and Richard. They couldn't even react to him as they preserved the last of their souls from fading away, and the vibrant darkness of vacuous hyperversal authority around them began to pulse and retreat. Noah deactivated this miniature vacuous hyperversal domain as he wanted to take the dredges of what remained of 2 apex Ionic lifeforms to send a message to the noblesse and any others on what would happen if they targeted anything that was his. He wanted to send a message to whoever was attacking Aurelia and the others headed here about what would be in store for them. BZZT. So the miniature vacuous hyperversal domain pulsed and began to fade as his figure clasping onto the dying necks of husks of apex Ionic lifeforms was gradually unveiled. My oh my, the voice of the hyperversal extremity of destruction echoed out as his figure appeared meters away from the adjudicator of dissolution. Each of their bodies pulsed with the shocking authority of hyperversal extremity and vacuous hyperversal authority as the both of them were watching the unfolding scene below, an existence yet to undergo apexification, and he can stand toe-to-toe with apex Ionic lifeforms because he can call upon a semblance of vacuous hyperversal authority, however weak it is, and even survive in it. His voice carried immense interest and power as he spoke, his will watching the veil of the vacuous hyperversal domain fade as a shocking scene was gradually revealed. At his words and appearance, the adjudicator of dissolution was utterly cold as she voiced out calmly and with authority, do not think we do not know your connection to the Avernus clan. Can I take your actions today as the actions of the Avernus clan falling out of the 7-clan investiture alliance? WAA. Her words held a hint of danger as the hyperversal extremity of destruction replied while shaking his head, my actions are my own, but what have I exactly done that was wrong today? All I did was come pay my respects to you. I would never dare to even show a semblance of dishonor towards a hyperversal extremity who has taken the job of an adjudicator. He pounded his chest with a smile as he spoke, where he truly had all of his bases covered today. Oh, the veiled visage of the adjudicator of dissolution shone brightly as she spoke with coldness. Then what is the authority of destruction barreling here at this moment? Her words caused the brows of the hyperversal extremity of destruction to rise and look down as an instant later, space cracked and fissured as a few apex ionic Lerneans were spat from it. Multiple illusory blue hands of destruction now tainted with tendrils of red emerging and following behind them closely. The golden hair on Aurelia could be seen shining brightly as she bellowed out with power, a milky white light covering Orion as flowers of Genesis bloomed to protect him and the other apex ionic Lerneans. Behind them, a single man stepped out of the fissure of space as his hands were folded behind his back. His expression was calm and unfettered as his red robe fluttered amidst the surging essence. A single being. It wasn't even a cluster of apex ionic lifeforms targeting them and putting them in such a dire state, but a single one causing all this, as they couldn't even escape his chase. But as soon as they arrived in this new region, they were forced to come to a stop as their surroundings were utterly messy and chaotic, and yet they seemed to be palpating with danger, far, far above them. The hyperversal extremity of destruction smiled as he saw the one chasing after this group of apex ionic lifeforms was none other than one of his most prized disciples, the Grand Elder Scion of Destruction, who had attained that. Events seemed to be unfolding in an utterly wild direction as the moment he arrived. His chase momentarily stopped as he seemed to sense the fading vacuous hyperversal domain towards the direction where a certain being could be seen holding the necks of husks of apex ionic lifeforms. As soon as this party of beings arrived, those who were already there before them also appeared as from the depths of the noblesse domains. The figures of multiple apex ionic noblesse appeared as they were followed side by side with the elders and a Grand Genesis Elder Maying of the Genesis Institute of Extremity. Commander Vladik led the noblesse as his squinting eyes and piercing will instantly focused on the region where a stellar existence blazed with a flaming crown and devilish horns, especially focusing on the husks clasped within his hands as his pupils vibrated when he identified who they were. BZZZT essence began to dance wildly in this whole region, coming out of the miniature vacuous hyperversal domain. Noah's will felt the convergence of multiple apex ionic lifeforms here as providence and destiny vibrated with immense scrutiny and grandeur. He smelled opportunity, he smelled chaos, he smelled the calculative manipulation and guidance of his anger towards a glorious path. He sensed the potential of immense glory and loot as he fearlessly gazed towards the oncoming powerhouses of apex ionic lifeforms. Fear not even being a thing in his heart. 2485 killing an apex ionic lifeform. 4. Commander Vladik saw her. Her skin was turned gray as if she could fall apart any second. Her extremity meridians thinned and decayed as her foundation was at risk of entirely falling apart. A spear impaled her top to bottom as she was nearly split in two. Yet was her HUUM. His will was roused as it surged powerfully, his figure going forward and looking at the being grasping onto her with her right arm, seemingly indicating that the last vestige of her life was in his hands. Bubbling wrath and apprehension rose as while he neared, his voice echoed out. You have greatly wounded and nearly destroyed the foundation of an apex ionic noblesse. Let it end there, as if anything happens to any of them. His eyes also caught Richard, who was grasped on this being's left hand as he uttered out a threat with his very soul. His eyes becoming ever more baleful as he saw the figures of apex ionic Lerneans scramble to come behind this being. The situation before Aurelia exceeded her wilderness dreams. The coordinates they arrived at showed an inconceivable scene as her bright eyes felt the auras of multiple apex ionic lifeforms dot along with him. An expansive aurora of wings stretched out behind him as he was adorned in an armament shimmering with an absolute dynamis of extremity. Horns rose from his head as a wrathful flaming crown spun above it. His face held a devilishly handsome look and utmost coldness as in his hands the husks of what seemed to be two apex ionic lifeforms were grasped. Aurelia and the rest of the apex ionic Lerneans scrambled to appear behind him as the constant attacks from the force behind them didn't keep coming at this moment, their strained bodies gaining a pause as they heard the words of Commander Vladik of the noblesse. This caused their minds to buzz as they truly affirmed that Noah held in his hands the lives of two apex ionic lifeforms. How? Orion wiped the blood from his lips as the milky white light around him only intensified, each of them gazing towards Noah, trying to rationalize how this being who had yet to undergo apexification had managed to dominate two apex ionic lifeforms. Yet no answers came from him at this juncture as he looked towards the distance where the being who was chasing Aurelia and the others could be seen. His face was that of a saint gracing these lands with his grandeur, his red robe fluttering calmly as his eyes contained immense power and possibilities. Out of all beings here, this existence was the one that was most unknown and granted the most sense of danger. A close second was behind the noblesse who had just spoken. Noah turned towards this direction as he came to concentrate on the forces of the ionic inheritance of extremity behind the noblesse. Each of them seemed more powerful than the average apex ionic lifeforms present here, yet Noah was fearless in their appearance as he came to focus on the apex ionic noblesse that had spoken, his voice ringing out coldly and with regality against this being. I didn't already extinguish the souls of the apex ionic lifeforms I grasped because I wanted to send a message. His words caught the attention of all beings here as the eyes of Commander Vladik turned bloodshot, a foreboding sensation permeated as his body wrapped in power, ready to make a move at any second as the voice of the existence who pulsed with an unfathomable dynamis of extremity continued. I want to show all those watching what happens when you fuck around with my people. WAA, as he spoke, his hand holding the mutilated body of Urieli rose as a spear wrapped in tendrils of black, gold, and cherry-colored lights still remained impaled across her body. This pest here thought her status as an apex ionic lifeform distinguished her as she attacked to kill those who haven't even undergone apexification freely. I want to let you all know that it doesn't matter whether you are an apex ionic lifeform. Nor if you have reached extremity. BZZZT. As he spoke, the arcs of light around the spear impaling a non-responsive Urieli began to buzz, cherry-colored flames erupting around it as what remained of her body and aspects of existence began to be broken down. If you touch my people, I will tear all the statuses you hold dear, as no matter your realm or power, this will be your only fate. Don't. If you do this. Commander Vladik's eyes raged with blood as he spoke threateningly while moving forward. Aurelia and the apex ionic Lernians behind Noah also buzzed with power as they prepared to fight if need be. It was a critical moment in time where, depending on the actions taken, a very unstable future could bloom, and these actions lay in the hands of one man as he held the life of an apex ionic lifeform within his fingertips. Far above this region, the wills of two hyperversal extremities watched this as the red-robed man had a smile on his face as he spoke. I dare not presume or impose on the task of the adjudicator, but in the doctrines of the investiture of extremity, the punishment for acting to slay lesser lifeforms was never death, with every apex ionic lifeform or hyperversal extremity being too vital of a force to simply erase. Is the adjudicator not going to move to stop this being from taking the lives of not one, but two apex ionic lifeforms? His eyes shone with destruction and chaos as he couldn't hide his smile while he spoke, the adjudicator of dissolution not even turning towards his way and replying as she recalled what she had told this being below them not too long ago, that she wouldn't interfere when others exploded with conflict against him. Yet never was there an expectation that it would move on to be a conflict with apex ionic lifeforms merely minutes later. Due to this, she coldly looked at the two apex ionic lifeforms in his hands as their fates were shockingly decided. She wouldn't interfere here, but if the situation continued to head towards the direction she expected it to, essence and authority buzzed below them as a choice was made. The true Emperor of Quintessence brought his hand to crush what he held within it as cherry-colored flames rose torrentially. They painted a beautiful and chaotic picture as, for the first time in his life, the true Emperor of Quintessence killed an apex ionic lifeform. 2486. The spark of a war. Life's firsts, they were always special. The first meal, the first birthday, the first love, the first job, the first child, the first kill. A lot of the time, firsts were special for the beings involved in them as they fundamentally marked a milestone and a change in one's life. But there were firsts that didn't just affect a single person and the few beings closest to them. There were firsts that could affect the very tilting of reality and cause an eruption of chaos that could have never been imagined. The wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor grasped the life of an apex ionic lifeform in his hands as he crushed down and took such a life for the first time in his life. His first kill of an existence supposedly much higher than him in power, and the moment he did it, his words echoed out for all to hear: apex ionic lifeform or hyperversal extremity. This will be their fate when they stand against me and my people. BOM. When he did this, apart from the apex ionic lifeforms that were already here, a few more auras began to appear from the horizon where tendrils of ruin and nullity were beginning to converge. It was the forces of the singularity. Overseers who were looking for a very specific being who had run off with two Quasarians. They arrived to see the soul of an apex ionic lifeform be extinguished, and Noah's actions followed a sequence as an instant after he utterly crushed the residual soul of Urieli. He also crushed his left hand as cherry-colored flames rose to extinguish what remained of Richard, OOH. And a guttural bellow followed his words and actions as Commander Vladik of the Noblesse showed immense pain on his face. tears of crimson red leaking from his obsidian red eyes as he surged out like a comet towards Noah. His actions were the actions of the other apexionic noblesse as they also barreled forth with torrential grandeur. Time felt like it slowed down infinitely. Noah's heart was at ease as from his initial state of fusion until now. 30 seconds had already passed, and yet he did what he did as he was assured in his power and actions, as multiple apexionic lifeforms no doubt more powerful than Riley and Richard charged towards him. He didn't sit still as if he was waiting for someone else to protect him. He surged forward himself as his hands flickered, a miniature vacuous hyperversal domain blooming towards Commander Vladik, who instantly stopped and moved back to evade the mass of darkness, yet the circular domain remained in space as an instant later. Another one bloomed from a different direction as the other apexionic lifeforms felt the trepidation with the authority contained within these domains as unlike Riley and Richard. They were on high alert to make sure they weren't enveloped, so without even a delay, Noah had begun throwing out attacks towards multiple apexionic lifeforms, and yet another instant later. All entities here had to raise a portion of their wills up as they felt the pristine and heavy authority of extremity begin to descend, yet it wasn't singular, far above them. The will of the hyperversal extremity of destruction was luminous as he smiled while spreading his aura out, intent on seeing what destruction would unfold as his voice began to echo out, "O great adjudicator of dissolution. Isn't interfering now a bit lackluster?" I wanted to bask BOM. Before his words could even continue, his eyes flickered as before him, the veiled visage of the adjudicator of dissolution instantly exploded forth with such a suffocating and shocking authority that instantly overwhelmed everything he had spread out. Shock rose within his eyes as he affirmed with disbelief that his Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authority was extinguished in an instant, this being before him seeming larger than anything he imagined her to be as her voice chillingly echoed out, "This will be my only warning to you." Her words were akin to the ruling of the haven itself as the eyes of the hyperversal extremity of destruction turned sharp, realizing he had greatly underestimated this existence before him as her grandeur extended down freely to halt everything that was occurring down below. The pristine aura of extremity descended along with an undeniable voice that rang out, per the regulations of the investiture of extremity. No apexionic lifeforms shall strike or death lower lifeforms. The debt that was sown with the previous conflict has been repaid as further conflict is not allowed. WAA, a voice of pristine undeniability rang out as all existences in this region came to a halt. The eyes of many flashed with shocking brilliance as they were all distinguished beings. They understood the intricacies in the words and authority of the adjudicator of dissolution as all eyes turned towards the existence who was freely conjuring out domains of darkness that even apexionic lifeforms had to evade. This being had yet to even undergo apexification. The eyes of the Grand Elder Scion of Destruction in the far distance shone with blazing brilliance. The Grand Genesis Elder Maying arrived beside Commander Vladik as this apexionic noblesse had eyes bulging with shock and anger while he gritted his teeth. None of them wanted to believe these words, and yet they knew the grandeur of the adjudicator of dissolution as they couldn't deny them. But still, Commander Vladik's heart was unwilling. The pain and loss he felt was too much. So even amidst the grandeur of extremity pressing down on them, he uttered out while pulling a runestone. Shining with a stellar void-filled light, his gaze moving from Noah and onto the apexionic Lerneans floating behind him. O adjudicator of dissolution. On this day, 2 apexionic noblesse have died by the hands of those belonging to the Lernean lineage. The differences we have are unresolvable as one cannot exist with the other under the same haven. BOM. His words were shocking as those around him instantly knew where he was taking this incomprehensible situation. Grand Genesis Elder Maying placed her hand on Commander Vladik's shoulders, but this being ignored all reason as he uttered out with solemnity, as the leading commander of noblesse, "I call upon my right and the rights of my lineage as inscribed in the investiture of extremity. Due to unresolvable differences and the flagrant murder of our apexionic lifeforms, the noblesse lineage calls upon an apex war against the Lernean lineage. An apex war of annihilation. WAA, the skies seethed as tendrils of ruin and nullity ran rampant. 2487 The spark of a war. 2. An apex war, and not just any apex war, but an apex war of annihilation, where the differences in hatred ran so deep that out of such a war, it resulted in the complete wipeout and erasure of the other faction or lineage. The victors of the apex war held such a right of annihilation. Apex wars were called upon when differences ran so deep that conflict was the only solution, but it was something controlled as normally. The apexionic lifeforms fought and absorbed the losing faction. After blood had been spilled to a great extent, when it came to apex wars of annihilation, both sides had to agree to it in order for it to be carried out, as this type of an apex war granted the right of complete annihilation that the victors could carry out. It was against everything that the investiture of extremity stood for, as it was something that rarely ever took place. After all, the lives of existences were precious. Each apex war had to be under the approval of the adjudicator of said haven, as their job was to prevent conflict from ever rising to such a level in the first place. The last few apex wars to occur in the ionic haven of dissolution had ended with 80% of the apex ionic lifeforms from the losing side being wiped out before the victors were crowned and attained everything. They all happened in developed havens that had already undergone extremity sanctification, as if this apex war went through, it would be the first in the ionic haven of dissolution. Noblesse and Lernians have fought over the years and spilled much blood, but in the past days, a total of 3 apex ionic noblesse lost their lives to Lernians. We have cause. We have conflict. We have life force being spilled. Please, do not deny us our right. Commander Vladik gritted his teeth with bloodshot eyes as he mentioned the apex ionic noblesse killed by Orion during his escape, as well as you, O'Reilly and Richard just now. He provided cause and conflict as the skies filling with ruin and nullity crackled silently, the pristine aura of extremity silent as if it was waiting for affirmation from a certain direction. From a certain being. Noah's visage shone with blinding radiance as the time to maintain his state of fusion trickled down. Waving his hands behind him as he beckoned for Aurelia and the other apex ionic Lernians to come float behind him, his gaze was that of utmost coldness and apathy as he turned his head to the skies swirling with sources of chaos while he spoke. As the Lernian lineage emperor, I accept the summons for an apex war with the noblesse lineage. An apex war of annihilation. Aurelia and Orion's minds buzzed at Noah's words, their emotions and hearts telling them to do things very differently, as in such a situation, they did not cut down Noah's authority. After all, he was granted it not too long ago before he fully devoured all Lernian domains. The silence in the surroundings was deafening as it was broken soon after with a voice filled with extremity authority. An apex war is frowned upon across all havens, as it only further propagates bloodshed and the loss of life. Are you all sure of taking this path? The tone of the hyperversal extremity authority pressing down held a hint of displeasure, and yet Commander Vladik was unfettered as he replied staunchly, yes, esteemed adjudicator. This debt can only be repaid by blood. Beside him, Grand Genesis Elder Maying sighed thoughtfully as she gazed towards the stellar form of the being wrapped in the authority of an absolute dynamis of extremity. His eyes were filled with apathy at this moment as he floated forward silently. His visage was freely and without fear crossing the skies filled with raining tendrils of ruin and nullity. Apex ionic lifeforms surrounding him on all sides as he looked like a magnificent celestial warrior walking upon a stellar battlefield. He floated until he arrived right before the forces of the apex ionic noblesse. Grand Genesis Elder Maying also seeing him closely as he spoke out while staring straight into the eyes of Commander Vladik. This war will end the differences between Lernians and noblesse. And in this war, I shall take part as the Lernian lineage emperor. Any apex ionic lifeforms can come settle their grudges with me as they like freely without worrying about the investiture of extremity. Boom, apex ionic lifeforms could strike or reap the lives of lower lifeforms. But nothing said a lower lifeform couldn't target and butcher apex ionic lifeforms. After all, it wasn't even a possibility, so Noah told them all that he would be there. He looked at Commander Vladik and told him that he could settle any hatred with him free of worries. The malice within Commander Vladik's eyes was potent as he seemed ready to move right then and there. The voice of the hyperversal extremity booming down thereafter as both sides came to an agreement. Very well. The Lernians that accepted the challenge of this apex war of annihilation retain the privilege of choosing the time within reasonable limits, a time when boundless chaos would kick off. Noah's cold eyes were sharp as he voiced out with ease. 3 days from now, WAA, at the time when he could fuse with the myriad parts of himself again. The time was selected as it was a fairly short period of time, with prior histories of apex wars showing factions taking months or years to prepare. Within 3 days, the apex war will be carried out. Privilege here. Confirm all your forces and those participating on behalf of your lineages before that time. Now, disperse. Displeasure, disappointment, and a trace of anger was present in the voice of the adjudicator of dissolution as her words buzzed in the surroundings. Her last words revealed another working of the apex wars. The factions involved within could invite other forces to fight with them. 2488 The spark of a war. 3. Now, disperse. The booming words of the adjudicator of dissolution echoed out. The visage of the wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor stared down towards Commander Vladik coldly as Grand Genesis Elder Maying motioned for him and others behind him to move out. Far behind Noah, Aurelia, and the others glared towards a direction where the red-robed being who was attacking them still floated without a worry, their wills also focusing back on Noah on the predicament he had placed all of them in, on the predicament of a war. In another direction, 3 Apexionic Singularity Overseer Elders had just arrived to witness this scene as they sent a message to Grand Singularity Elder Zeitgeist, who was still on his way over. SHA, he shot forth like a burning comet on the crimson-silver skies. He received memories of what the elders he had sent forth had seen, his gaze tightening as the visage and likeness of the horned existence who had gotten into conflict with the noblesse was exactly akin to the one who had taken away the existence with an innate pellucid hyperversal foundation. You say the two sides just entered into an agreement for an apex war, he confirmed with the elder he was discussing with as. After getting more memories and understanding the situation clearly, Zeitgeist made his choice. Okay. Approach the noblesse and the elders of the Genesis Institute of Extremity. Let them know our intention to assist them. So long as we get to question and obtain what we want from this Lernean lineage emperor. Also, establish a line of communication with him personally. We shall see whether threats or riches work on someone like him. Zeitgeist was ready to play both sides as his forces began to move to achieve exactly what he wanted. At the same time, his soul buzzed as something close to his chest released pulsing sounds, his figure coming to a stop as he looked above him. The pulsing was indicative of one thing as in the distance, space cracked and fissured while a force of nature stepped out of it. It was none other than his past elder brother making his arrival. It was the hyperversal Extremity Cabal who had come under the order of their master to ensure everything went smoothly. Zeitgeist's face hardened as he changed direction, floating upwards to welcome him and brief him on exactly what had occurred. The adjudicator of dissolution had ordered for them to disperse. The Apexionic lifeforms began to do just that as the calm figure of Grand Genesis Elder Mei Ying had tight command of her people, all Genesis elders moving out soon after she motioned towards the Apexionic noblesse. They also began to move away as Commander Vladik was the last one to turn around. As he did, one last message was sent forward only for Noah to hear. I will enjoy destroying everything you hold dear in a matter of days. The pain he felt from seeing Urieli die was still too strong as he muttered out, intending to leave as it wasn't before the voice of the true Emperor of Quintessence reverberated out, and it wasn't only for him to hear as it spread out across the skies. The message I sent didn't seem to have been received, so I will do to you all what I just did to those two worthless lifeforms. WAA, his words caused blazing auras to blare. But Commander Vladik motioned with his hands with his rageful eyes as the noblesse began to disappear. Noah's body began to flicker as he turned around at this moment to face the Apexionic Lerneans, his eyes also gazing in the direction of the being who hunted them as before he could act. A blinding singularity of light shot towards his direction. It was without any authority as a bejeweled medallion came to float before him from a direction where foreign Apexionic lifeforms were floating. Noah's eyes were sharp as he took this communication medallion, his body beginning to fluctuate as prompts appeared before him. The fused state of the wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor has come to an end. For the next day, all of your values are weakened by half. The profundity you experienced in your state of fusion has propelled you ever closer to extremity. The convergence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity has reached 90%. The convergence of the Alethian dynamis of extremity has reached 45%. Bountiful prompts cascaded over his eyes as his body reformed and sized down. His finger tapping the space before him as his connection to the infinite hyperversal haven was roused to create a gateway. Let's go. He spoke towards the main bodies of Aurelia, Orion, and the Apexionic Lerneans who followed them as with heavy eyes. They turned into streaks of light that delved into the gateway. Noah's figure remained still as his will strongly gazed at the many eyes undoubtedly still here. A body draped in golden robes budding off from him soon after as his main body disappeared into the gateway himself. It was time to take stock of what had just occurred and plunge into the states of his son and affected people, as well as prepare for the shocking future. Part of these preparations would include utilizing the benefits that came from his wrath, with the prompts that rose when he took out Urieli and Richard being utterly stunning ones. You have obtained 10x golden singularities of extremity, you have obtained 10x buds of convergence, you have obtained 10x golden havens essentiality, golden singularities of extremity, buds of convergence, and golden havens of essentiality. They were grandiose names of loot new from Apexionic lifeforms. But Noah didn't focus on them right now as his mind held greater focus towards an entirely different direction. As he returned to the infinite hyperversal haven, his weakened body which had half of its strength looked just as vibrant as he put all other things on hold. Aurelia and the others were put aside, Xiaomi and Caesar were put aside, his figure warped towards the Prana-Alethian haven that was filled with an overabundance of life. Here, the figure of his son with his eyes closed could be seen floating next to dozens of small shining clusters of souls that were about to have their fates ascertained by Noah. 2489 Reconstruction. His coldness and apathy faded. Around him, verdant vines shimmering with a layer of golden light formed a magical stellar garden, multicolored flowers filled with the very essence of prana permeating all around. The form of the wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor entirely faded as his fair skin was laid bare. A cosmic color flashing above its epidermal skin layer as he looked like an ancient warrior forged and born from the very stars. His eyes showed an unfathomable light of thought and power as he floated before his son, who had entirely been healed from his charred visage, along with pulsing clusters of residual soul light. Far away from them and in the periphery of this deepest part of the forming Prana-Alethian haven, the figures of Adelaide, the Longest Dream, Amelia, and many others could be seen with somber expressions as they watched on to see what the result would be. They held worry in their eyes, but they also held a profound sense of trust towards the being who had arrived before Henry's dormant figure and the clusters of residual souls that were people he knew. Even in this time of uncertainty, they instinctively believed he would show them yet another wonder, so they watched on with their hearts slightly at ease. Even further from them, outside of the Prana-Alethian haven, the figures of Aurelia's and Orion's main bodies could be seen along with other apex ionic lifeforms, the leading figures of ancestral Lernaeans swirling around them, while in the distance, Caesar held Xiaomi tightly as Noah had already told them to merely sit tight while he took care of something. All of this and many more things were happening in the background, but Noah himself focused nearly all of himself in the center of the Prana-Alethian haven as millions of thoughts flashed in his mind. Possibilities on the paths that could be taken. His son was okay, and yet his soul hadn't roused even now for him to open up his eyes, while the clusters of souls that used to be Eoin, Barbados, Kazuhiko, the Emperor Penguin, and dozens more important beings in his life only had threads of what they used to be held together by his own soul that bound them as his vassals. When Noah calculated the options and followed the lead of providence and destiny, he arrived towards a few paths. These paths were further derived as a few were eliminated, some were considered more on, and then a single golden path remained open as the only possibility before Noah hung. His body pulsed as his stellar visage was soon covered by a cherry-colored light. The indefatigable dynamis of extremity. It was born from concepts of the end and of beginnings. His son, and many others close to him who had nearly met their ends, he could likely raise them to be even grander than they used to be with this new beginning. But this alone isn't enough. His voice was vibrant as it caused the life force in the surroundings to become even more dense. The indefatigable dynamis of extremity alone wasn't enough, and apart from this, there was also the fact of rectifying how all of this had happened in the first place. As while a cherry-colored light covered his body, a myriad of other lights also rose as Noah called upon new concepts of extremity he had just expanded. Anima, body, origin, soul, cloning, reification, unification, separation, each of them were brought to the ninth boundary layer as their seeds of extremity had already been taken into respective hyperversal extremity meridian seeds, as they only waited for these seeds to bud for them to achieve their 10th boundary layers. Twinkling lights that represented these boundaries danced around Noah as he took a breath. He breathed in these essences as they began to circulate through every part of him, his will being set on forging something new. Each of the newly expanded concepts had its own distinctive layers that deserved further exploration, but this would come at a later time when he further took their standing towards a more pristine level. What he needed to do now was to attain an even greater authority through their combination. Another absolute seed of extremity. It may be an unlikelihood for other beings, but his quintessential breathing method and his binding of the sources of extremity, along with a myriad of other factors that made him the anomaly that he was. All of it allowed him to take the grand actions he took. The convergence of multiple concepts is occurring within your aspects of existence. There is a quintessential resonance with the selected concepts: anima, body, origin, soul, cloning, reification, unification, and separation. Noah circulated their essences as if they were each their own separate lines that gradually came together to fuse into a single one. To birth a single seed, the unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation supports and enhances the birth of another absolute seed of extremity. As the prompts came, so did Noah's commands: add quintessence and mana dynamics into the mix, what he used with his first absolute seed of extremity to stabilize different concepts. It brought the number of circulating boundary essences to 10 as his body buzzed with grandeur. He seemed like a forge that was creating a deadly shield or weapon, radiance shining from him in no time as his soul held enough space to allow for the blooming of a third absolute seed of extremity. The cycling boundary essences have extremely high affinity and reinforcement. The concepts of anima, body, origin, soul, cloning, reification, unification, separation, manadynamics, and quintessence are converging together to birth a third unnamed dynamis of extremity. The colors melded and mixed. The multicolored light of quintessence was strong as it seemed to paint everything with it, while manadynamics fought to paint everything blue, yet reification, separation, and unification came into the picture. Anima, body, origin, soul, and cloning declared their own dominance as they melded and called for their own color, as if influenced by the heavy green around the prana. Alathian haven Noah was in such a color began to bloom as shockingly. The lone boundary of prana was also pulled into circulation at this critical juncture, joining 10 other boundaries as brilliant color shone. It felt strong and pure. It felt too bright for any single being to hold on to it. It was deeply emerald in color as Noah's stellar body was painted with such a light. Another absolute seed of extremity has begun to be forged, a third unnamed dynamis of extremity has been born. The distinctive conditions and harmony of the concepts within the third unnamed dynamis of extremity have placed its rate of convergence at 25%, 2490 reconstruction. 2. A third absolute dynamis of extremity bloomed within Noah as his vibrant mind didn't waste any time on this one, his will gazing at it as he bellowed out grandly, vitalistic, WAA, the vitalistic dynamis of extremity, in the depths of what Noah was. A blinding seed burned in red, vitalistic, it was a word that more so pointed towards the vital impulse of life, and how different parts were used to bring it all together, how the body and mind came unified and separated. How the beating heart acted as the core to pump energy across all systems. How all of these different parts joined together to bloom with the burning impulse of life. Life that only came because everything was together, and also apart. They were the same, and yet distinct as each had their own part to play. Only when one realized how separate all the parts that made life were, could they truly unify them to bring together a true impulse of life. The vitalistic dynamis of extremity burns brightly in your aspects of existence. The features of existence dissociation and aspect configuration have been born. A burning emerald light set Noah's body aflame as he looked like a kindling of life force. The cherry-colored light of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity was also burning brightly as soon after. The black gold light of the Alathian dynamis of extremity bloomed out, and his voice thundered out as waves of information washed over him. Aspect configuration, realm reconstruction was known. But what about aspect configuration? It was a wonder in itself. Aspect configuration, with the authority of the vitalistic dynamis of extremity. You can configure the very aspects that make up a living being in a direction you favor. The body, origin, and soul come together in harmony to make all beings, and when one or all of them are altered in any way, the result is one that will make way for an entirely different existence. With aspect configuration, an existence can be directed on a path of extreme as their soul could be configured to make up 90% of their being, with their body and origin making up 10%, or any different configurations between these three aspects of existence. With this action and imposed configurations, there is a high likelihood of causing the aspects of existence to undergo fundamental changes and mutations that are capable of producing entities with a mutated soul, body, or origin. The level of configuration sought and the level of the selected existence will affect how many soul values are required for the aspect configuration. Yes, one of the features of the vitalistic dynamis of extremity was a simple yet dreadful one. It allowed Noah to configure the very aspects of existence as with it he could freely give rise to mutated entities. Realm reconstruction and aspect configuration were activated as the black gold light of the Alathian dynamis of extremity and the emerald light of the vitalistic dynamis of extremity surged forward. Amidst them, the essence that signified beginnings and ends snaked in with a heavy influence. Noah's soul buzzed with an emerald and cherry-colored light that expanded to cover everything before him. His mind drifting off into a myriad of currents of light that entered what remained of the minds of all beings before him. The mind that he arrived in first. Was none other than his son. A blue sea stretched out endlessly in all directions as at its very center. The countenance of a young man with stellar black and blue strands of hair could be seen sitting down with a forlorn expression. My son. Noah appeared beside him as he was adorned in a simple blue emperor's robe, his hair shining with a similar light as his son stared out into the expanse with an expression that seemed to contain countless thoughts clashing with each other. His voice was light as it emanated out, Father. I dare not open my eyes as I am ashamed. Ashamed that I couldn't handle it. Ashamed that without you stepping in once again, everything would have fallen apart, the young man stared out into the expanse of blue as he couldn't meet his father's gaze. He felt as if he had let him down, as if he didn't deserve to sit beside him and have the same grandiose quintessential blood coursing through him, as if his father was a genuine blazing sun and he was only a fraud. A fraud that would never be able to amount to anything close to him, as if Noah could read his emotions. He stared out into the same expanse of blue as his voice boomed from all around. Our lineage is one that will be etched in the Ionic annals of extremity. One that will be uttered with respect and reverence from the mouths of the countless inheritances of extremity across the seven havens. From apex Ionic lifeforms to hyperversal extremities. To the unknown enemies outside the scope of time and reality itself. WAA, the surrounding sea buzzed as he spoke, the authorities of emerald, black gold, and cherry-colored lights permeating across the blue sea as immensity began to build up. All of them will tremble when our lineage is merely uttered. You are a part of that lineage. You do not take away from it, you only add to its grandeur. But you do have to live in line with its brilliance. When we get knocked down or make a mistake, we do not wallow in our weakness. We rise from any adversity and burn ever brighter because of it. The future is unknown, but there may come a day when I will step out of the light and my reign will come to an end, as you will have to rise and lead. If that day ever comes, you will have to embody quintessence itself. You will have to illuminate reality itself with the grandeur of the quintessential hyperversal emperor. It cannot be anything less. The endless cerulean seas churned as they were painted with emerald, black gold, and cherry-colored lights. The quintessential hyperversal emperor gazed at his son as he asked calmly, "Now, there is an opportunity to reform not just the workings of your realm, but a basic change in your aspects of existence themselves. What realm will you have? How much of your existence do you want to be dominated by your origin, body, and soul?" Realm reconstruction and aspect configuration were ready to be put to work. The first existence to experience them both was asked as Henry's visage rose. He looked towards his father as his expression hardened, millions of thoughts crossing through his blue eyes. On this day, he came to a realization that whatever adversity or enemies he faced in the future, none of them would compare to the challenge of climbing over his father's shadow. It was too vast, too radiant. It could be considered an impossible challenge, and yet he couldn't back down as within his veins. Quintessence also flowed, boom, within him. Destiny seethed and erupted with brilliance. With utmost respect, he kneeled before him while voicing out grandly, "My realm can be reconstructed based on destiny." There would be dimensional realities of destiny, providence, fate, karma, fortune, kismet, morai, wisdom. In quintessence, as he spoke, Noah's soul already moved as the vast seas around them rose, turning into pillars of light that sunk into Henry's created soul as grand changes were about to take place. Any concepts Henry mentioned that weren't elevated to the ninth boundary layer by Noah were taken to such a stage at this moment until they formed the seeds waiting to bloom and become 10th boundary layers. While emerald, black gold, and cherry-colored lights rushed into him, Henry's blue eyes reflected endless illusory blue skies as he continued, "As for my aspects of existence, let them be composed entirely of my soul." Boom. The son of destiny chose an extreme direction as his destiny took him in a shocking direction. "I shall have no origin nor body. My realm shall be forged within the depths of my soul." His endlessly blue eyes showed a light of fanaticism as he spoke, Noah gazing at his son's burning will as his wide palm went on to grasp his head. Thereafter, brilliance overflowed. Chapter 2491 Mass-Producing Mutated Entities. 2491 Mass-Producing Mutated Entities. Henry had chosen an utterly drastic path as he sought to have all of his existence be made purely from his soul. Realm reconstruction reduced his power to absolutely nothing before Noah's will placed destiny at the very center of his existence, but before his realm was built back up, the emerald light of the vitalistic dynamis of extremity shone brightly. Noah's sight changed as before him. He discerned three aspects equally proportioned to make a whole, to make the existence that was Henry Osmond. This would be Noah's first time utilizing aspect configuration as with his will entrenched in Henry's aspects of existence. The light of vitalistic dynamis of extremity shone as it began to reduce the expansiveness of the aspects of the body and origin, the bubble that signified the soul instead expanding, aspects of existence purely made of the soul. Even Noah questioned the feasibility of this, but he had long since stopped doubting the authorities edging closer to extremity as the test today. Was just to what extent he could configure the aspects of existence. The soul became ever more expansive while the breadth of the origin and body reduced. Noah's soul values churning as the image of the three aspects gradually changed to show a single massive bubble that was about to entirely swallow two distinct points of light. The aspect of the soul became 98% of his total aspects of existence. Only a sliver of the aspect of the body in origin remained as Noah's eyes gloriously focused on them, and yet, they didn't diminish any further and disappear into oblivion. A truth was affirmed by Noah as the emerald green light of the vitalistic dynamis of extremity stabilized the newly reconfigured aspects of existence. The name of the reality-altering feature was aspect configuration. It was an alteration or change of the proportions of aspects that made an existence. It did not have within it the capability deletion of aspects of existence. Henry's goal of making his aspects of existence be entirely made of his soul was close. But a single percentage in the body and another percentage of his origin prevented this complete and drastic transformation, but he had attained an existence that was almost completely made up of his soul, with this aspect needing to take the previous duties and forms of the origin and body as the result wasn't entirely known, but at the time of its conception. Brilliant emerald light shone as prompts thundered down. A blank soul mutation embryo has bloomed within the target's origin. The blinding light showed a blooming mutation as the aspects of existence were stabilized. But this wasn't all. The soul of the Son of Destiny took control. The target soul has inherently chosen its mutation to be soul manipulation. Soul manipulation can now be a selected soul mutationum for any beings that have gone through aspect configuration with their soul occupying at least 60% of their existence. Henry's soul released an incandescent gold radiance as the moment Noah affirmed its stability. Realm reconstruction fully went underway as the tiny 1% of his origin was centered within his soul that wrapped around this minuscule remnant of origin as it began to build up. A brand new realm with the remnant origin. At the very center, his soul would always reign supreme. His barely existent origin would be majorly formed by his soul, and the husk that was his body would also be mainly put together by his soul. And thus, a profound process took place as a realm was constructed within the depths of his soul, the origin merely acting as a small seed as universes and cosmos very quickly began to proliferate, and when the realm reached a high enough level. A destiny dimensional reality was forged. Halcyon brilliance covered all of Henry as thereafter. Providence, fate, karma, fortune, kismet, morai, wisdom, and quintessence were forged one after another. You have opened the path of the immeasurable. Destiny Extremity Foundation. The Immeasurable Destiny Extremity Foundation has been established in Henry Osmont. When all the resonated concepts and dimensional realities of the Immeasurable Destiny Extremity Foundation reach saturation, Henry Osmont can undergo apexification with a 100% chance of ascending to become an apex ionic lifeform with an Immeasurable Destiny Meridian Apex Ionic Foundation. With such a foundation, the vast knowledge and manipulation of the ionic annals of extremity can begin, as an absolute seed of extremity can easily be forged from the convergence of the concepts at the core of this foundation. The convergence of the Alethean dynamis of extremity has increased by 3%, the convergence of the vitalistic dynamis of extremity has increased by 3%, the convergence of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity has increased by 0.5%. A stupendous foundation was unearthed by Noah yet again as it showed the future possibilities of another absolute seed of extremity that integrated concepts like destiny and providence. This wasn't all as due to Noah going through aspect configuration and realm reconstruction. The respective dynamis of extremity of these features had their rates of convergence further elevated. Even the indefatigable dynamis of extremity was roused as its authority added itself in every step. The viewpoint of a manifestation of a soul in an expanded blue sea changed as back in the center of the Prana Alethean haven, Henry's visage could be seen beside his father as his body turned incorporeal. A golden light covered him as he seemed to be made out of pure soul light, a sense of beauty and grandeur bouncing from him. Streaks of cerulean light coursed through his veins. It was the birth of a unique being within the infinite hyperversal haven. It was the birth of a mutated entity, and with the advent of the change that made his existence, Henry Osmont has attained a subcategory of the quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage known as the quintessential hyperversal soul emperor. All soul parameters have a passive boost of 50%. The rate of progression towards extremity, formation of dynamis of extremity, and convergence of dynamis of extremity has a passive increase of 50%, with his body shining gold and blue as his soul replaced the workings of much of his origin and body. The son of the true emperor of quintessence opened his eyes as torrential seas of destiny opened with them. 2492 mass-producing mutated entities. 2. Henry's transformation and transformations were stupendous, but he wasn't the only one going through them. as he felt the grand changes and stabilized his realm to properly understand just what intricate boons he attained due to his aspects of existence being made up 98% of his soul. Others were also going through a similar procedure as him. Noah's exuberant soul had gone to bathe not just Henry, but also all the residual souls floating before him, as similar to the experience with Henry. Different parts of Noah's will were conversing with all existences affected. For those who held traces of their souls left bound to him as vassals, Noah had to drench them in the authorities of the three absolute dynamies of extremity to spur greater life force and sufficiently regenerate enough of their souls for their very identities to reform. And after this occurred, Barbados, Noah's will call out as it was manifested in a space that showed mountains of bones rising and falling endlessly. A massive throne of bones rose on the highest mountain as the devilishly small and robust figure of Barbados opened her eyes atop it, her dark eyes blinking with understanding as she smiled and came to focus on Noah's figure floating above her endless mountains of bone. Her smile was genuine, and yet it held within it traces of fear as she rose from the bony throne and floated towards Noah's will. Little fish. Do you know how scary the thought of complete darkness without ever being able to see you again was? She very rarely showed her emotions, much less a sense of fear, but she truly did fear never being able to wake to see this being before her again, so her small figure jumped into his embrace and held him tightly, Noah's wide hands stroking her head shimmering with strands of dark light as she spoke while burying her head in his chest. Make me stronger, little fish. To the extent that I never have to worry if I'll ever see you again. Her heart let itself be known freely as Noah gently pulled her head back, bending down to lock onto her dark eyes as he lovingly asked her, then tell me what realm you want. What you wish your aspects of existence to be. The mountains of bones below began to tremble as Barbados made her choice. With variations of scenes like this occurring simultaneously with Noah's wills as in another manifestation, he was faced with an endless sandy gold sea where Eowyn stood waiting for him, a world filled with darkness and swords as Kazuhiko tried to desperately hold on to them, an expanse of purple flowers where Guinevere floated patiently. And an expanse of stellar blue auroras of light as another portion of Noah's will saw the scenes of his own massive visage floating in this stellar expanse. With his eyes closed, and above the head of his manifested self the figure of a bouncing blue slime could be seen smiling innocently. It cheered with happiness and bounced even more at Noah's appearance. Its path also being chosen, Noah did all of this in the depths of the Prana Alathian haven as shocking changes were occurring all around him, and yet he configured the aspects of his heavily injured vassals as just like Henry. The target soul has inherently chosen its mutation to be Necropolis. Necropolis can now be a selected soul mutationum for any beings that have gone through aspect configuration with their soul occupying at least 60% of their existence. The target soul has inherently chosen its mutation to be Endless Devourer. The target's origin has inherently chosen its mutation to be Essence Manipulation. The target's body has inherently chosen its mutation to be Unbreakable. Dozens of such prompts floated before Noah's eyes as freely and with glorious wonder he was actually taking actions that mass-produced one mutated entity after another. In the Ionic havens of extremity, powerful hegemonies conducted a great deal of experiments over billions of years to produce engineered entities. From the plum sword of extremity, Atlas had undergone plum soul ablation like millions of other disciples over the years, and he was one of the few survivors to have become a mutated entity. It was dangerous, cruel, and often had a high mortality rate, but not for Noah, not for the true Emperor of Quintessence, in the junction between the havens of extremity. The surrounding space was filled with coagulated authority that seemed to be a mixture of the nature of the very havens themselves, this authority being something that only dynamies of extremity or hyperversal extremity authority could traverse. One of Noah's bodies was moving with Grand Primeval Elder Silas towards the Ionic haven of Penumbra as he turned around with a sharp expression towards Noah, their surroundings buzzing with waves of darkness to keep the authority around them away. An apex war of annihilation against the noblesse? Why would you seek such a thing when the apex Ionic lifeforms of the Lernaean lineage are only subpar? And you won't just be facing the noblesse, as some of the Singularity Overseer elders will likely join in to support them. Silas's gaze was difficult as Noah's eyes were indifferent at such a time, his hands waving calmly. None of the primeval shadow elders need to participate. This is something I can take on myself. A war against apex Ionic lifeforms. Noah would have to prepare a great deal for it as it was bound to be deadly, and yet he didn't seek the aid of any other forces. Silas saw the indifference and assurance on his face as he took out a communication medallion while shaking his head. I'll confirm with the higher-ups first, but the cult of endless shadows cannot simply sit idle as an apex war goes on with a force that is now affiliated with us. It was a small war involving two aboriginal lineages of the Ionic haven of dissolution. And yet it seemed that a level of influence would be enforced by inheritances of extremity within this war, far away from this location. Within the depths of the noblesse lineage, a crystalline obsidian floor stretched out for miles above billowing void clouds, an air of wonder and supremacy covering a ceiling that was littered with cosmos and other stellar bodies as if they were ornaments. Thrones and exquisite extended tables stretched out across the crystalline obsidian floor as this was within the center of the Imperial Void Plains cluster where the core powers of the noblesse would meet. Commander Vladik could be seen with crimson-black eyes debating something with a stern Grand Genesis elder Maying when the voice of a noblesse apex psionic lifeforms interrupted them. Vladik, a delegation of Singularity Overseers has arrived. Commander Vladik's eyes shone at such words as he beckoned to grant access. Kismet danced wildly around his heart as it told him another beneficial reality that would further ensure his wrath would descend upon the Lernians after 3 days had arrived. 2493 in apex seed blooms. In the depths of roiling skies filled with tendrils of ruin and nullity, within the region where Noah had just eradicated Urieli and Richard, a clone floated amidst the sources of chaos calmly as while his main body undertook a tremendous job in the infinite hyperversal haven. This clone had its own role here, before he could begin to move though. The blinding communication medallion that had shot towards his direction from the late arrivals who were existences from the Singularity Overseers began to pulse with life as a message came through. You seem to be in a predicament right now. The voice was deep and full of power, yet it didn't cause Noah to bat an eye as he replied calmly, "Oh, yes. And we can aid you in this predicament right now. You just have to let go of the father and daughter pair of Quasarians that escaped with you. Then an oath can be sworn that the full force of Singularity Overseers will stand with the Lernian lineage in their apex war of annihilation." WAA, the voice stemmed from none other than Zeitgeist as Noah's expression remained placid. His gaze turning to the pulsing sources of chaos around him as he could no longer feel the gaze of the existence who was chasing Aurelia and the others. "And if I don't let the father and daughter pair go," he replied freely to the medallion as the voice coming from it became even more stern, "a delegation of Singularity Overseer elders is on the way towards the noblesse right now. If you agree, it will be us pressuring the Genesis Institute of Extremity to not interfere. If you do not see reason and disagree, you can consider the force of Singularity Overseers in this haven standing with the noblesse lineage against you in this coming apex war." A threat as clear as day was made as Noah's face remained free of emotions. His voice cold as he began to crush the medallion in his hands. "Go ahead then. It will merely be adding more lambs to the upcoming slaughter." Crack, the dazzling medallion shattered and turned to dust in his hands as thereafter, his visage began to float upwards towards the thundering ruin and nullity. His intent was clear as he was returning to the place he had inadvertently left to keep to the agreement he held with the very adjudicator of this haven. And it didn't take long before a blinding light thundered down that instantly took his figure away. The region returned to only being filled with tendrils of ruin and nullity as a distance away from it, towards the depths of the noblesse domains. A meeting was about to take place. Within the center of the Imperial Void Plains cluster, the figure of Grand Singularity Elder Zeitgeist could be seen floating towards Grand Genesis Elder Maying and Commander Vladik with 3 other apex psionic lifeforms in tow, their bodies pulsing with grandeur as Maying was the first one to speak. "To what do we owe the great pleasure of having you all here?" Her eyes were calm, and yet they held a powerful authority that Zeitgeist laughed off while gazing towards Commander Vladik, his eyes remembering the words Noah had said before the communication medallion was crushed as he proceeded with his threat, "Nothing too extravagant. The Singularity Overseers just wanted to offer some of our apex psionic lifeforms to fight on behalf of the noblesse in the coming apex war." Words that caused Commander Vladik's brutal eyes to light up rose as his smile became an extremely welcoming one. The auras of apex psionic lifeforms blazed brightly as short-lived alliances were made with the beings in them, each wanting different things that were connected to the same person, towards the abyssal sanctimonious lands, past the wide fissure of the extremity vein of dissolution. "Move in formation." A bellow could be heard from a group of shadowlings as they scrambled to push away another squadron of science to attain 2 pulsing golden extremity panaceas. Every single being in the surroundings was rushing to get any ionic treasure of extremity as more and more beings delved deeper into the extremity vein. In the past few minutes, the shadowlings faced immense scrutiny as the powerful bodies of the beings leading them disappeared, and they finally entered brawls to fight for relics to forge their own foundations. They dearly missed the being who was unstoppable against all science here as before the situation could become even more chaotic. Shirring space twisted and tore as the stellar visage of the quintessential Emperor of Extremity appeared once more. His stellar body looked just as Stunning is even though he was expressing half of his power currently. The pressure he emanated outwards nearly caused the scions in the surroundings to suffocate, as even with half of the one quintessential hyperversal soul value Noah's main body held, this reified source of quintessence could display 9 times the power as ridiculously. Noah's half-weakened state was the maddening pressure of 4.5 apex ionic soul values. It meant that the exploration of the extremity vein of dissolution would be something of utter ease for him, as leviathans and scions alike would be utterly shredded unless it was beings like Ericsson or Atlasta, and even they had to establish their foundations and multiply their current selves many times over to even come close to standing next to his brilliance. Let's go, his voice boomed out as more reified sources of extremity materialized beside him, the shadowlings showing happiness and euphoria as they followed the arcane Haven source engine and other reified forms, while Noah's quintessential emperor of extremity turned into a glimmer of light that disappeared into the distance. The next few days were extremely critical, as many things had to fall into place before a massive war broke out. Noah had a few goals already set that he had to meet before that time, as there were a great deal of things he needed to do himself. One was the thorough exploration of the extremity vein of dissolution and obtaining the relics to aid in the convergence and progression of boundaries and whatever else they held. The other goals were all meant to come together to allow him to overwhelm the apex ionic lifeforms that would emerge in the coming apex war of annihilation, 2494, and apex seed blooms. 2. His goals were crucial, and Noah had zero doubts in being able to complete them, as things were already starting off with unbelievable progress and results so far in the infinite hyperversal haven. This was all due to him utilizing realm reconstruction and aspect configuration on his people, the results being shocking boons for them. But even greater boons for him, as his 3 dynamies of extremity were experiencing a shocking acceleration in their rate of convergence. This accomplished another one of Noah's goals. His 3 absolute seeds of extremity bloomed as he wanted to reach full convergence and have the fully formed absolute dynamies of extremity for him to wield before the apex war, and this was infinitely close to being achieved by the indefatigable dynamies of extremity that was already above 90%. Then came the question of how it was possible for Noah to continue spending his quintessential hyperversal soul values for all of his people. Even he should have been feeling the strain, and yet, the answer to this came in the form of his expanded quintessential hyperversal soul values, as well as quintessential hyperversal mana, the body of the true emperor of quintessence courses with an infinite amount of this immense authority, as it holds all qualities of the prior ionic mana of extremity and further enhances them. When casting any features or abilities requiring the cost of any other resource or quintessential hyperversal soul values, this type of mana will be utilized first to cover 95% of the cost. This type of mana has quintessentially influenced the quintessential hyperversal Alethean reality passages within your origin, as the forging Alethean havens of extremity currently allows you to regenerate 100% of your maximum quintessential hyperversal soul values in 5 minutes. All features and abilities cast through this resource will exhibit 7.5% absolute hyperversal authority penetration, along with other unquantified boons that will only manifest as the unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation progresses even further, his quintessential hyperversal mana that was infinite. His essence usage would be nestled covered by this type of mana, as if an ability was ridiculous enough to cost 1 quintessential hyperversal soul value to cast. Noah would only need to utilize 0.05 soul values, while his mana would cover the other 0.95. With it, he could manifest the planar domains of his boundaries endlessly, and he could spam freely with the cost being kept to a minimum. It allowed him to take crazy actions that were only supplemented by the fact that all of his soul values would regenerate to their maximum value in 5 minutes. This was how in the past few minutes, Noah had continued to freely utilize realm reconstruction and aspect configuration in the depths of the Prana Alethean Haven, as from the cluster of residual souls, many bodies had formed. Each one held their own chosen composition of their aspects of existence and their own realms, Noah continuing to gain more proficiency in altering aspects of existence as his convergence of dynamies of extremity. The convergence of the Alethean dynamies of extremity has increased to 80%, the convergence of the vitalistic dynamies of extremity has increased to 60%. The convergence of the indefatigable dynamies of extremity has increased to 99.9%, Alethean and vitalistic were rising steadily, and yet the indefatigable dynamies of extremity had reached 99.9%, and no matter how much more he used this dazzling cherry-colored essence, this percentage did not rise up any further. It was as if it told Noah that unless he had some profound epiphany about beginnings and ends, he wouldn't achieve full convergence. Now, if it were in the past, Noah would take his Time as such an epiphany could come in a day or two, if it were in the past, bzzzt, while a storm of essence surrounded him with his reborn vassals before his glorious visage in the Prana Alathian haven. His left hand beckoned as on it, a dynamic lute materialized. It was a bud of convergence, one of the three types of lute he had received from erasing Urieli and Richard. It pulsed with a simple milky white light as it was in the form of a crystal and transparent white seed, sparks of authority bounding within it as one's aspects of existence would instinctively feel the need to devour it. Bud of convergence, the combination of concepts of extremity is an adversity that calls forth even greater adversity, with some never being able to overcome it. Extremity of one concept is already arduous enough. Extremity of multiple concepts under one definition is nearly an impossibility. This bud of convergence exists to bridge the gap of impossibility as it aids in the rate of convergence of dynamies of extremity. An increase of 5% to the rate of convergence can be obtained when aimed towards ionic dynamies of extremity, and an increase of 1% convergence can be obtained when directed towards absolute dynamies of extremity. When trying to achieve the impossible, buds of convergence are merely one of the many tools you will need, a tool to overcome the impossible task one took when they forged a dynamies of extremity. Noah's eyes were sharp as he opened his mouth to devour this bud right away, directing it towards nothing other than the indefatigable dynamies of extremity. The bud blossomed the moment it settled into his body. As the authority within it was unleashed, it went towards Noah's soul and surged to wrap around a budding seed, around a runic seed that read, indefatigable. It was akin to a jolt that caused the absolute seed of extremity to surge to life, this seed beginning to release liquefied cherry-colored light as it started to bloom. An absolute seed of extremity was blooming in Noah's soul, endless waves of cherry-colored light blanketed everything. The green light in the environs was nearly swallowed whole as a series of prompts started to descend. The indefatigable dynamies of extremity has reached 100% convergence. An absolute seed of extremity has bloomed within your soul. A perennial Yggdrasil of extremity is blooming within your soul. 2495 A perennial Yggdrasil of extremity. A perennial Yggdrasil of extremity is blooming within your soul. The prompt was a heavy one as it showed something utterly fantastical blooming in Noah's soul. The runic seed that was labeled indefatigable bloomed into an incandescent tree that spread its root across Noah's soul, the pristine pure aura of hyperversal extremity being felt from it ever so slightly as it showed. Even though this path was an extremely arduous one, it could grant something standing above all other concepts. The perennial Yggdrasil of extremity was lividus in color as its branches shone with the cherry-colored light. Fully embedded themselves within Noah's soul as his outside body was illuminated. Its outer trunk seemed as small as an atom and as vast as a haven at the same time, countless runes reading the word, indefatigable, swirling across the magnificent Yggdrasil as the branches looked like cherry-colored rivers of reality, even though it was occurring within his soul. The image of the perennial Yggdrasil of extremity was manifested outwardly as far above Noah in the Prana Alathian haven. The glorious visage of a cherry-colored absolute dynamies of extremity showed itself. It caused the existences in the surroundings to shudder as the reverend emperors and below felt an undeniable authority that caused their very aspects of existence to tremble. And the apex ionic lifeforms that just entered the infinite hyperversal haven gazed towards the flowering perennial Yggdrasil of extremity in utter shock as they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from it, as if it could surpass them in their power. Aurelia, Orion, and the other Lernaean apex ionic lifeforms couldn't make heads or tails of it as their shock grew. Caesar had a difficult expression as he stared towards the illusory image of the cherry-colored tree, Xiaomi, floating in front of him with a light of immense interest as her will was trying to understand everything they saw around them. Just what place have we come to, Father? Her voice was as thin as it could be as even the man behind her didn't truly have an idea. Back in the Prana Alathian haven, Noah continued to experience the changes that came with the complete convergence of a dynamies of extremity as more prompts cascaded down. The flowering of the perennial Yggdrasil of extremity indicates the start of a single definition composed of multiple concepts making its way towards extremity. The more advancements made in the individual concepts that compose the single definition of indefatigable, the closer that this definition will be towards extremity. The increased usage of the authority of the indefatigable dynamies of extremity will also increase the progression of the individual concepts that make it up, or the moment that all of them attain the 18th boundary layer. The extremity boundary layer, then the indefatigable dynamies will also attain extremity. Why was the task of taking a single dynamies of extremity towards extremity nearly an impossibility? If a being stuck with a single concept, they could focus on it as over the years. They could define themselves with this single concept at apexification and attain the 10th boundary layer, slowly continuing to put all three efforts of their aspects of existence into it as they grudgingly exceeded one layer after another to reach the 18th boundary layer, the extremity boundary layer, 9 layers to distinguish one level of lifeform, and 9 more layers to distinguish apexionic lifeforms seeking extremity. All of this had to occur for a single concept to reach extremity, for a dynamis of extremity to reach extremity itself. All the concepts it was composed of had to do so. An ionic dynamis of 2 or 3 concepts may still be manageable, as one might take double the amount of time as a being focusing on a single concept. An absolute dynamis of 9 concepts? 10. It was a heavy wall for one to climb, as each layer past the 10th boundary layer. Was a wall more massive than all the previous layers combined, an impossible path. This was what Noah had placed himself on, and yet all of this impossibility had its own rewards for the being who had managed to grasp onto it. Every day, the indefatigable perennial Yggdrasil of extremity will bud indefatigable fruits of extremity equivalent to the number of concepts in its makeup. The indefatigable fruits of extremity can be devoured, as they are extremely conducive to raising the boundary layers of all concepts of extremity, with their effectiveness doubling when directed towards the progression of the concepts making up the indefatigable dynamis of extremity. Due to your unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation, the effects of the indefatigable perennial Yggdrasil of extremity are further enhanced, as the indefatigable fruits of extremity will bud twice in a single day. Hung, the boot of his foundation, his body released waves of gorgeous cherry-colored light as it was shown once more just why a powerful foundation was important. It could truly influence the ease of one's journey towards extremity, but apart from this, the appearance of the indefatigable fruits of extremity displayed why inheritances of extremity and hyperversal extremity existences favored any apexionic lifeform that was able to form an absolute dynamis of extremity, why such a being was eventually guaranteed to reach extremity. Such beings were so special as only they had access to a perennial Yggdrasil of extremity that bloomed with fruits of extremity every single day. Fruits they could then use towards attaining extremity in a concept. As for them, there was no bottleneck. If they lived for a long enough period of time, they would use the fruits of extremity until a concept attained the 18th boundary layer. The extremity boundary layer that gave access to hyperversal extremity authority. At this very moment, Noah felt the indefatigable perennial Yggdrasil of extremity vibrate as from its stellar cherry-colored branches, 9 buds already began to form. They would normally take a full day to bloom, but because of Noah's foundation, all 9 would bloom to become indefatigable fruits of extremity in half a day, as Noah could collect 18 of them daily. 2496. A perennial Yggdrasil of extremity. 2. This was the reward for his efforts. This was the grandeur of absolute dynamis of extremity, and it wasn't done. All features under the banner of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity are further enhanced. Realm reconstruction can now be utilized on existences whose realm or understanding towards extremity has exceeded yours by layers, with their core essence being preserved and utilized when reconstructing their realm from the very beginning. Miniature vacuous hyperversal domain allows you more leeway and control, where now you can induce the limited vacuous hyperversal authority called within the domain and control it in a very limited basic fashion. Vacuous reality absorption has the time it can be cast again shortened by half, with the limitation of usage being raised to when you have less than 25% of your soul values remaining. The indefatigable absolute planar domain can now be cast, an array of prompts each more fantastical than the last. Realm reconstruction could now be used on even existences above him, as it meant apexionic lifeforms were beings he could now experiment and modify. Their power would even be set aside when their realm was broken down, as it could be used when it was being rebuilt into something else entirely. Miniature vacuous hyperversal domain and vacuous reality absorption became even more dreadful, as more than all this, there was the indefatigable planar domain. There were the planar domain of sanguinity, halcyon plane of Lut, or quintessential hegemony of the Emperor, among many other planar domains that Noah could call forth from boundaries. He could even manifest the dimensional realities that were now as grand as minor ionic havens in his Alethian havens of extremity around him, as they had the fantastical boon where unless they were destroyed, his body wouldn't be. He had all of this. And now, indefatigable dynamis of extremity could also usher forth its own planar domain, a plane of beginnings and ends. How dreadful would it be when it was released on the battlefield? This was a question that apexionic lifeforms would soon get to experience as Noah continued preparing for them. Hyperversal dignity has increased from 0.3 to 0.6, hyperversal mastery has increased from 0.3 to 0.6, the authority of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity will course across your aspects of existence to fortify your unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation passively when utilizing your quintessential breadth of extremity modus operandi, granting an increase in all your hyperversal values unceasingly. The authority of the indefatigable dynamis of extremity is counted collectively as a single authority, only taking a single slot out of the 24 authorities of boundaries that can be spread with every breath you take. His body was akin to a precious metal others shouldn't even gaze at as he breathed in. ONG, a grand symphony played at his mere breathing as essences and authorities circulated, the indefatigable perennial Yggdrasil of extremity vibrating with majesty and releasing its authority to proliferate through all of Noah's very atoms in a single breath as everything felt ever grander and filled with more life thereafter. The combination of your quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi, unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation, and the authority of the indefatigable absolute dynamis of extremity coursing through you has caused the strengthening and strengthening of your aspects of existence to reach an abnormal level, granting you an increase of 5 hyperversal soul values, 0.5 hyperversal damage values, 1.5 hyperversal defense values, and 1.5 hyperversal vitality values daily. After one completed apexification and became an apex ionic lifeform, their power greatly varied based on how quickly they raised the concept that defined them towards extremity, the latter boundaries each holding shocking augmentation as depending on the boundary. A single advancement in a layer could grant them 1, 20, or even 50 apex ionic soul damage / defense values for high-tier consummate boundaries exceeding the 10th boundary layer, and the more boundaries one brought past the 10th layer, the stronger their apex values would grow. As in addition to this, their extremity circulation modus operandi would allow for the circulation of their boundaries and dynamis of extremity to inactively strengthen their foundation and have their power increased on a daily basis, but such a daily increase was negligible for average apex ionic lifeforms as too many years had to pass for the foundations to bloom and inactively grant them tens or possibly hundreds of apex ionic values. Terrifying mutated entities and scions grew at a much faster rate as the longer they lived, the more dreadful their power became as they fortified and strengthened their foundations with boundaries advanced past the 10th layers and dynamis of extremity as for them, exceeding 1,000 or 10,000 apex ionic soul values could be done with ease after sufficient time passed, with others simply being monstrous as even the aforementioned numbers were nothing to them. Then there was Noah, his unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation that pulsed with 81 hyperversal extremity meridian seeds, his quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi, his absolute dynamis of extremity. All of it made it so that as he breathed every single day, he would gain a quintessential hyperversal soul value equivalent to half of the value of a common existence that had just undergone apexification, a quintessential hyperversal vitality exceeding what a common existence that had just undergone apexification could attain. This was his foundation, this was his prize for forging an absolute dynamis of extremity in the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi. His body pulsed with utter grandiosity to the extent that the reforming figures of Henry, Barbados, Ioan, Kazuhiko, and all others who were receiving a reformation of their very existence. They all felt like they were rotating in the gravitational waves of a bright and luminous sun, their figures spinning in his magnificence as they rotated with every breath he took. Their aspects of existence cheered with every breath he took as they felt themselves advancing in power by merely being near him, their minds not even being able to imagine how he was doing all of this. All of this was only part of Noah's preparations for the coming apex war. One of the goals was to have all 3 dynamis of extremity achieve full convergence before the war. Noah had just succeeded with the indefatigable dynamis of extremity as these were the results. His eyes flashing opening at this moment as he continued to breathe calmly, the grand effects of his mere breathing reducing just slightly as he focused on finishing the reforging of the aspects of existence of less than a dozen of his people. The rest of them were already reborn into even grander versions of themselves as they had their eyes closed tightly while sensing and understanding their changes, their bodies rotating around Noah as if this whole region was a group of stars melted emerald, black gold, and cherry-colored rivers of authorities forming and still sinking into them as they were being forged into beings that could far outstrip even the most special scions of inheritances of extremity. Everything was flowing smoothly and in a grand order, and there were still multiple parts that had to come into play before he was ready. 2,497 winds of change. The illusory image of the cherry-colored indefatigable perennial Yggdrasil of extremity remained stretched out around the Alethian havens of the infinite hyperversal haven, the group of apex ionic lifeforms around Aurelia and Orion felt many things when gazing at it as one of them spoke at this moment. Is this why you didn't oppose him when he accepted an apex war of annihilation? The voice of this apex ionic Lernean was not directed to a particular being, and yet all eyes and wills became focused on Aurelia as they knew to whom these words were directed to, the strongest of the apex ionic Lerneans, the one who had used her forge to aid most of those here to reach the heights they now held. The one who held more extreme power than any one of them, and the one who had contributed the most on keeping the dreadful enemy who attacked them until they ran into the battle that the wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor was waging against noblesse. The other apex ionic Lerneans didn't say a word when all of their lives were put on the line because she didn't. But as the atmosphere calmed and they truly realized what was ahead of them, they couldn't help but ponder. And Aurelia, I was not opposed to the decision of the man who now shoulders all Lerneans. You all still haven't gotten the chance to grasp how crucial he is. The Apex War was already set in stone anyways, as now that we just have to survive it. Her golden hair shone with radiance as Orion quietly watched the illusory cherry-colored tree illuminating the stellar expanse, but even with her words, there were still voices of logic that rang out. But an Apex War of annihilation is one of complete extinction and death. Our numbers are lesser, the nobility have the Genesis Institute of Extremity behind them as their elders were even there in person. We only have our fractured forces as the cult of endless shadows didn't even show up. Even now we don't know if they will support us by sending any forces. We would need a heavy and powerful force of a powerful inheritance of extremity to survive such a war, as no matter how powerful a single being is, he is just one man. A man garbed in a light blue robe shared the hidden thoughts of many of the less than a dozen apex ionic Lerneans here, as they didn't know much about the master of the land they were in apart from what they had seen prior. As if emboldened by the thought of their certain deaths in the coming war, a woman with dazzling red hair spoke up next. He alone took down 2 apex ionic lifeforms, yes. He even seems to hold an absolute dynamis of extremity. All of these are unbelievable achievements while he hasn't even undergone apexification. But sis Aurelia, that truly isn't enough to stand against tens of apex ionic lifeforms. Because that is likely what we'll face. Especially the elders and grand elder of the Genesis Institute of Extremity. I do not know why you have an unyielding belief in him, but in 3 days, even if he successfully undergoes apexification, how will this give us even a high percentage of probability of coming out of this alive? A heavy atmosphere settled amidst all of this blinding radiance as the eyes of many apex ionic Lerneans showed their fear and hesitation. The more they thought about it, the more it seemed like they were just thrown into a war to be butchered and destroyed along with all Lerneans. At such a juncture, Aurelia turned and gazed back at all of them with a sneer. This is why I stayed away from you lot. Weak with no damn backbone, what would you have had me do? Exclaim he wasn't part of the Lerneans and deny this apex war of annihilation when he was just enthroned as emperor and saved us? Or will you all run away now before the war even comes in fear? Intention you betray to the nobility or other factions? Unless you haven't plan worth a single shit, just stand back and shut up while we try to figure out this whole damn situation. Anger and disappointment could be felt in her voice as below them, Maximilian and other Reverend Lerneans watched on silently. They came to understand the whole fate of their lineage hung in the balance, outside of the Ionic haven of dissolution, in a small corner within the Ionic haven of Genesis. Near the domains of the Genesis Institute of Extremity, rivers of reality created a floor that stretched out beautifully, these rivers falling down like waterfalls atop the peak of one of the many mountains in this area that shone with a majestic light. This particular mountain was an abode reserved for a grand Genesis elder and the forces placed under him. Around the peak of this mountain, stellar liquefied streams of essence surged as snaking rivers of reality could be seen beautifully rising and falling every now and then. It was a mystical and wondrous abode as towards the center of the mountain peak, above the floor made of rivers of reality, 2 powerful supreme divine entities could be seen sitting. Between them, a stellar board holding rounded white and black pieces could be seen as they seemed to be playing a game, and yet one could sense the authority of multiple extreme power coursing around every piece on the board as just moving one required the opposing being to lose in a contest of authority. The 2 beings sitting opposite to each other were 2 men in their prime, one being the master of this mountain and adorned in a white robe as the other held a radiant violet robe, his voice echoing out calmly. I thought the commotion that the unknown scion is causing in the Ionic haven of dissolution was enough to get a few inheritances buzzing, but now there's also an apex war? And you guys are involved in this as well? What's really happening, Demetrius? the violet-robed being stroked his chin as he spoke of the messages sent over by the scions of inheritances in the extremity vein of dissolution who came across the dreadful being who massacred a few hundred scions and got off scot-free. A few squadrons from the Genesis Institute of Extremity were even among them, as the situation was extremely peculiar. The white-robed Grand Genesis Elder smiled as he replied while ushering his authority to move a white piece on the board. "Oh yes, my dear friend Offer. Our communication channels have been lighting up with this as uniquely. It's being found out by those who tracked him since he entered the periphery of the extremity vein of dissolution, and from the accounts of aboriginals there. That he is an aboriginal tied to some weak Lernean lineage. And now this apex war that Mei Ying has told us about. It also involves Lerneans, as from the images she sent over and what our surviving science have sent over. It seems the same being is involved in both incidents. 2,498 winds of change." 2. Offer stared at his friend in surprise as he voiced out with sharp eyes, "Oh? He's both dominating scions in the initiation step of extremity sanctification and participating in fights with apex ionic lifeforms? What type of mutated entity is he? Any of the 7 clans or inheritances whose scions he hasn't butchered would be interested in him?" Offer asked with intrigue as he moved a black piece with power and ferocity. He's apparently denied an invitation from the scion of the Sema clan already. But word is spreading about him after he received no punishment for killing a few hundred scions, and now this apex war that he's apparently participating in when he's not even an apex ionic lifeform. It's enough to rouse a few eyes, as there are those who may not want such a talent to die. Especially with the intelligence that his power is due to him attaining an absolute seat of extremity. Do you really think the adjudicator of that haven would allow such a being to die? Some Genesis elders believe he was treated with favor by the adjudicator, and that's why he faced no punishment after his actions. The white robe on Grand Genesis Elder Demetrius fluttered as his eyes showed a sharp and dangerous smile. A holder of an absolute seat of extremity who was not even an apex ionic lifeform appearing in the youngest and last haven to undergo extremity sanctification. He could be yet another sign of how many anomalies are about to rise from this event. You are planning on fighting for the boons there when the culmination step begins. Yes, the culmination step, the time when apex ionic lifeforms could join in, as it would have much more interest and grandeur since tools to aid beings in achieving extremity would be unfolding. Demetrius nodded while waving his hands and continuing the game. Why, of course. It should have been the calm before the storm in the ionic haven of dissolution before the culmination step began. But this apex war will draw in a few more eyes, especially on the fate of the holder of the absolute seat of extremity. It seems the cult of endless shadows is apparently backing them, but our contacts in the haven of penumbra haven't heard anything. When Mei Ying joins the fight in support of the aboriginal noblesse, she's already been told to take the holder of the absolute seat of extremity alive. Let's see, what was his name? Osmont. Before the scions of inheritances, he has called himself the true emperor of quintessence. The accounts of science spread. The events that led up to the initiation of the Apex War of Annihilation were shared, from person to person. Word would spread as gradually, more and more eyes would be drawn over to a certain haven. Offer listened to his friend before him calmly as he gazed out from the mountain peak they were on, his eyes filled with churning dynamis of extremity as he spoke in a deep voice. Quintessence.it is a unique concept. One that I haven't heard anyone attaining hyperversal extremity in, or a variation of it. It may just be another dead path that is never able to glance upon extremity. Dead paths, concepts too grand and simply too difficult to take towards the 18th boundary layer as throughout history. They were never able to attain extremity. One had to truly stand by the definition of their concepts, as if there was even a shred of dissonance and disconnect. It would never attain the extremity boundary layer, no matter how many treasures one devoured, no matter how many other boundaries one sacrificed. Dead paths, Demetrius smiled at these two words as he placed his hands on his chest, feeling the concept surging through him as a golden light covered his eyes. On my own path, I've still been stuck on the 16th boundary layer this whole time. But I can feel the winds of change being ushered by the last extremity sanctification. I'm not the only one, as I know all apex ionic lifeforms in other havens feel it too. Our chances of advancement in attaining hyperversal extremity authority may just lie in the extremity sanctification of dissolution. The mountain was suffused with brilliance as a calmness descended against the two beings. They stared at the board they played on when suddenly, Offer spoke with a pondering frown. We could also bear the weight of an obsidian or crimson haven albatross and enter the cracks of vacuous hyperversal authority. A few prominent beings have attained extremity in this manner. Demetrius sneered at these words as he shook his head. For every single one that survived and attained extremity, hundreds more died. Unless you have attained that and you can at least survive in those regions. It is simply a death wish. Especially if you come across any of them. A conversation that revealed many truths continued on the peak of a mountain, two apexionic lifeforms going back and forth as ever so slowly. Word spread to those involved or connected in any way to a certain being's actions, whispers of a small war in a far-off land, whispers of an existence who massacred hundreds of science freely. Whispers of a being who attained an absolute seat of extremity before apexification, Shering, Emerald. Brilliance shone as vitalistic coursed endlessly within the Prana Alathian haven. It blared out with more ferocity right now as the last being to undergo configuration was stabilizing their realm. Its authority seeming much more real as its convergence rose greatly. The remaining vassals who also received reconstruction and configuration were rotating like stellar bodies around the true Emperor of Quintessence as he stared at the last round of prompts that arose from his actions. The convergence of the Alathian dynamis of extremity has increased to 91%. The convergence of the vitalistic dynamis of extremity has increased to 83%. The closer it was towards full convergence, the harder the percentage was to raise. But Noah had no doubt done the impossible to raise his rate of convergence as quickly as he did, his eyes releasing torrents of light at this moment as he clenched his fist. The vibrant tendrils of his dynamis of extremity and other authorities receded into his body as the surroundings calmed. The essence of prana slowly became the dominant one once more as verdant dews filled with life began to coagulate around the bodies of his vassals that stopped rotating around him and slowly began to open their eyes. It was a glorious scene as Adelaide, the longest dream, Morgana, and others who weren't affected by Euryalus' attacks and were watching Noah's actions in the past hour let out sighs of relief as they went forward to check how everyone was. Sandy gold light shone as Eowyn's father appeared before her, his golden eyes lively as he let out a sigh while holding her close. The blue-haired figure of Adelaide with overpowering beauty and grace floated towards Noah and grasped his hand tightly, gazing deeply into his eyes as if she was trying to look for something. And she nodded soon after with a smile as if she found it. Thereafter, one face after another began to turn towards Noah's visage as he seemed to shine as bright as a rising sun. Noah looking at the people he came across these past 2 years and how they all stood before him now, with eyes shimmering with royalty and majesty, his voice began to resound in the surroundings. An oversight caused a brief storm of chaos and uncertainty, and it must be rectified right now before we can move forward. Your clones are meant to be your backup plans as you venture out into risky lands, and I will make sure they remain that way. His left hand rose as in green glow shone brightly. It was the glow of existence dissociation, 2499 dissociation. Existence dissociation, one is only ever a singular existence. Those capable can split their existence into multiple parts that move autonomously, whether in the form of clones or reified versions of the concepts that make them. But ultimately, all these parts are still contained and inextricably linked to their singular existence. The feature of existence dissociation utilizes the authority of the vitalistic dynamis of extremity to absolutely separate and dissociate your existence into different parts, producing a single absolute vitalistic clone of extremity. Such a clone is considered singular and not part of your original existence even though it shares the same consciousness soul. The absolute vitalistic clone of extremity is duplicated from your current realm as it can cultivate thereafter by itself and ponder on your concepts of extremity, even being capable of ascending into an advanced form of life by itself as it will not affect the main existence. Only when it is recalled back to rejoin the main existence will the gains it has made be assimilated. The vitalistic dynamis of extremity goes further to make the absolute vitalistic clone of extremity filled with the impulse of life, where even if it faces true death, the clone leaves behind a vitalistic seed of rebirth that burns and blooms to reform the absolute vitalistic clone of extremity once in its lifetime. If the clone faces true death a second time, only then will it be entirely extinguished along with the part of your existence that made it, any comprehensions, and any advancements. When you cast this feature with yourself as the target, your quintessential hyperversal mana will pay for the entire cost of making your absolute vitalistic clone of extremity. If it is cast with another existence as the target, the resources required will vary depending on the level of existence targeted. Any being below the stage of an apexionic lifeform will require 5% of your current quintessential hyperversal soul values, while an apexionic lifeform target will require 80% of your current soul values. A vitalistic clone of extremity cannot call forth any additional clones or reified versions of itself or its concepts. With its life burning brightly, only advancing forward and waiting for the time it is recalled to the main existence. The dazzling feature showed itself before Noah's eyes as it was truly one of utter regality, one of utter incredulity. He could cast it on any beings below apex ionic lifeform for the cost of 5% of his maximum soul values, but of course, his quintessential hyperversal mana would pay for 95% of this, as Noah only had to pay 0.25% of his maximum soul values, something utterly negligible when one looked at how in 5 minutes he fully regenerated all of his soul values. In 30 seconds, he regenerated 10% of his maximum soul values, as by the time the surging waves of authority formed a new vitalistic clone of extremity from his target, his soul values would be unchanged, as if he hadn't even done anything. He could ridiculously also set his targets to be apex ionic lifeforms for this ability, as since the cost was 80% of his soul values, it actually meant he had to pay 4% after the ridiculous authority of his quintessential hyperversal mana kicked in, and even this 4% was utterly negligible to him, as he could regain it in less than 15 seconds. It was a wonder of majesty, it was overpowered at its finest. When Noah thought of the calculations of apex ionic lifeforms, his gaze rose to stare at the figures of Aurelia and others in the far distance as he waved his hands. The Prana Alathian haven around them began to churn as this region changed in geography, verdant floating landmasses forming below them as above, stellar verdant cosmos rotated serenely. Noah's voice rang out at this time. I'll make a demonstration and present myself for those who do not know me, so gather around. WAAE spoke in such a manner towards apex ionic lifeforms and those below them as the forms of Aurelia, Orion, and other apex ionic Lerneans had their eyes flash as they floated towards the expansive Prana Alathian haven that was far vaster than any major plane of existence. Going towards its very center where Noah and his closest people were located, Caesar took Xiaomi's hands as they also came forward, with a few thousand pertinent Lerneans under Maximilian also coming towards the periphery so that they could glimpse at the brilliance to unfold. Noah was at the very center as Adelaide was beside him, checking Henry's body with a sharp gaze, this mother seeing her son who had nearly become a fully soul-based lifeform as his body seemed physical in one moment and illusory in the next. Barbados, Eowyn, Kazuhiko, the Emperor Penguin, Blue Slime, Tiamat, and others were on the recently formed verdant landmasses a little bit further away as the apex ionic lifeforms came to stand on other verdant islands a little bit further away. When all of them arrived, Noah's voice continued calmly, "We are in our current reality because an apex ionic noblesse struck against the clones of my people here. Her hit ultimately crossing space and time to appear before their main bodies as they nearly perished. Of course, that apex ionic noblesse has now died under my hands for her indiscretion, and this caused the emergence of the apex war of annihilation against noblesse that shall begin in 3 days. Everyone here who almost perished from the actions of the apex ionic noblesse, I reforged their aspects of existence while reconstructing their realm until each of them attained an extremity foundation. WA. His words caused Caesar and Xiaomi to open their eyes wide, while those apart from Aurelia and Orion had their mouths gaping in disbelief. An extremity foundation, this was something none of them held, as they knew it came from extremely unique beings or those who had devoured treasures like the extremity panacea, yet this being could grant others an extremity foundation at will, and now, I'll be fixing what made it possible for an apex ionic lifeform to kill the main bodies of my people through their clones. By using the authority of an absolute dynamis of extremity, I shall make a replica that lives freely by itself as its own existence, one whose destiny would never have any effect on the main body. A clone just as powerful as the main body is in the event it ever faces real demise from even a hyperversal extremity. It can never have its true source traced and destroyed as well. WAA. Shocking words left his mouth as sharp lights of disbelief crossed all apex ionic lifeforms here. As for his people, they didn't bat an eye at his absurd words as they took it as gospel. 2,500 dissociation. 2. From their ranks, one being rose up as its sleek black fur radiated grandeur in the surroundings. It came to float in front of the visage of the true Emperor of Quintessence as it spoke with reverence. "Master, grant me the honor to be the first to experience and show off a hint of your majesty." The Emperor Penguin bent its sleek head, golden beak, and flippers as Noah smiled with a nod. The first one to experience realm reconstruction as it currently held the 9 Nature's extremity foundation. It would be the first to undergo existence dissociation as while gazing at the Emperor Penguin, Noah's finger tapped out, hung and seethed and surged as emerald light bloomed. The vitalistic dynamis of extremity filled the environment as those nearby felt their boundaries tremble with happiness at only being near such a pristine authority, and on the body of the Emperor Penguin, OOH. A grand bellow released from it as a blinding emerald singularity bloomed and was then subsequently pulled out from its body. its bright luster momentarily fading as beside it, the emerald light formed into nothing else other than the vitalistic seed of rebirth, a seed that released blinding radiance as it began to burn and released gorgeous emerald flames that sought more chi and vitality, as this was where Noah's input of soul and mana values came in. And from him, essence flowed out freely as the burning vitalistic seed of rebirth congealed to form an outline of the Emperor Penguin, his aspects of existence, realm, foundation, and everything else about him being replicated in an extremely short period of time. Thump, a symphony of grandeur rang out in the background as Xiaomi and a few others raised their heads around, wondering why the hell Chi was causing sequences of symphonies to play out, yet before them, the sleek blackfurred body of an emperor penguin formed, verdant streaks of fur painting over its body like an ancient vital tattoo as its golden beak had majestic emerald lines etched on it, its pupils emanated pure emerald light as it roared out. Everything about it being exactly the same as the original as the first absolute vitalistic clone of Extremity was born, just like the original. This body of the emperor penguin bowed to Noah as he nodded while speaking out. This second body is entirely dissociated from the original one as it can be treated as an experimental body, being capable of cultivating and pondering on concepts of extremity by itself as only when the main existence recalls it will its advancement and benefits be assimilated. With such a body, one can do many things. As he spoke, Noah focused on the absolute vitalistic clone of Extremity of the Emperor Penguin as he asked a question that caused mouths to gape open in shock. Do you wish to be the first to undergo apexification? He asked such a dreadfully ridiculous question as many mouths flung open and nearly dropped to the verdant floor. Others proceeded with apexification when they had built their foundation and could not gain any more power in their current stage, when they had confidence that their foundation and boundaries had prepared them enough. When they swallowed an extremity panacea and attained an extremity foundation, their bodies would condense meridians that affirmed their foundation as the more extremity meridians there were, the stronger one was in their foundation. This was the progression for others. Noah. He was still growing rapidly as there was no ceiling as he knew. There was still much he could do before undergoing apexification. It meant that when the time came for him to actually take this step, it would outstrip any beings who had undergone apexification before. He held 81 hyperversal extremity meridian seeds. Each one would bloom into a meridian during apexification as he needed to make sure each of these seeds held a boundary that could be taken to the 10th boundary layer at the time of his apexification. He needed to increase his total number of boundaries to 81 before anything could be done, as he couldn't waste an easy pathway of taking boundaries to the 10th layer while also enacting a foundation nobody else had done before. It meant that apart from wrath and the 7 deadly sins, their other concepts would be getting elevated towards extremity next. It meant that other concepts that defined him in the past and a few new ones would be added to his roster. As Noah gazed towards the clone of the Emperor Penguin and put on this grand show that would express a glimpse of just what would be happening in the coming Apex War, his soul was already sending multiple commands. Elevate pride towards extremity. In gluttony, devouring, lust, envy, and sloth, deep within him, his soul burned brightly as the remaining concepts of the 7 deadly sins were expanded to have boundary layers. This wasn't all as to reach the 81 boundaries number. Noah continued, expand commandment towards extremity. Along with antediluvian, Cthulhu, summoning, runes, smithing, within him where nobody could see, a great deal of changes occurred as over a dozen concepts were expanded towards extremity, many more to follow until Noah hit the number 81, and at this time, the verdant gold beak of the vitalistic clone of extremity bowed even further down as the Emperor Penguin replied with valor. May Master please grace me with this opportunity as well. WAA, the clone had the same fealty as the original. As Noah began to release a pulse of his quintessential hyperversal soul value and mana towards the origin of this being that he forged himself, an origin that gave way to the 9 natures extremity foundation forged from the 9 natural laws that stated the following prompt when it was first forged. When all of the 9 natures correlating to its origin reach the 9th boundary layer and the 9 planes of nature reach complete saturation, the first spiritual beast can undergo apexification with a 100% chance of rising to become an apexionic lifeform with a 9 natures meridian apexionic foundation. He used his chi to reconstruct the realm of this being before him as an input of more of his essence could bring its 9 planes of nature within its origin towards saturation. The condition of the 9 natural laws achieving the 9th boundary layer was even easier. It would directly meet all the prerequisites to birth an apexionic lifeform with a 100% certainty, even though the soul of the Emperor Penguin and its foundation could have spent a longer period of time making itself even more perfect before proceeding towards this step. But this was why the absolute vitalistic clone of extremity was here. to do things the main body may not want to do yet. As Noah was about to take an utterly magisterial action, his voice echoed once more. What I'm about to do is meant to show all those who were beginning to cower that in the apex war to come, your presence will not even be required. The faces of some apex Ionic Lernians changed and became dark as Noah continued. In the days and weeks to come, I will produce apex Ionic lifeforms in my ranks that far exceed any of you, or any common apex Ionic lifeforms. Those who wish to be a part of this grandeur can either bend the knee and follow. Or seek their opportunities elsewhere. Wah!